The landscape stretched out, a vista of mountains and valleys under a darkening sky. A waterfall of light cascaded down a cliff face, illuminating the rock. In the forest, a rabbit sat among the glowing flora. The light waterfall cascaded down, illuminating the trees. The sentient tree entity stood in the forest, its form illuminated by the strange light. The entity stood tall, its glowing core pulsing softly. The entity coughed, almost choking to death. The sentient tree entity wondered where they were. The entity realized this wasn't their house and questioned how they had run into the wilderness. The entity's tendrils wiggled. The entity was alarmed to discover that its hair was thick and made of leaves. The tree-like entity's glowing purple core pulsed with confusion. It considered going back to sleep, hoping that everything would return to normal upon waking. The entity was beside itself, exclaiming that it had turned into a tree. It recalled having a sip of water before choking and dying. The entity wondered if it had been reincarnated, and if so, why it had become a tree. It scoffed at the idea that reincarnation was about becoming handsome and building a harem. The entity lamented that it even had limbs, but without arms, it couldn't even do one-handed pull-ups. It cursed, wondering what it had done wrong and lamenting that it had turned into a tree without a chance to repent. The entity realized that trees don't have eyes, but it somehow had a full range of vision. The forest around the sentient tree entity was silent, save for the rustling of leaves. The entity observed that the canyon was hundreds of meters high, making it feel trapped between two mountains. The entity was surprised that the tree actually had a visual. The sentient tree entity found the experience absolutely unexpected, noting that it was more like feeling than smelling. The entity observed that there were around 50 branches. The tree realized it could only move one of its branches, wondering about the remaining 49. The tree groaned, feeling numb from sitting for so long, but then realized it could fully control its new form. The entity could hear the roars of wild animals from time to time, and knew that if they came and tried to break it, it couldn't resist at all. A woodpecker pecked at one of the branches. The tree thought that even a single woodpecker was enough to kill it. Suddenly, the entity spotted a Boeing airplane flying overhead. It realized that it was the modern world, and perhaps the timeline was the same too. The tree noticed two stinky bees buzzing too loudly. The tree killed the two bees. The entity was pleased to have killed two bees as expected. The tree received 0.2 evolution points, and a projection popped up in the air, identifying it as Yuzu, a mutant willow with a lifespan of 0.1/20 years. Its ability was Mutated Branches, which passively granted 0.1 evolution points per day for receiving sunlight, and allowed it to kill other creatures to increase evolution points. The system projection displayed a message, informing the tree entity that Yuzu was its human name and asking if it wanted to use 0.2 evolution points. The entity had gained 0.1 evolution points for killing a bee and another 0.1 for receiving sunlight. It considered the possibilities, realizing that only the branches could be strengthened for now, but decided against acting rashly. The entity resolved to use all available points to strengthen itself, increasing the strengthened branch count to 3 out of 50. The tree entity laughed, marveling at how the strengthened branch felt like its own arm. The tree entity chuckled to itself. Now, feeling confident, the tree entity believed there was nothing to worry about. The buzzing grew louder as Uncle Yu approached, becoming another source of evolution points. The tree entity laughed maniacally. Half a month later, the tree entity commanded something to die. The forest canopy rustled. The tree entity stood tall, its branches reaching towards the sky. With a small amount of evolution points remaining, Yuzu affirmed his plan. The tree's blue tendrils began to swirl, gathering energy. The energy coalesced into a focused point, ready to be unleashed as a whirlwind tornado charge. The attack shot forward with incredible speed. The force of the attack intensified. The whirlwind tornado charge continued its path, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. The attack didn't even touch the rock, but the rock was shattered by the airwaves. Yuzu realized this attack could be a very good killing move. Yuzu thought to himself that he should let the enemy misjudge the distance and kill it in one hit. Yuzu considered that, compared to half a month ago, he had obviously grown taller, and ordinary trees do not grow as fast as he does. Yuzu realized he was doing it, and the roots he could feel them continuously absorbing energy from the soil. He could do it. Even if he didn't do anything, he could become stronger because trees absorb energy faster than other living things. Yuzu realized that he also had what he didn't have as a human being, a super long life, no sickness, no fatigue. Although, Yuzu considered his current lifespan, realizing it was only 20 years for now. However, he knew that with the number of points he strengthened and constantly grew up, one day he would definitely become an existence like the world tree. The massive tree stood tall, its trunk reaching high into the sky, dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The tree being mused on the benefits of his new existence, free from the need to work, study, eat, or worry, and and with the potential to become a god. A few days prior, a branch had broken off, allowing sunlight to reach the forest floor. Chirping sounds echoed from the canopy. High above, a nest teemed with young birds. The breaking of the branch had allowed sunlight to reach the nest. The tree being noticed the nest and identified the birds as peregrine falcons. He recalled that adult peregrine falcons have a body length of 41 to 50 centimeters and a wingspan of nearly 1 meter, and they can fly at a speed of 270 to 360 kilometers per hour. He also knew that the fastest cheetah can only run up to a max speed of 120 kilometers per hour. He shuddered at the thought of being hunted at such a speed, realizing the world had fully changed. The tree being realized that there were definitely more existences like him in this world, but his only downside right now was that he didn't have aerial capabilities. He considered that if he could tame them for his own use, it would be equivalent to having extra strength in this world. Having been reborn into this form, the tree being lamented his inability to change anything, but he resolved to survive, no matter how dangerous the world. He vowed to do his best to survive. Elsewhere in the forest, a pack of wind wolves gathered. Giant ants swarmed through the undergrowth. The ants continued their march. A spider queen lurked nearby. The forest teemed with monstrous life. Even the squirrels seemed different, larger, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural intelligence. A massive paw crashed through the undergrowth. Uncle Bee sat, tearing through foliage with his bare hands. A streak of light flashed through the trees. The light cut through the forest. The forest path stretched onward, a narrow trail winding through the dense woods. High above, a massive serpent-like creature surveyed the landscape. The serpent's gaze focused intently on something below. Its eyes narrowed as it locked onto its prey. Unseen, a small animal scurried along the forest floor. Suddenly, a blue tendril shot down from above, piercing the rabbit. The tendril struck with deadly precision. A notification appeared. Killed a rabbit, plus 0.6. The sentient tree entity noted, total evolution points 0.9. Haven't hunted any animals in a while. The entity declared, come, there is meat to eat. The rabbit was delivered to a nest filled with small, waiting creatures. The sentient tree entity thought to itself, how horrifying. Having acquired evolution points, the sentient tree entity felt a surge of potential. With all 50 branches strengthened, it considered its next step, deciding to strengthen the roots and, finally, the trunk. The entity was surprised to learn that it would require 1 evolution point to strengthen each root. It mused that this was enough to show how important tree roots were, especially considering they were 10 times the size of a tree branch. The sentient tree entity wondered if it could leave the ground and run freely after strengthening its roots, chuckling at the thought. The entity began to strengthen its roots. The process was excruciating. The entity wondered why it was so painful. Meanwhile, the creatures in the nest chirped, oblivious to the entity's pain. The sentient tree entity continued to endure the pain. It felt like being drilled by an electric drill constantly. The entity realized that the root was becoming thick. The sentient tree entity exclaimed that it was like a black python and it could move it freely. The sentient tree entity felt the surge of power coursing through its newly strengthened roots, marveling at the potential unlocked by the evolution points. Now able to manipulate its branches and roots, it wondered about the limitations of its trunk. If only it could move freely, it thought, commanding one of its roots to move. With a surge of energy, the root responded, rising powerfully. The movement caused a cacophony of creaking and groaning as the tree entity strained against its own form. The entity referred to the location of the movement as its tree crotch. The pain was intense, far worse than an electric drill, leaving the entity trembling and unable to move. Determined to protect its trunk, it resolved to use the 8 unfortified roots. The sentient tree entity considered its options, deciding that it could be a hidden weapon if anything happened. It commanded itself to hide first. The entity saved up points again, noting that points would be used up. Suddenly, the entity sensed something and questioned who was there, deciding to activate battle mode. The fox lay motionless on the ground, a dark stain spreading around its wound. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity observed the fox from afar, its glowing core pulsing with a strange light. A tendril extended from the tree, gently touching the fox. The tree entity considered the fox's condition, noting the black wound and suspecting poison. It realized it could gain evolution points from the creature, but the birds wouldn't eat it in its current state. The tree entity recalled that its branch sap had detoxifying, hemostatic, and strength-recovering effects. It exclaimed in realization that after use, the branch would lose its strengthening effect and return to its normal state. The entity decided to heal the fox so it could kill it later, gaining evolution points and feeding the birds. It congratulated itself on its cleverness, deciding to use the obtained evolution points to re-strengthen the branches again. A drop of sap landed on the fox. The tree entity detected that the poison had been removed and the wound had stopped bleeding, with the fox's stamina being restored. It was amazed, feeling like a living huata. The fox slowly began to stir. The fox rose to its feet. Now that the fox was detoxified, the tree entity saw it as nothing more than an evolution point. The fox's eyes widened, reflecting the tree's intentions. Tendrils of energy pulsed from the tree. The tree entity loomed over the fox, its intentions clear. The fox, realizing the danger, protested, warning the tree not to touch it, presuming that the tree entity would not kill it. The tree entity scoffed at the fox's presumption. The tree entity's expression shifted, a strange mix of emotions flickering across its core. The tree entity found the fox to be cute and could not stand it, but also did not care about evolution or anything else, wanting to pet the fox first. The fox's eyes were like jewels, and its hair was soft as hell. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The fox began to glow, catching the tree entity by surprise. The red fox was evolving by absorbing the branch sap. The mutant red fox was a creature with a lifespan of 3 out of 20 years, holding a rank of entry level 4, and possessing the special ability, Eye of Charm. The fox's power was growing. It was becoming bigger than before, and as the fox continued to absorb the branch sap, its hair began to resemble flames. The fox was surprised to see its rank was at the entry level. Annoyed, Yuziu decided to open his status window. Yuziu saw that there was an additional grade evaluation. He noted that he was still at the entry level. The fox realized that his current strength was only 5 levels higher than the red fox. It seemed that the essence of life could not only heal wounds, but also accelerate the evolution of creatures. The fox understood that he had to properly understand this entry level for his future growth. More importantly, he could understand the gap between him and his enemy. Maybe in the future, he could evolve from the entry level to the first order. The fox considered the third order, super order, even the final order, and other powerful and incomparable levels. Yuziu wondered if he was a treeman now. He then wondered why he had come here. The fox wondered if it was chased by humans, since its hairs were quite valuable. It looked like the wound on its body was from an arrow. Yuziu was still not ready to get associated with humans. He thought that if he got unlucky and humans saw him, they would think he was a dryad and cut him into pieces. The red fox considered its options, realizing it needed to acquire defensive abilities and maintain a low profile. After all, it knew it was no match for machine guns and missiles. Meanwhile, high above, the mutant willow protagonist remained hidden amongst the trees. Suddenly, the tree-like entity noticed something and exclaimed, "Who?" Nearby, 2 women walked along a path. One of the women carried a basket filled with fruit. The mutant willow protagonist realized they were human. The tree-like entity activated its stealth mode. It realized that these humans were approaching. One of the women called out, "Father." The mutant willow protagonist heard them say, "We have come to see you." The tree-like entity was surprised. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted nearby. The mutant willow protagonist stood silently, his glowing core pulsing softly. Before him, a collection of fruit sat as an offering. The 2 women stood with their hands together, praying. The mutant willow protagonist realized that he had always felt something was wrong, that he was buried under his roots. From a distance, a large snake observed the scene. One of the women declared that she was done praying and wanted an apple, prompting the other to ask why she was in such a hurry. The first woman responded that their father would also want her to eat it. A voice retorted that the offering was not for her to eat, urging her to go already. One of the women exclaimed that she wanted a bath, but the other told her to stop pulling. The woman who wanted a bath laughed and told her sister to come there. One of the women entered the water, finding it to be okay. She dipped her foot into the water. As the water shimmered around her, the woman lowered herself further into the pool, her long hair cascading down her back. The title card appears, showcasing the name of the series. From behind, Uncle Yu Beast laughed, telling Xiao Ling not to make trouble. The sentient tree entity, in the distance, wondered why it was being blocked. The sentient tree entity considered moving its position slightly. The sentient tree entity commanded itself to rise. The sentient tree entity continued to rise. The sentient tree entity apologized for its incompetence. The forest was quiet at night. Nearby, a fox slept peacefully on a rock. Nearby, 2 figures noted that they were finally leaving. The sentient tree entity warned them not to come back ever again. 2 figures bid each other farewell, seemingly parting ways for now. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity calls out to his father. Elsewhere, 2 figures walk along a path through the forest. Another week passes uneventfully. The narrator warns that in this peaceful canyon, all kinds of dangers are hidden. A large bird of prey opens its beak and screeches. The bird's screech echoes through the canyon. The bird dives down, surrounded by golden light. The bird continues its descent. The system identifies the bird as a peregrine falcon, entry level 3. The peregrine falcon executes a bullet dive. The falcon continues its dive. The peregrine falcon strikes its target. The mutant golden eagle's profile is displayed, highlighting its lifespan of 2 out of 60 years. Its innate talent is screaming, enough to penetrate the eardrum and daunt prey. Its claws tear the prey apart, and its gold wings are as hard as alloy. With a piercing screech, the mutant golden eagle prepares to strike. The eagle dives down, talons extended. The mutant red fox is caught in the eagle's deadly descent. The mutant red fox's profile is displayed, showing it is at entry level 4. The fox is sent flying from the force of the eagle's attack. The mutant golden eagle continues its assault. The eagle's talons dig into the fox. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the ground. Dust and debris explode outwards. The mutant red fox lies defeated, pinned beneath the mutant golden eagle's talons. The mutant golden eagle surveys its defeated prey. The mutant golden eagle's intense gaze focused on its prey. The air crackled with unseen energy. A strange energy permeated the area. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity was shrouded in a blue aura. The mutant golden eagle prepared to strike. The sentient tree entity unleashed a surge of power. The mutant golden eagle was struck by a powerful blow. The system declared that the sentient tree entity had killed a level 7 mutant golden eagle, gaining 70 evolution points. The system also noted that after giving the peregrine falcon life essence for 2 weeks, its growth had become much faster. The sentient tree entity recalled that the same was true for the mutant red fox, who had stayed with them since being rescued. The entity realized that the mutant golden eagle had been circling them all week, trying to sneak up. The sentient tree entity thought that it looked like they finally got the mutant golden eagle. It realized that it should hide its aura, suspecting that the mutant golden eagle was attracted to it. The sentient tree entity mused that even a level 7 mutant golden eagle was troublesome, and that if it was a creature of the same level, they would already be dead. The sentient tree entity knew that it needed to become stronger. Deep within the canyon, the entity sensed the presence of a powerful creature, one capable of ending its existence with a single strike. It knew that it must remain vigilant. The cover displays the title of the series, Evolution from a Tree. The mutant red fox, now at level 4, anticipates the strength the peregrine falcons will gain upon reaching the first order. The mutant golden eagle acknowledges the fox's statement, adding that they also need to grow stronger. Now that it has 70 evolution points, the eagle decides to use them to strengthen the falcons. The golden eagle notes that 8 peregrine falcons have reached level 3 and that the red fox is at. The red fox expresses gratitude for everyone's hard work. The essence of life forms in the body, accelerating the evolution of species. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts from ground. The golden eagle commands everyone to calm down. The energy continues to surge upwards. The surge of energy impacts the landscape. Dust and debris fill the air. The roots of the sentient tree entity are visible amidst the dust and debris. The sentient tree entity received a warning: damaged branches and damaged roots. The warning appeared again, this time in front of a massive, snake-like creature. The snake-like creature moved through the forest. The sentient tree entity realized that 26 branches had been cut off, and it could now only use 24. The entity checked its status, realizing it hadn't even been able to sense the attacker approaching. The entity was immersed in victory until now, realizing this was not how things should be. It cursed the attacker as a bastard. The entity realized the attacker was also hiding its aura, and the system began to display information. The system displayed the status window of the tomahawk snake, revealing its level, innate talent, and special skills. The tomahawk snake, now revealed to be at entry level 9, towered over the forest. The tomahawk snake's axe-like tail could cut anything and was a nemesis of plants. It found the situation troublesome, but declared that it just happened to be the sentient tree entity's nemesis, and roared. The mutant red fox appeared, calling out to the tomahawk snake. The mutant red fox growled menacingly. The tomahawk snake lunged, its massive form crashing through the trees. The mutant willow protagonist realized the situation was dire, understanding that this was bad. The tomahawk snake opened its maw, ready to strike. Its fangs descended with deadly speed. The attack connected, shaking the earth. The mutant willow protagonist commanded the others to stay back. The force of the blow reverberated through the forest. The tomahawk snake's eyes narrowed, focusing on its target. The mutant willow protagonist activated its consolidated roots ability, enhancing its defenses. The mutant willow protagonist, feeling the impact, exclaimed at the snake, calling it a bastard. The mutant willow protagonist warned the snake not to underestimate them, declaring that their father was also level 9 and that they were not afraid of melee combat. The roots of the mutant willow protagonist glowed with power. The tomahawk snake lunged, its fangs bared and ready to strike. In response, the mutant willow protagonist activated its consolidated roots ability, noting that its enhanced roots were at 3 of 9 and its evolution points were at 68. The tomahawk snake continued its relentless assault. The mutant willow protagonist focused its energy, enhancing all of its roots. The enhanced roots ability surged through the mutant willow protagonist. The roots of the mutant willow protagonist pulsed with power. The mutant willow protagonist knew it had to strike the snake 7 inches below its head. The mutant willow protagonist declared that it was time for the tomahawk snake to die. The mutant willow protagonist demanded that the tomahawk snake get off its turf. The tomahawk snake lunged forward, undeterred. The mutant willow protagonist struck with incredible speed. The tomahawk snake's jaws clamped shut, blood still dripping from its fangs. Focused, the mutant willow protagonist's glowing core intensifies. The tomahawk snake realizes the attack didn't fully connect, only creating a hole. The tomahawk snake wonders what is happening and why its attacks aren't going through, resolving not to let the mutant willow protagonist get to it. The tomahawk snake's eyes narrow, its gaze intense. The tomahawk snake resolves not to show any weakness and to unleash a strong, murderous aura. The tomahawk snake unleashes its murderous aura. The snake's eyes glow with a fierce intensity. The tomahawk snake's aura intensifies, crackling with energy. The tomahawk snake stands tall, its body coiled and ready to strike. The tomahawk snake prepares to strike. The mutant willow protagonist dangles, its glowing tendrils pulsing with energy. The mutant willow protagonist cursed the tomahawk snake, lamenting his current predicament. He thought he had the upper hand, but the situation had quickly deteriorated. Cornered, he resolved to fight to the bitter end, even if it meant dying there. Far below, the landscape lay in ruins, a testament to the battle's ferocity. The surrounding mountains stood as silent witnesses to the unfolding conflict. The devastation stretched as far as the eye could see. High above, a large bird flew, chirping as it observed the scene below. Nearby, the mutant red fox assured someone that he was fine and not to worry. He knew that letting his opponent escape meant that he would definitely return stronger someday. The forest canopy provided a partial shield from the destruction. The mutant willow protagonist, reflecting on the situation, blamed the tomahawk snake for his predicament, but also admitted that he might be too weak. He realized that the tomahawk snake had tasted his energy and would return stronger. The mutant willow protagonist knew he would be waiting for his death, as his core was breaking apart, forcing him to strengthen his roots. Suddenly, a ding sound echoed as the mutant willow protagonist noticed a notification. Ascension to the First Order required 10 points. The system prompted him to ascend to the next stage of evolution, presenting him with a choice, yes or no. The blue-skinned beast, standing beside the red fox, mused that after the entry level, there was the First Order, then the Second and Third. Elsewhere, the sentient tree entity acknowledged that they were strong, but he had to get much stronger than them. The tree entity realized he didn't want to face this kind of situation again. The tree entity's glowing blue tendrils extended outward. The tendrils shot through the air. The tree entity resolved that he must keep evolving from a tree. Thump! The tree entity landed heavily. The mutated red fox, now at entry level 7, was a sight to behold. The fox stood tall, its fiery fur radiating heat. Meanwhile, the mutated peregrine falcons, 8 in number and entering level 5, soared through the sky. The sentient tree entity realized that the red fox and the peregrine falcons were also affected by his evolution, understanding that anything that happened to him would also affect them. The entity commanded 8 of the falcons to find out which direction the snake had fled. The falcons scattered, their mission clear. The tree entity paused, lost in thought. The entity observed that the falcons were as fast as bullets. The entity considered that this might be because of evolution, and that they would now easily be able to penetrate any creature at the level of the golden eagle. Keeping that aside, the entity continued to ponder. The entity acknowledged that the fox had also gotten stronger. The tree entity sensed the energy emanating from the fox, confirming its enhanced state. He noted that the fox had reached entry level 7. The entity then decided to open his status window. Having reached the First Order, the entity realized he must have acquired some kind of new skill. Elsewhere, a desperate cry for help rang out. The mutant red fox fled, seeking refuge near the sentient understanding. One of the fleeing girls screamed in terror. The girls continued to run, their fear palpable. The sentient understanding recognized them, realizing it was those 2 girls again. A horde of mutated creatures pursued them relentlessly. The mutated creatures, a terrifying mix of beasts, were in hot pursuit. One of the girls questioned why they were being chased. The other girl expressed her desire to know the reason as well. The mutated creatures, driven by an insatiable hunger, lunged forward, their jaws agape, ready to devour anything in their path. The tree entity realized that the aura emitted during its evolution was attracting the mutated creatures. It was like an elixir to them. But the tree entity thought that it didn't mean that they all could fight it, including the golden eagle and the tomahawk snake. The tree entity stood firm, its glowing core pulsing with power, radiating an aura that warned, "Doesn't mean you all can fight me." Meanwhile, the monstrous, multi-headed beast continued its relentless pursuit. Its massive form barreled forward, driven by a primal instinct. The girls, desperate to escape the monstrous beast, found themselves directly in its path. Their screams echoed through the forest as the beast closed in. The beast's massive claws tore through the air, closing in on the fleeing girls. Its jaws open wide, ready to strike. With a burst of speed, the beast lunged, its shadow looming over the girls. The ground trembled as the beast's attack connected, sending dust and debris flying. The red fox, engulfed in flames, stood its ground, bracing for the next attack. Below, the earth trembled as the massive beast prepared to strike again. The girls screamed, huddling together in terror as the battle raged around them. The mutant golden eagle swooped down, joining the fray as the red fox was surrounded. The earth continued to crack and split under the force of the ongoing battle. The red fox, eyes glowing with determination, prepared to unleash another fiery blast. Suddenly, a flock of birds descended from the sky, their sharp beaks and talons ready for combat. One of the girls wondered aloud if the fox and the birds had arrived to save them, remarking that the situation felt like an animal world war. A hulking beast with massive horns warned the others not to approach. The golden eagle called out to the eldest and the red fox, telling the others to step back, declaring that he would be next. One of the girls, lying on the ground, declared that she wanted to let them all know something. A mysterious voice echoed, questioning what kind of monster was present. The tendrils of the sentient tree entity were facing something. With a surge of power, the sentient tree entity prepared to fight. The sentient tree entity declared that it was going to kill a lot today. Nearby, one of the girls exclaimed in surprise. The sentient tree entity challenged all of them to come at it together. The Uncle You Beast, the mutant golden eagle, and the mutant red fox all lunged forward. The Uncle You Beast continued its assault. The mutant golden eagle and the mutant red fox joined the Uncle You Beast in attacking the sentient tree entity. The mutant golden eagle roared, its teeth bared. The attacks intensified. The mutant red fox let the sentient tree entity go. The sentient tree entity declared that there was no going back now. The story begins with a title card, Evolution from a Tree, displayed above an image of a large, glowing tree. The tree's tendrils lash out with incredible speed. One tendril slams into a massive, gray, reptilian beast, the force of the impact shattering the ground beneath it. Another tendril strikes with similar force. This time, the tendril connects with a mutant hippo, instantly killing it and earning the tree 50 evolution points. The tree's tendrils continue their assault, next striking a mutant rataz and a rhino, earning 20 and 30 evolution points respectively. The tendrils then strike a giraffe, earning another 20 evolution points. Next, a wild boar falls victim to the tree's assault, adding 10 evolution points to its total. The tree's tendrils continue to strike with blinding speed. A mutant boar is ensnared by a glowing purple tendril. The tendril tightens around the mutant boar. The tree's voice booms, acknowledging the boar's speed. The tree mused that it was too bad. With a burst of speed, one of the tree's tendrils shot out. The system notified the tree that it had killed a mutant bat and gained 10 evolution points. Elsewhere, one of the tree's tendrils ensnared a ram-like beast. Another tendril crushed a different beast. The tree hissed. The tree's glowing eye narrowed as it focused on the ram-like beast. The tree acknowledged that the beast had withstood its attack, but that it didn't matter. It reasoned that it didn't hurt to keep and cultivate a strong creature. The tendril tightened around the ram-like beast. Another tendril constricted a fox-like creature. Yet another tendril wrapped around a swan-like creature. The tree declared that all the others could die. The tendrils of the tree continued their relentless assault. The captured beasts were helpless against the tree's power. The tree's tendrils tightened around its prey. The sky above remained a silent witness to the carnage. Another beast was lifted into the air, its fate sealed. The tree stood amidst the chaos, its glowing core pulsing with energy. More beasts were ensnared, their struggles futile. The tree's power continued to grow, its presence dominating the forest. The tree thought to itself that it was all done, but the next problem was looming. The tree's attention turned to two figures below. The tree wondered what to do with the two figures. The tree realized that if it let them go, its secret would be discovered, but if it killed them, they would call it a tree demon. The possibility of military intervention loomed over the situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure lamented the worst-case scenario, being moved to a botanical garden. They found a tree to be quite ugly. The sentient tree entity, however, was determined to find another way. If that was the case, they thought they could try something. Elsewhere, a woman gasped. The woman was being approached by the sentient tree entity. Suddenly, the woman realized something was coming. A tendril of the sentient tree entity moved quickly. Fortunately, the entity knew how to write Chinese characters from their previous life as a human. They wrote, "Your father," into the ground. The woman and another figure looked on, confused by the display. The woman urged the other to believe it. The sentient tree entity reminded them that they had rescued them when they were in danger, urging them to hurry up and believe that they had saved them. The entity thought that if this didn't work, then the only way was... The woman demanded to know her name and what her biggest secret was. He Shaolin confessed her fondness for Ernyo from the neighboring village, while Xiaoqing explained that she dropped out of school and started working to care for her grandfather and sister. Suddenly, the name Ernyo appeared, written in what seemed to be the earth itself. Xiaoling shrieked, denying any affection for Ernyo, even questioning if he was the guy from the neighboring village. Xiaoqing realized that she had only told her father about this, and wondered if it could really be him. The sentient tree entity thought to itself that it was bored, and so it searched. From the branches, Xiaoqing and Xiaoling stood before the tree, as Xiaoqing admitted that she had made a pair of hairpins, though she didn't know why. Their father was buried under. The sentient tree entity mused that its roots were just their fate's beginning, as Xiaoqing's name appeared. A man, presumably the father, appeared to be speaking to Xiaoqing, apologizing for burdening her, but asking her to take care of her grandpa and sister. Xiaoqing looked on, perhaps unknowingly, in the passage of life and time. All this, Xiaoqing reflected on the choices she had made, remembering how she had dropped out of school and worked various jobs to provide for her sister. Meanwhile, the purple entity expressed its gratitude, referring to the energy it received as its father's soul. Or perhaps, the entity mused, there was another explanation. The narrator spoke of events unfolding under the intermingling of time and all things. Xiaoqing considered the possibility that she had somehow fused with the mutations. Elsewhere, a red fox engulfed in flames stood before a group of crows perched on a branch. The narrator noted that in the past 2 months, many unbelievable things had occurred. The narrator continued, stating that last month, a passenger plane encountered a storm of crows and disappeared without a trace before it could land. Also, a black shadow appeared in the depths of the Pacific Ocean and swallowed a big cruise ship. Experts were saying that there was an unknown substance in the air. Xiaoqing recalled that the Eastern people called it spiritual power. The narrator added that the Western people called it magic. Xiaoqing admitted that she hadn't believed the news at first. But now, Xiaoqing's expression shifts, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity responds with a cheerful affirmation. The entity then urges someone to eat the animal meat it has provided. The wolves, confined within a wooden cage, howl as Xiaoqing stands nearby. The entity remarks on Xiaoqing's behavior, calling her a kid. The wolves continue to howl, their teeth bared. The wolves' menacing forms loom over Xiaoqing. A close-up reveals the intense gaze of the red fox. One of the wolves howls, its expression conveying fear. The pack of wolves remains wary and agitated. Xiaoqing praises the wolves for eating obediently and compliments the little red fox. The entity observes that Xiaoqing has grown quite familiar with the little red fox. The entity scolds Xiaoqing for teasing the wolves, but dismisses the danger, confident that the red fox's presence ensures everything will be fine. Besides the 4 wolves, a white crane perched nearby. Nearby, Uncle You Beast considered the situation. If he didn't use sticks to entangle the monkey, it would be the most troublesome thing at the moment. The beast warned that if Xiaoqing knew she couldn't beat it, she should just lie down quietly. Apparently, Xiaoqing had fallen asleep on top of it. The biggest headache, it seemed, was the constant screaming. The screaming continued. Someone exclaimed about the honey badger and flat-headed brother, wondering what they were doing here, as they were generally found in Africa and Southwest Asia. Someone declared that they would deal with these guys later, as there was still work to do. Nearby, Yu Ziyu stood, prompting someone to open the status window. Yu Ziyu's status window was displayed, showing that his body was that of a mutant willow. His lifespan was 0.6/200 years. His evolution points were 149, and his level was first order. His skills included Mutated Branch 50/50, upgradable, Mutated Roots 9 of 9, upgradable, and Life Essence, which was described as the spiritual fluid formed inside the body, which could accelerate species evolution and heal wounds. His innate skill was Super Regeneration, a terrifying talent unique to plants. His passive skills included accepting sunlight to gain 1 evolution point every day and killing other creatures to acquire evolution points. He also possessed Dense Fog, which distributes thick fog to cover several kilometers, and hallucinogenic properties, which could give dense fog and branches a psychedelic effect to confuse biological perception. A new round of enhancement was about to begin. The title of the story is displayed against a backdrop of a lush forest. Now that the sentient tree entity had reached the first order, it considered its next steps. It realized it could upgrade its skills. The system interface displayed the details of its mutated roots, noting that the life essence, a spiritual fluid, was formed inside its body, accelerating species evolution and healing wounds. It also highlighted its innate skill, Super Regeneration, a talent unique to plants, allowing it to regenerate even if heavily damaged. The sentient tree entity realized that its 149 evolution points were more than enough to bring its strength to a much higher level. The system interface then detailed the dense fog ability, explaining that it distributes thick fog to cover several kilometers, submerging the area in fog, and that it was also hallucinogenic, giving the fog and branches a psychedelic effect to confuse biological perception. The entity considered that if there were no accidents, these two abilities would be the basis for its future development. The system then prompted it to use 20 evolution points to start dense fog and hallucinogenic. The sentient tree entity focused its glowing purple core. It affirmed its decision. The entity considered that the hallucination ability was not that uncommon, as many plants possess and secrete special substances that stimulate the nerves. A surge of energy coursed through the sentient tree entity. The sentient tree entity reflected on how much stronger he had become in the past year, compared to his previous human form. It seemed unexpected that he would use both dense fog and hallucinogenic abilities together. The entity knew he was currently at the first order, but he was determined to reach even higher levels in the near future. Although the entity truly desired to find the tomahawk snake right away to take revenge, he knew he had to be patient. He realized that attracting stronger enemies in the process of seeking revenge would not be beneficial. The entity knew the tomahawk snake must be killed, but he had to endure it for now, after making sure there were no stronger enemies around. The sentient tree entity's glowing purple core pulsed with determination. The entity vowed to have a death match with that snake. Meanwhile, a little red fox cried out, lamenting that their father was gone. The mutant red fox howled, and someone announced they were behind them. The sentient tree entity observed that the closer they got, the greater the effect. The entity decided to bring them down the mountain. A child warned another not to tell anyone about their father, lest he be taken away for experimentation, not even their grandpa. The wind howled through the trees as they ascended. The mutant red fox carried his passengers swiftly through the night sky. One of the children exclaimed how incredible it was. She recounted how they had been chased by wild animals that morning, and now they were riding a giant fox. The other child admitted it was the first time they had run so fast in the mountains. The mutant red fox overheard their praise, finding it to be amazing. He thanked the children for their gratitude. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity prepared for the next round of enhancements. He declared that it was time to begin the second round of enhancements. The sentient tree entity upgraded 50 mutated branches, costing 50 evolution points, and 9 mutated roots, costing 45 evolution points. The tree stood tall, its form shifting as it grew stronger. The sentient tree entity then upgraded its hallucinogenic properties, costing 10 evolution points. Finally, the sentient tree entity upgraded its dense fog ability, costing 10 evolution points. That night, all the beasts within a 10-mile radius became restless. The landscape lay shrouded in mist, the peaks of distant mountains barely visible through the haze. The fog stretched far and wide, obscuring the world in a veil of mystery. Their instincts warned them, a new overlord was rising. The dense fog swirled around the base of the sentient tree entity. The sentient tree entity pulsed with power, its glowing core radiating energy. The sentient tree entity thought to itself that the time had finally come. The sentient tree entity declared that all of its abilities were upgraded. The dense fog ability manifested, swirling around a makeshift wooden structure. Nearby, a wolf-like beast watched with narrowed eyes. The beast growled, sensing the shift in power. The beast howled, its voice echoing through the fog-laden forest. The beast realized that the dense fog could indeed affect other creatures, inducing psychedelic effects. The booming voice echoed through the area, declaring the noise to be just a little disruptive. The sentient tree entity had directly upgraded both its hallucinogenic and dense fog abilities to level 2. The dense fog now distributed thick fog to cover several kilometers, submerging itself within. The hallucinogenic fog could now give dense fog and branches a psychedelic effect, which could be used to confuse biological perception. Creatures continued to flee from the source of the disturbance. The tree's mutated branches were at 50/50ths, LV1, and its mutated roots were at 9/9ths, LV1. Life essence, the spiritual fluid, was forming inside the body, which could accelerate species evolution and heal wounds. The dense fog distributed thick fog to cover several kilometers in the center of itself, submerging itself in fog, LV2. The hallucinogenic fog could give dense fog and branches a psychedelic effect, which could be used to confuse biological perception, LV2. Only 14 evolution points remained for the sentient tree entity. It realized that it wasn't even able to upgrade its innate talent, as it actually needed 50 evolution points. The tree's innate skill was super regeneration, a terrifying skill unique to plants. Super regeneration meant that even if it was heavily damaged, it could still regenerate. Evolution required 50 evolution points, and the remaining evolution points were 14. The tree's main root extended 100 meters underground. The sentient tree entity could feel all the spiritual powers flowing to it. The roots continued to spread. The roots delved deeper. The underground river, which was 100 meters deep underground, actually contained a lot of unknown substances. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it Sprite River, the tree thought. The sentient tree entity decided to conceal its roots underground first. As the roots plunged into the earth, the entity mused that Shaoqing and Shaoling would be frightened if they saw this. Suddenly, A chirp echoed through the forest as the mutant golden eagle returned. The mutant golden eagle was drawn back to the area. Another chirp sounded as the entity remained hidden. The entity realized that there was still no sign of the tomahawk snake. It seemed to the entity that the previous attack had caused a lot of damage to the mutant golden eagle. The mutant golden eagle thought that it would definitely come again, unable to resist the temptation. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves howled in the distance. The entity continued to extend its roots. The entity thought to itself that it needed to keep looking, as that guy ate half of its branches. The wolves continued to howl. The sentient tree entity was still yelling, its voice echoing through the forest. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, scolding, "Ah, father, you are bullying them again." Two figures stood nearby, observing the scene with concern. The figures remarked that the mutant golden eagle had arrived early, as the Uncle You Beast mooed in the background. One of the figures lamented how the sentient tree entity could bully such cute wolves. Below, the purple core of the sentient tree entity pulsed as it was warned that something was dangerous. A figure gently touched the injured back of the Uncle You Beast. The Uncle You Beast howled and growled, but the figure apologized, saying it must have hurt badly and promising it wouldn't hurt anymore. The figure looked on with a concerned expression. The eye of a wolf watched intently. The sentient tree entity paused, confused, noting that the wolves were now quiet. From above, a voice demanded to be let go, claiming that the beef jerky was theirs. The sentient tree entity watched as the woman held Uncle You Beast, who was trying to escape. She called out to Brother Pink too, wondering when he had escaped. Uncle You Beast struggled against the vines binding him. The woman declared that she would tie him even tighter this time. She used a stick to tighten the vines around Uncle You Beast. The beast insisted that beef jerky was the best, as the woman made cow-like noises. The woman offered the beast something, asking if it was for him. Elsewhere, someone called out to Black Cow, saying they brought apples for them, as a bird chirped. The woman, the sentient tree entity, and the Uncle You Beast were together, and the woman seemed to be enjoying herself. The woman petted the wolves. The sentient tree entity thought it was so sweet as the bird chirped. The sentient tree entity didn't expect them to get along so well. It also realized that humans survived in this world by taming animals in the early days. The sentient tree entity realized they might have picked up a treasure by accident. From a moment the sentient tree entity arrived in this world, it had been tense. Now, however, it was nice to relax for once. The entity settled into the darkness. But suddenly, a bright light pierced the gloom. The light grew in intensity. In a small village, houses with red roofs stood nestled together. From somewhere nearby, a girl called out to her sister, urging her to hurry. The older sister, with a wide smile, assured her that everything was all right. The younger sister was told not to keep running to the back hills, and she responded that they would be all right. An older man, watching the sisters, thought that after their father's death, this was the first time he had seen them so cheerful. However, the man wondered why they always ran into the mountains before letting out a sneeze. The mountains loomed in the distance. Meanwhile, the mutant willow protagonist seemed to sense something. The mutant willow protagonist wondered where the red fox was. The mutant willow protagonist considered that he went to pick up his sisters, he supposed. He sighed, realizing that in the past half a month, their relationship with the red fox had become better than his. The mutant willow protagonist then realized that the little red fox came to pick them up today as well. The red fox trotted through the forest. The fox continued on its way. The red fox arrived where the sisters were, and they embraced it. The red fox then leaped off a cliff with the sisters. The fox carried them down the cliffside. One of the sisters asked why they were giggling all of a sudden. One of the sisters thought to herself that it was sugary. She explained that in order to make their father's leaves greener and his trunk thicker, she got up early in the morning to collect it. She continued, saying that Grandpa was diabetic and Dad liked sweets, before noticing the clouds. The sky rumbled ominously, heavy with the threat of rain. One of the sisters looked up, wondering if it was going to rain. Realizing the danger, the other sister urged that they had to go back to their father quickly. Far above, the mutant golden eagle continued its descent. The mutant red fox raced through the forest, carrying the sisters on its back. Its eyes glowed with determination as it sensed the impending danger. The sisters gripped the fox tightly, fear etched on their faces. Suddenly, the mutant golden eagle dove down, talons extended. Xiaoqing cried out to her sister as the eagle attacked. The other sister screamed for Little Red to get out of the way. The mutant golden eagle unleashed a barrage of golden energy blades. The energy blades tore through the forest, narrowly missing the fox and its passengers. The mutant red fox and its passengers are caught in a swarm of giant bees. The mutant golden eagle screeches in fury. The eagle's wing cuts through the air with immense power. The force of the blow is devastating. The mutant golden eagle continues its assault, while Yuziu watches from below. The air vibrates with the eagle's power. The mutant golden eagle thinks to itself that it wasn't easy to lure them here, and now they will become its evolution points. The giant bees continue their assault. The mutant golden eagle is surrounded by the giant bees. The air crackles with energy. Someone laughs, declaring that the black cow is also here. Yuziu stands silently in the forest, their remaining evolution points at 156. Yuziu watched as the mutant golden eagle was chirped at by smaller birds, seemingly thanking it. He knew exactly what they were doing. The mutant golden eagle commanded the smaller birds to offer their life essence. Yuziu realized that nurturing the smaller birds with life essence was the right choice, as the peregrine falcons had become much stronger, reaching level 7. Yuziu thought to himself, now then, as a system notification appeared, asking if he wanted to use 100 evolution points to evolve his mutant root. He realized it would take 100 points each to evolve them to level 2, which he considered paying. Yuziu decided to strengthen one root first, resolving to reach the peak of first orders as soon as possible. He selected yes. The root began to evolve. The evolution continued. The process intensified. The root's transformation neared completion. The root fully evolved. A small, brown bovine wanders near one of the sentient tree entity's roots, letting out a plaintive moo. Suddenly, a pack of canine-like beasts appear, their snouts raised in a menacing howl. Meanwhile, a small creature is bound tightly by the tree's vines, whimpering in fear. The sentient tree entity, panting heavily, takes a moment to catch its breath. The entity reflects on the pain it is experiencing, realizing the strength of the evolved root far exceeds its expectations. The entity considers that it might now be able to fight against first-order mutated beasts. Determined, the sentient tree entity declares its intention to test the strength of the level 2 mutant root. The level 2 mutant root surges with power. The root slams into the ground, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. The root continues its destructive path, carving through the landscape. The force of the root's impact sends shockwaves through the surrounding area. Finally, the root wraps itself around a horse, ensnaring the animal. In a clearing bathed in soft light, a small brown beast offers a flower to a pink pig standing atop a small mound. From above, a massive, dark tendril descends, reaching for the unsuspecting creatures. The ground erupts as several of the tree's roots burst forth. The roots spread, creating a hellish scene of destruction. However, the destruction was not without purpose. The tree thought to himself that it was a really good harvest. The tree felt rich and wonderful, and vowed to find a tomahawk snake soon. The tree's mutant root had reached level 2, now with a length of 1 kilometer and the ability to turn enemies into nutrients. The tree decided to form a protective circle underground with the root, so that it could immediately tell if any danger approached. Uncle You Beast, ensnared by the tree's roots, grunted and wailed. The tree told Uncle You Beast to keep quiet, promising that Xiao Ling would bring food to him later, and to let go because he became obedient. However, the red fox went to pick them up early in the morning. As dusk approached, the massive tree-like entity, known as Yuziu, sensed the shift in the environment. Elsewhere, a hulking figure wondered why others had not yet returned. The tree-like entity sensed the encroaching darkness. High above, the entity's glowing purple core focused on the horizon. The mutant golden eagle, perched nearby, commanded it not to lose even a single clue. A burst of fiery energy erupted. The force of the blast sent the mutant golden eagle flying. The mutant red fox lay defeated, bloodied and broken. The tree-like entity's core pulsed with light. The mutant red fox coughed, its condition dire. A surge of life essence emanated outward. The tree-like entity unleashed a torrent of energy. Life essence infused, the mutant red fox's vital functions improved, and its vital energy stabilized. The tree-like entity wondered why the mutant golden eagle was there. A voice booms, demanding to know where Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling are. The unseen speaker's power intensifies. The sentient tree entity's central core glows brighter. The glow intensifies, illuminating the surrounding area. The light continues to emanate from the entity. Elsewhere, a woman's arm hangs limp, bloodied, and broken. The sentient tree entity's glowing eyes narrow. Far away, a dragon-like creature exhales, its breath misting in the air. The dragon's form is massive, its scales a dark purple. Back in the forest, a girl lies broken and bleeding. The unseen captor continues to call out for Xiao Qing. The dragon's eyes glow with an eerie light as it hears the call for Xiao Qing. The dragon-like creature lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut. The beast's attack intensified, its power evident in the air. Suddenly, a voice boomed, commanding the creature to stop. The dragon-like creature halted its assault, momentarily stunned. A surge of energy erupted, signaling an imminent intervention. The dragon-like creature's attention was now fully focused on the new threat. Energy crackled around the creature as it braced for impact. The dragon-like creature roared, its power seemingly unmatched. A voice echoed, filled with rage, forbidding any harm to her. The dragon-like creature was struck, its massive form reeling from the blow. The dust settled, revealing the sentient tree entity standing protectively before the dragon-like creature. A thick, dark tendril descended from above, a silent harbinger of the chaos to come. The tendril snaked its way down, closer to the forest floor. The tomahawk snake, having devoured Yuzu's branches, had not only changed in appearance, but also gained a large amount of energy. Its eyes glowed with newfound power. Originally, the tomahawk snake had wanted to destroy the willow tree in front of him, but he hadn't expected it to become even stronger. The tomahawk snake knew it was still not his opponent, and without any other choice, he retreated once again. The tomahawk snake slithered away, defeated. The sentient tree entity stood over the fallen mutant red fox, its glowing core pulsing with concern. The mutant red fox lay motionless on the ground. Close up, the mutant red fox's injuries were severe. The sentient tree entity focused its energy, preparing to heal the injured fox. Life essence surged forth. Life essence was injected, but there was no improvement in vital signs. Despite the continued infusion of life essence, there was no improvement in the fox's vital signs. The sentient tree entity was prompted to spend 10 evolution points to continue infusing life essence, but it remained silent. The entity focused its energy, pleading with the fox to awaken. Nearby, two creatures watched with concern, urging the fox to respond. Elsewhere, a pack of wolves howled, their cries echoing through the forest. The entity, its core glowing intensely, commanded silence. Life essence was infused once more, but the monitors still showed no vital signs. The entity was prompted to re-infuse. Again, life essence was infused, but there were still no vital signs. The monitors continued to display the grim message. There were no vital signs. The wolf and the Uncle You beast looked on, their expressions grim as the monitors showed no vital signs. The monitors flashed, repeating the same message. There were no vital signs. A close-up revealed the mutant red fox's lifeless eyes, confirming the worst. The monitors confirmed the grim reality. There were no vital signs. Nearby, the wolves watched with keen interest as the monitors continued to display the same message. There were no vital signs. With all evolution points expended, the entity's form began to revert. The remaining evolution points dwindled to 0. Elsewhere, a woman anxiously inquired about her granddaughter's condition. The doctor examined the granddaughter, who lay injured in the bed. The doctor explained that the village's medical level was too poor, but he had managed to remove the poison from her arm and abdomen. However, he continued, the poison had already flowed into her brain and heart when she was running. The doctor somberly stated that even if she were to survive, she wouldn't be able to move for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, a man demanded to know if they had found Xiaoqing. Another man somberly replied that they hadn't found anything, suggesting that Xiaoqing may have already been devoured by the beasts. The man who had asked about Xiaoqing looked on with a grim expression. A voice called out, urging the old man to awaken. The mutant golden eagle repeated his demand. A voice responded, questioning the reality of the situation. The entity's glowing eye narrowed. Elsewhere, Uncle You beast, bound tightly, overheard that Xiao Ling was also likely to die. The entity admitted that it knew all plants had feelings. Its tendrils began to loosen. The entity explained that it was due to scolding as well as fright. It added that they would also bloom happily because of music. But the entity realized it declared that it had never heard of such a thing as anger, and called out to its little ones, signaling the start of the battle. The entity's monstrous underlings emerged. The sentient tree entity's monstrous underlings stand ready, their eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. With a silent command, the battle begins. The cover displays the title of the series, Evolution from a Tree. The panel displays the title of the series and the author. Near Penghu, an archipelago close to the mainland, there had been 17 plane crashes over the past half year. And as many ships had also been lost. As many as 20 ships had been lost in the past half year, a new record. Later, the country confirmed that a group of mutated crows were dormant in the sky. And mutant sea beasts were also emerging. A flock of crows attacked an airliner, and sea monsters engulfed ships. With the rise of powerful mutated beasts, their sense of territory would become more serious. Airliners and ships, making huge noises, were the first to bear the brunt. The Penghu Sea area had become a dead zone. The era of spiritual power officially began. Injured more often, the number of areas with more than 5,000 spiritual powers detected this morning were increasing. The man demanded power, his expression a mix of desperation and greed. The narrator explained that mutated beasts with over 1,000 spiritual powers posed a threat to armed soldiers, while those exceeding 5,000 could shrug off conventional weaponry. The man's eyes widened as he realized that there were places with over 5,000 spiritual power. The narrator revealed that there were actually 8 such locations. An alarm blared. The man stood in what appeared to be a control room. The red light bathed his face as he looked up. The red light intensified. Warning signs flashed repeatedly. The screen displayed a warning. The detected spiritual power exceeded 18,000. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. 8,000. The immense spiritual power was about to be unleashed. The force surged outward. The white crane, an entry-level 3 entity, was caught in the blast. The sheer size of a creature determined the difference in strength. The white crane faced the onslaught. Tomahawk was currently facing such an opponent. The blast continued to spread. The black cow, an entry-level 2 entity, was also in the path of the attack. The black cow remained unscathed, as the attack simply crushed everything in front of it with the attitude of a king. The force of the attack was immense. The black cow continued its advance. The black cow continued its rampage, bellowing its challenge to any who dared stand in its path. Its massive form plowed forward, undeterred by any obstacle. The beast's power was classified as Pingtuj Entry Level 3. Elsewhere, a girl exclaimed that beef jerky was the best. The black cow's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its advance was relentless, crushing everything beneath its feet. The ground trembled with each step it took. The mutant golden eagle watched from above, its sharp eyes fixed on the approaching beast. The mutant golden eagle prepared to strike. Other beasts joined the mutant golden eagle, their forms silhouetted against the sky. The black cow continued its advance, oblivious to the gathering storm above. The assembled beasts howled in unison, their challenge echoing across the land. The wolves, seemingly under the control of the mutant golden eagle, moved with a newfound ferocity. The black cow, however, was unfazed, its power immense. Each strike from the beast carried the weight of a mountain. Elsewhere, a massive snake with a tomahawk-shaped head observed the unfolding battle. The ground trembled with each earth-shattering impact. The tomahawk snake's crimson eyes burned with intensity. The red fox, identified as Entry Level 8, was also present. This marked the fourth encounter between the red fox and the tomahawk snake. The first time they met, it was a simple hunter-prey encounter. The second time, the tomahawk snake fought Yuziu. The third time, the red fox fought the tomahawk snake to protect its sisters. At that time, the red fox was only level 7. Faced with the difference in strength, it could only watch as its 2 sisters were brutally murdered. At that moment, sadness consumed the red fox, fueling its desire to become stronger. Thoughts of vengeance consumed the red fox, the memories of his fallen sisters fueling his rage. He vowed to burn his life away in pursuit of retribution. The tomahawk snake, meanwhile, prepared to strike. The snake intended to tear the fox to pieces. The tomahawk snake could feel the fox's rage burning in the flames. The tomahawk snake believed that if he allowed the red fox to live, it would become a threat in the future. The red fox charged forward, engulfed in flames. Old grievances resurfaced. The tomahawk snake knew this had to end. The red fox roared, demanding that the conflict be brought to an end. The tomahawk snake prepared to strike with its massive fangs. These were large animals, with fangs and claws evolved to capture prey. At the same time, the conflict had evolved into a weapon for fighting with each other. The red fox, having evolved a perfect body, now stood at the top of the food chain. The tomahawk snake's diamond-hard leather armor and fangs were capable of tearing everything apart. The snake's head was an axe that cleaved everything. Its tail swept everything away, and its poison corroded everything. Despite this, the text declared that the red fox was still unable to defeat the enemy before him. The tomahawk snake's tail moved with incredible speed. The snake's attack blurred as it struck. The tomahawk snake coiled, ready to strike. The snake's gaze was intense. The red fox seemed to question something as it faced the tomahawk snake. The tomahawk snake's armor gleamed. The red fox's eyes burned with determination. The red fox demanded that the snake give them back their lives. The tomahawk snake's eye glowed menacingly. The force of the tomahawk snake's strike sends shockwaves through the surrounding area. The snake's jaws open wide, ready to deliver a crushing bite. A beam of intense energy shoots forward, aimed directly at the red fox. The mutant golden eagle intercepts the beam, feathers flying as it takes the brunt of the attack. The beam continues its trajectory, now slightly deflected. The tomahawk snake is struck by the deflected beam. The snake recoils, momentarily stunned by the impact. A cloud of dust and debris erupts as the snake thrashes in pain. The sound of cracking bone echoes through the forest. The red fox watches as the tomahawk snake writhes in agony. The mutant golden eagle descends, its gaze fixed on the tomahawk snake. The mutant golden eagle descended, a flurry of feathers and fury. Its razor-sharp wings sliced through the air. The eagle's beak opened, ready to strike. In the distance, the war axe snake slithered through the landscape. Above, the mutant golden eagles descended, their wings catching the light. A closer view showed the eagle's impressive wingspan and sharp feathers. The war axe snake opened its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A surge of energy crackled around the snake, a prelude to its attack. The mutant golden eagles dove downwards, their forms blurred by speed. The war-axe snake glared at the mutant red fox, who also felt the pressure of the eagle's descent. The immense pressure exerted by the 8 mutant golden eagles was not due to strength alone, but they were willing to burn their life force, trying to kill their enemy, even if it cost them their lives. It was explained that when things are rubbed against each other, it will produce heat. Air and body clash would produce friction. If a human speed exceeded Mach 10, then the body's air produces heat after rubbing. Then it will burn and die off. The technique was called bullet dive, a method that hurts both enemy and user. The eagle's high speed dealt a huge amount of damage to the enemy. But the high speed generated by the bullet dive also produced heat, exceeding the range the mutant golden eagles could handle, enough to kill them. The bullet dive was a suicidal move. The power formed by 8 peregrine falcons was immense. When the peregrine falcon's mother left to find food one time, it was eaten by other creatures. Day and night, they didn't consume any food, so they were on the verge of dying. The branches dropped a nest of birds, and a strong sadness flooded the air. But they were saved by it, as if in the darkness hope descended. Because as their life continues, they get to fly in the sky. In their heart, Yuziu is like their parents. Until one day, they remember everything they saw. No matter what, they have to do something about it, which is to use the strongest move to obtain victory. Even if they have to die, because that's the only thing they could do right now. Chirp. The mutant golden eagle's eye twitches. The mutant golden eagle's body tenses. The mutant red fox is struck by the mutant golden eagle's attack. The force of the blow is devastating. The mutant red fox is sent flying. The mutant golden eagle continues its assault. The mutant golden eagle's attack tears through the forest. The attack continues to cut through the environment. The mutant golden eagle's attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the mutant golden eagle's attack reverberated through the air. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The mutant willow protagonist was caught in the blast. The mutant golden eagle surveyed the scene, its sharp eyes scanning for any sign of its prey. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. The mutant red fox struggled to regain its footing. A beam of energy lanced out, striking the ground nearby. The force of the blast sent the mutant red fox tumbling. The mutant golden eagle swooped down, talons extended. The jaws of a monstrous beast opened wide. The mutant red fox lay wounded on the ground. The wolves, previously subdued, now lay still amidst the dust and debris. The mutant red fox, wounded and cornered, bared its fangs in a desperate display of defiance. A trail of blood marked the fox's struggle. Below the massive serpent, the fox stood its ground, a small flame of defiance against an overwhelming threat. Its eyes burned with a fierce determination. Blood dripped from the serpent's massive fangs. The serpent's gaze was cold and predatory. Its scales shimmered with an unnatural sheen. With a surge of adrenaline, the fox launched itself at the serpent. The ground erupted as the serpent retaliated. Dust and debris filled the air as the serpent's attack connected. The serpent's eyes narrowed, its focus solely on the fox. The mutant red fox's claws tore at the serpent's scales, a desperate attempt to find purchase. But the serpent remained unfazed, its massive form barely registering the attack. The fox's claws scraped uselessly against the tough hide. The serpent, in turn, began to coil tighter, its muscles contracting. The pressure mounted, threatening to crush the fox. Below, the forest floor stretched out, a silent witness to the struggle. The serpent's grip tightened further, its scales grinding against each other. The fox felt its bones creak under the immense force. Finally, the fox realized it was caught. The serpent's glowing eyes seemed to mock the fox's futile resistance as it prepared to strike. Lightning crackled around the serpent as it opened its jaws wide. The serpent understood it couldn't attack the enemy in front, but its wild beast instinct screamed inside the war-axe snake. The serpent's attack landed, sending shockwaves through the immediate area. This marked the first time it had fought Yuziu. The serpent had consumed Yuziu's broken branches to reach the peak of beginner stage rank 9. Shaoqing and Xiaoling were attacked because they carried Yuziu's scent. The second time they encountered, the war-axe snake knew it was no match for Yuziu, and after being wounded, it fled. The serpent's eyes glowed with predatory intent. The war-axe snake had miscalculated, never imagining that Yuziu would work with other creatures and lure it into an encirclement. The serpent's massive coils tightened around its prey. The coils continued to constrict. The force of the constriction intensified. The serpent's coils tightened further, crushing the mutant red fox. The serpent, enraged, commanded its prey to get your ass. The mutant red fox was caught in the war-axe serpent's constricting grip. The serpent tightened its hold, its scales shimmering. The pressure increased. The war-axe serpent's grip continued to tighten around the mutant red fox. The serpent seemed confident in its victory, believing the fox had no escape. But the fox was not defeated yet. With a surge of power, The fox unleashed a blinding burst of energy. The ground trembled as if something massive moved below. With a burst of displaced earth, a massive tendril erupted from the ground. The tendril continued to rise, revealing its immense size. The landscape was forever changed. The surrounding area was now dominated by a massive chasm. From the depths of the newly formed canyon, a colossal, white, worm-like creature emerged, its purple core pulsing with energy. The creature's tendrils snaked across the landscape, reaching out like grasping fingers. The ground shook violently as the tendrils slammed into the earth. Each impact sent shockwaves through the surrounding terrain. The tendrils coiled and writhed, their immense power evident. The mutant willow protagonist stood amidst the destruction, its form dwarfed by the colossal worm. The colossal snake's face contorted, its reptilian eyes narrowed in a mixture of fury and pain. That single emotion overwhelmed it: fear. At that moment, the tomahawk snake was left with only one emotion. Every nerve in its body had been corroded by the anger of the tree in front of it. The snake roared, "Since you provoked me first." It warned the tree not to even think about returning. The tree was alive, and for it, except for fighting, there was no other way. The tomahawk snake opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It lunged forward, a blur of scales and fury. The snake moved with incredible speed. Its attack was swift and brutal. The tomahawk snake struck, its fangs sinking into the mutant willow protagonist. With the mutant willow protagonist firmly in its grasp, the tomahawk snake questioned if this was all the tree could muster. The snake's coils tightened around the tree's core. The tomahawk snake mocked the tree, asking if this was its dying struggle. Its fangs dripped with the tree's essence. The snake taunted the mutant willow protagonist, demanding to know if that was all it had. The tomahawk snake's jaws opened wider, ready to inflict more damage. Its fangs pierced deeper into the tree's core. Chunks of the tree's bark exploded outward. Sap and splinters flew as the snake's attack intensified. The snake's fangs glowed with power as it continued its assault. The tomahawk snake's teeth were stained with the tree's lifeblood. A surge of energy erupted from the mutant willow protagonist as it demanded the return of Shaoqing's life and others. A blinding flash of energy erupts from the mutant willow protagonist. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The tomahawk snake is caught in the blast radius. The snake's scales begin to crack and shatter under the immense pressure. The tomahawk snake's armored hide continues to fail. The mutant willow protagonist's energy tears through the tomahawk snake's defenses, leaving it battered and bleeding. The snake's body is visibly torn apart. The mutant willow protagonist's power continues to surge. The tomahawk snake is now in tatters. The tomahawk snake is sent flying backwards. The tomahawk snake is completely overwhelmed by the blast. The tomahawk snake is defeated. A primal scream tore through the air. The sound came from Shaoqing, her face contorted in anguish. But then, her expression shifted, a flicker of resolve replacing the pain. The scream intensified, now laced with a raw, untamed power. The air crackled with energy as tendrils of dark power erupted around her. The tendrils writhed and pulsed, a chaotic display of newfound strength. They lashed out, striking with precision and force. Each strike carried the weight of her fury and determination. The tendrils danced around her, a protective barrier and a weapon of vengeance. At the center of the storm, Shaoqing's eyes glowed with an eerie light. The tendrils continued their assault, tearing through the air. With a final surge of power, she unleashed her attack. Shaoqing's attack was accompanied by a furious cry. The force of the blow was immense. It generated a shockwave. The attack slammed into its target. The impact reverberated. The force of the blow continued to drive forward. The target was struck with incredible power. The attack continued its relentless advance. The force behind the blow was overwhelming. The ground shattered under the pressure. The attack continued to pulverize everything in its path. Finally, the attack reached its destination, a massive waterfall, and split it in two. The tomahawk snake's body lay crushed beneath a massive foot, its life extinguished. Its shattered remains were a testament to the force that had been unleashed. The air crackled with residual energy. The tomahawk snake's head, severed and lifeless, lay nearby. A notification appeared, confirming the kill and awarding 90 evolution points. The sentient entity's core pulsed with newfound power. Meanwhile, Uncle U Beast surveyed the surrounding area. He seemed to be contemplating something. The beast's expression was unreadable. A new entry appeared: Golden Monkey, entry level 1. The sentient entity's tendrils writhed, sensing a new presence. A golden monkey was approaching. The sentient entity remained rooted to the spot, its glowing core pulsing with a faint light. A voice echoed in its mind, urging it to rise. The force of an unseen blow sent the sentient entity reeling, its tendrils flailing wildly as it struggled to maintain its balance. Despite the assault, the sentient entity stood tall, its form unwavering against the onslaught. The voice boomed, demanding that it get up immediately. Again, the sentient entity was struck, the force of the blow causing its tendrils to lash out in pain and frustration. The impact of the attack sent the sentient entity staggering back, its roots struggling to maintain their grip on the earth as it was forced to witness the mutant fox and the pack of wolves in the distance. The voice echoed with fury, questioning how it dared to fall. The voice continued to be rated, demanding that it stand up at once. The pack of wolves watched intently, their eyes fixed on the sentient entity as the unseen force continued its assault. A pair of menacing eyes narrowed in the darkness, their gaze focused intently on the struggling tree. The unseen entity roared, commanding the sentient entity to get up. The unseen force continued its assault, each blow carrying immense power. The strikes came in rapid succession, each one aimed with deadly precision. The force of the blows reverberated through the air. The attacks continued to rain down. The relentless assault showed no signs of stopping. The air crackled with energy. The unseen attacker's power was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The energy continued to surge. The sentient entity endured the onslaught, its core glowing brighter with each impact. The barrage of attacks continued to pummel the entity. Despite the relentless assault, the sentient entity remained standing, its glowing core a beacon of defiance. The sentient entity realized it had killed the tomahawk snake. The aftermath of the battle was gruesome, with blood splattered across the ground. The sentient entity considered the scene, realizing. Elsewhere, two figures stood together, seemingly unaffected by the violence. Because this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, all creatures lived to survive, no matter what. What kind of emotion did the sentient entity possess? Was it sadness or anger? The weak could not survive, and so a new life would begin. The sentient entity knew all of this. It could be sad. Still, it could not stop crying. It was really so sad. The tears flowed. The grief was widespread. The sentient entity stood silhouetted against the sky, its branches swaying gently as it continued to emit soft, mournful sounds. Under the moonlight, a thick fog blankets the mountains. The fog rolls over the rocky terrain. The fog obscures the village below. Panic sets in as the villagers realize the danger. A woman lies on the stone steps, seemingly unconscious. Two men approach the woman lying on the steps, their expressions grim. The two men carry the woman through the village at night. They lay her down gently. A red fox watches from the shadows, its eyes glowing ominously. Its gaze is intense. A voice echoes, declaring that they were able to avenge Shao Qing and Shaoling. The glowing tendril pulsed with energy, a prize coveted by the tomahawk snake. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice echoed, promising great benefits to all. A creature, seemingly unwilling, was being forced to drink the liquid. The voice insisted that they treat it as a send-off wine. The voice continued, stating that in the future, anyone who wanted to leave could simply go. The liquid dripped from a sharp beak. Elsewhere, the same liquid dripped before a pack of wolves. One of the wolves opened its mouth, ready to receive the liquid. Back at the tree, two beasts stood before it, bathed in its ethereal glow. A voice exclaimed in disbelief that they had evolved. One of the evolved beasts was a creature with large, curved horns. All of the creature's appearances had changed. Nearby, a creature commented on how handsome they had become. The mutant bison, at level 3, had a lifespan of 4 out of 20 years. Its innate talent was Crescent Crash, a weapon fierce and sharp enough to tear the enemy. Its special skill was Ground Trample, with the frightening strength of its front limbs enough to shake the ground. Furthermore, although the mutant bison was only a level 3, it possessed both an innate talent and a special skill. Even the red fox only had one special skill, and the peregrine falcon only had one natal talent. The mutant bison stared ahead. The narrator noted that the 4 wind wolves were also able to awaken the power of wind. In the spiritual energy era, it was normal for creatures to have elemental powers. The narrator thought that humans should be similar too. The narrator observed that the thick fog emitted from the leaves, just like they could breathe carbon dioxide and oxygen. They also realized that the hallucinogenic secretion of special substances affected the nerves of creatures. The narrator scoffed, noting that the others only raised by 1 level. The narrator observed that the appearances of some creatures didn't change, and it looked like they didn't evolve. 3 blue wolves lowered their heads in unison. Nearby, the sentient tree entity tilted its head, pondering something. The mutant golden eagle and the Uncle You beast both nodded in agreement. The golden eagle lowered its head. A voice boomed, commanding them to bow down. The sentient tree entity remained still. The entity extended a hand. It asked if they were willing to stay by its side. The entity urged them to reach out. A creature with orange fur and blue markings looked up. It declared that it would make them all even stronger, telling them not to worry. The sentient tree entity vowed that it definitely would not let them die. The sentient tree entity declared that it would definitely protect them. One of the creatures admitted to being unsure how much more they were unaware of in this unknown world. Before the entity stood a group of beasts, their eyes glowing with anticipation. The entity stated that there was only one path. That path, it boomed, was to survive by being strong. The entity's core pulsed with power. From the shadows, one of the creatures thought that as long as they could survive, they would be able to see all sorts of things. It wanted to be so strong that everyone feared it. The entity declared that it was everything. It proclaimed that it was the origin of everything. Nearby, the mutant red fox watched the entity, perched on a branch alongside several birds. The fox's eyes narrowed. The final battle with the tomahawk snake seemed to have never happened. At this time, Yuziu was immersed in the deepest location within its body, silently savoring the change brought by the new stage. The ancient tree stood tall. The wind wolves moved as a pack. The cow, white crane, and golden thread monkey were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. The red fox did the guarding. The mutant red fox sat atop a cliff, bathed in moonlight. The pink two was in charge of being lazy. The pink two was startled. Yuziu told the pink two that everyone else was working, and it was the only one being lazy. The pink two exclaimed in surprise. Yuziu urged the pink two to hurry up and go to work. Uncle Yu Beast stares intently, his expression a mix of focus and determination as he prepares for the upcoming confrontation. Meanwhile, Yuziu beckons, confident in his ability to subdue his opponent. Yuziu asserts that he will only need a few seconds to defeat Uncle Yu Beast. Uncle Yu Beast declares that he can take Yuziu down, unleashing a powerful howl. Yuziu seems surprised by Uncle Yu Beast's sudden outburst. Yuziu's core glows intensely. A blinding light begins to emanate. The light is so intense that Uncle Yu Beast can only utter a single word. From a distance, another creature observes the light, wondering what it could be. The light continues to intensify. The source of the light is revealed to be a figure with long, flowing hair. The light continues to shine. The figure's long, flowing blonde hair cascaded around their face, partially obscuring their features, but revealing piercing eyes. Meanwhile, a recommendation for a series called I Came from the Void was being made by Mr. Fu. Elsewhere, an announcement encouraged readers to follow a link and leave comments for a chance to win coins. The title card appears, proclaiming the story of evolution from a tree. Suddenly, a voice wondered what was happening as a bright light appeared. That light was focused on the mutant willow protagonist. Suddenly, a beam of light struck the mutant willow protagonist. The purple core of the mutant willow protagonist cursed, wondering why the light was coming towards them. The light continued to descend. The mutant willow protagonist wondered what the thing was, realizing that physical attacks didn't work against it. The light intensified. The light continued to descend. Someone called out, Xiao. Another voice called out, Qing. The mutant willow protagonist was being enveloped by a concentrated beam of light. Suddenly, the entity exclaimed in surprise, questioning what was happening to them. The light intensified, and the mutant willow protagonist wondered aloud what was going on. A text box identified the figure as Xiao Qing, a human with a mutated soul. Another text box detailed Xiao Qing's innate skill, immunity to physical attacks. It further explained that her unique skill, mental strengthening, allowed her to survive for a short time after death, with telepathy connecting her soul to a body somewhere else. The mutant willow protagonist, still under the beam of light, wondered how many times this world would break their perception. The entity considered that trees could nourish the soul, something they already knew. The mutant willow protagonist recalled a kind of sacred tree from their memory. The entity thought about the soul-nourishing tree, reflecting that although they didn't have an exaggerated effect like that, they were still able to nourish souls. The mutant willow protagonist was surrounded by branches that could be worn on the body to nourish the soul and primordial spirit, keeping the soul alive, and were comparable to... The sentient tree entity was even more convinced of the other theory, considering its statement. A voice, seemingly belonging to Xiao Qing, questioned where they were and who was present. A disembodied voice echoed, speaking of souls that lingered in the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing struggled to remember, questioning who she was. The voice continued, lamenting the difficulty of letting go of loved ones. Then, the voice declared that her name was Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing remained lost in thought, trying to grasp her identity. The voice insisted that she was someone very important. The voice boomed, emphasizing that Xiao Qing was someone of great importance. Xiao Qing vowed that this time, she would definitely. Uncle Yu vowed to protect her, declaring that he wouldn't let her disappear again. The scene focused on Uncle Yu's torso, highlighting his protective stance. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity noted that it couldn't see Xiao Qing's soul. The sentient tree entity remained vigilant, its glowing core fixed on some unseen threat. Uncle Yu appeared shy. He thought to himself that he was just a little pink too. Suddenly, Xiaoqing clutched her head, overwhelmed. She wondered why there were so many voices in her head. The voices echoed, calling out, Xiao Ling, and pleading for her grandpa to wake up, lamenting that there were so many people. The voices continued, noting that they were all crying. Xiaoqing wondered who they were. The sentient tree entity wondered if she was getting her memory back, noting that Xiaoling was now a vegetable and not completely stable yet. The entity continued to ponder if her soul had also left her body. The entity hoped that Xiaoqing was still alive, since her soul didn't show up. The entity considered the possibility of souls merging after death, suggesting that they were originally twins and now shared one soul, referring to Xiaoqing's soul. The sentient tree entity wondered if the essence of life would have any effect on her. Someone commanded them to hold still. A figure bathed in light descends from above. Below, the sentient tree entity watches as the figure approaches, its glowing tendrils swaying slightly. The figure, now closer, remarks that it is a little bigger than before. The sentient tree entity, shrouded in darkness, demands to know what the figure means. The entity declares that it will show them. The sentient tree entity asserts that it is currently within her consciousness. Meanwhile, back in the village, a group of people stand around a bed where Xiaoqing lies unconscious, a glowing orb floating above her. The orb pulses with energy. Elsewhere, a man calls out the name Xiaoling. The sentient tree entity realizes that its body remains in its original place, but its consciousness has been moved. Back at Xiaoqing's bedside, someone begs for forgiveness, stating that the child has fallen into a coma. Within Xiaoqing's consciousness, a purple orb floats before two figures, as one asks why this has happened to them. The figure in the golden orb believes that something is happening. The golden figure realizes that they are able to control the girl's body. Meanwhile, in the real world, Xiaoling's hand twitches. Someone nearby notices the movement and calls out to Xiaoling, asking if she can hear them and demanding to see. Back in Xiaoqing's consciousness, the purple orb floats next to the golden orb as the figure in the golden orb calls out to Xiaoqing, believing she can do something. The purple orb floats alone in the darkness. The golden orb and the purple orb float in the darkness, surrounded by glowing blue tendrils. The golden figure coughs, stating that this is their limit and that it is really exhausting. The golden figure calls out to Xiaoqing, realizing that they can not only enter Xiaoling's body. The figure within the golden orb declared its intention for Xiaoqing to continue living in this world. Meanwhile, outside, rain poured down on the landscape. The downpour cascaded down the cliffs, forming a waterfall that crashed into the valley below, where a vehicle was parked. Amidst the rain, Uncle Yu stated that their target was in that misty mountain. The cover displays the title of the series, Evolution from a Tree, along with the logo for night scans. The heavy rain and thick fog made navigation difficult, one of the cloaked figures observed. One of the figures pointed at a location on a holographic map displayed on a phone. The figure with the phone noted that there was a village nearby where they could spend the night. The other figure responded that the veterans had more experience in the matter, so they would leave it to them. The figure considered something silently. Text explained that during spiritual power awakening, some people are uniquely endowed with the ability to adapt to spiritual energy beyond ordinary people, and once this kind of person completes the awakening, they will be given a title. The words superhuman were displayed, and the figure realized that the one in front of them was a superhuman. The superhuman stood cloaked, their features obscured. Yin Gaoyuan, the legendary first generation, was addressed. The cloaked figure told him to go. Text stated that they were going to the target's location. The rain continued to fall as they approached their destination. He Xiaoqing exclaimed to her master that she had done it. The master wondered if he Xiaoqing had awakened her talent. Generally, the mutant willow protagonist thought it should have taken 10 days to half a month. The mutant willow protagonist asked Xiaoqing if she had heard or seen anything since that day, and she responded, asking what was wrong. The mutant willow protagonist stated that it was nothing, but then recalled that Xiaoqing and Xiaoling were attacked by wild beasts on the mountain and died as a result. The villagers would definitely not let it go just like that. The mutant willow protagonist believed that with his current strength, he should be able to withstand a round of cannon fire. What's more, he considered them just a bunch of villagers. The mutant willow protagonist did not want to expose himself in the process, as war with humans was the last thing he wanted to do. Dense fog began to spread. The mutant willow protagonist decided to take the canyon as the center and spread it outwards, believing this much was enough to paralyze an entire city. The narrator noted that level 2 dense fog could already cover such a big area, wondering how scary level 3 would be. It was also noted that the canyon was less than 4 meters, and they would crash before they could even hit the brakes. The mutant willow protagonist told the wolves that they should get used to it as soon as possible, after birth. Life keeps evolving all the time, and they should wait until they develop the ability to adapt to the dense fog. Thick fog, laced with hallucinations, was being used to create a country of fog, but was by no means a dream. Soon, the mutant willow protagonist's plans would come to fruition. The mutant willow protagonist declared that the mountain would be theirs. The fog continued to spread across the landscape. The land was now completely enveloped in fog. Elsewhere, He Xiaoqing noticed that it was raining again. The mutant willow protagonist thought to themselves, this. He Xiaoqing could sense a very unusual spiritual force. The mutant willow protagonist's core pulsed with power. A bunch of people had come inside the fog. They were getting closer. A figure cloaked in green observed the approaching group. Rain lashed against the rock face, obscuring the path ahead. The vehicle struggled to advance through the rough terrain. One of the men commented that it seemed the car could go no further. The group continued on foot, their faces grim. The captain ordered a few men to stay behind and watch the car, while the rest followed him to the village. He reminded them to bring those guys with them. One of the men questioned whether they really needed to bring them, noting that those guys were not ordinary. Another man explained that it was very hard for tanks and armored vehicles to drive in mountains like this, and that those guys were their last line of defense against the mutated beasts. The narrator explained that inside the rifle were small, armor-piercing bullets, specially made for mutant beasts. It was said that in this place, there were strange beasts with up to 10,000 spiritual powers. One of the men urged the others not to wait until they died to regret their laziness. One of the hooded figures noticed something was wrong. The captain stated that he could hear people crying from the village ahead. The captain declared that he would go ahead to find out the way for them and also see what was going on. The captain was told to be careful, and someone responded that they would be right behind him. The figure, cloaked and hooded, moved forward. A golden energy surged forth. The energy intensified. The golden energy continued to spread. Meanwhile, the sentient entity and He Xiaoqing observed the situation from afar. The sentient entity sensed something through the thick fog. It realized that the people who had come this time were unusual, and there was more than one of them. The sentient entity wondered what they were doing here, questioning if they were here for it or something else. He Xiaoqing exclaimed, asking what was going on, and wondered if the villagers had invited someone to search the mountain. He Xiaoqing was still trying to control the body. He Xiaoqing thought it was really strange. He Xiaoqing realized that her remaining soul fragment was merging with her. The sentient entity is shocked by the merging of souls. It is revealed that Qing'er's body was pierced by the tomahawk snake. The narrator notes that Xiaoqing's soul is unexpectedly merging and that they didn't expect there to still be a soul left in her body. The narrator states that the soul should now merge with Xiaoqing again. From afar, He Xiaoqing is called out. The sentient entity commands someone to eat something. A hand extends, offering a glowing object as a voice demands that someone do something for them. He Xiaoqing is seen sleeping. Someone urgently mentions their granddaughter. The cloaked figure stands ominously. The narrator wonders if she can really be saved. Elsewhere, a man wondered if his granddaughter could be saved. Inside a room, a figure in a green cloak stood over a bed where a girl lay. The cloaked figure explained that they had come after hearing the cries of the villagers, and even from afar, they could sense the girl's spiritual power. How is it, officer? The narrator explained that some people complete their awakening as soon as they wake up, while others only complete their awakening after suffering for 3 days and nights, adding that judging by the particles around her, she has an extremely rare affinity with the fire element. The cloaked figure thought that humans were really lucky this time. If the old man knew about it, he'd go crazy. He held a potion that could extract spiritual power from the surroundings and help replenish spiritual powers. The sentient tree entity wondered what was happening. He Xiaoqing's spirit power was cleansing, and her soul was resonating. From the performance alone, everyone was more or less different. Mutant soul, entry level 5. Entry level 5. She was only able to advance 2 levels. It looked like continuous use of the essence of life didn't give a big breakthrough. He Xiaoqing's soul was rushing towards the sentient tree entity from all directions. A drop of blood falls from a vial held by a cloaked figure, landing on the face of a woman lying unconscious. Energy surges skyward. Elsewhere, a woman lies in bed, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, glowing with power. She senses an unknown force. The energy continues to rise. Atop a stone structure, a group of cloaked figures observes the beam of energy. One of the figures looks on with concern. An old man sits with the woman from before, while a cloaked figure stands behind them. The cloaked figure watches over the old man and the woman. The woman in bed realizes who is in front of her, her grandfather. A group of people stood around, observing the scene. The crowd expressed their relief that she had finally woken up, marveling at the man's ability to heal her so quickly, especially given his military background. A cloaked figure wondered how she could have woken up so quickly, as it should have taken at least half a day. They speculated that her elemental resonance must be terrifying. He Xiaoqing realized that it had worked, though she wasn't used to this body. Meanwhile, the mutant willow protagonist observed that the humans would be spending their night in the village. It determined that it would be enough time to inquire. He Xiaoqing acknowledged someone, calling them master. Noises echoed through the night. Elsewhere, a group of people celebrated, raising their mugs in a toast. One of the celebrants declared that there was more to eat. Another man invited the captain to have some good Chenyinhong wine, but the captain replied that he was welcome, but still on duty. He Xiaoqing sat at a table, surrounded by others. He Xiaoqing was reminded not to start asking questions deliberately, as it would be best not to raise any suspicion. The woman with short hair wondered why they had come to such a place. Yin Gaoyuan stood, holding a cup. It was explained that this area was infested with mutant beasts, and they had come to do some investigations. He Xiaoqing questioned the claim, noting that they had never encountered any mutant beasts in the village before, suggesting that perhaps Yin Gaoyuan had made some mistake. Yin Gaoyuan stated that their spirit satellite had detected an abnormality in the area. Yin Gaoyuan confirmed that was why they were there to investigate. The spirit satellite was shown, and it was revealed that humans had unexpectedly developed a spiritual power detection device. The spirit satellite urged Xiaoqing to ask him more about the spiritual satellite. Yin Gaoyuan confirmed that the spiritual power monitoring satellite could detect anomalies within a certain area, but could not accurately pinpoint the location of source. Depending on the spiritual power level, Yin Gaoyuan stated that they could take precautions accordingly. It was explained that they had come to investigate the area, both to evacuate the masses and to confirm whether abnormalities were occurring in the area's concentration of spiritual power. A new mutant beast was detected in the area. The entity considered that the humans were using a device that could measure the spiritual power concentration in an area. This meant they hadn't confirmed its existence yet, and it was fortunate that it wasn't in that bad of a situation, since they were carrying some kind of locator device. The entity guessed that they had detected its spiritual power during its fight with the tomahawk snake. But now, it had covered the whole valley with the dense fog skill. The entity could submerge itself in the fog. It resolved to try not to make such big movements from now on. The entity admitted that it was really scared of humans now. The entity remained hidden within the fog. It worried about what would happen if they really found out about its existence. The entity considered what it would do at that time. It realized that it would have no other choice but to fight them. Everything depended on tomorrow. As dusk settled, the village nestled among the mountains began to stir. Within the village, a villager urgently addressed the village head, pressing him to consider their discussion from the previous night. A group of figures cloaked in green stood in the village square, their faces obscured by their hoods. The village head lamented that Linger's amnesia had left her vulnerable and inexperienced. A young man, cloaked and determined, vowed to find the best doctor to cure his sister, Linger's amnesia. He was informed that troops stationed at the foot of the mountain would soon arrive to retrieve Linger, and that they should say their goodbyes. Inside a room, the village head watched as Linger peeked out from behind a wall. Elsewhere, a group of cloaked figures, including the determined young man, prepared to depart, their leader urging them to move out. The cloaked figures moved with purpose. The sentient tree entity watched from afar. The wind rustled through the trees. The wind continued to blow. The forest remained silent, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind. Through the fog-laden woods, the cloaked figures continued their trek. One of the figures, presumably the commander, admitted that he had never seen fog this dense before. Another figure, frustrated, questioned why the fog couldn't be cleared away, noting that it had been like this for 2 days and was only getting thicker. The fog continued to swirl around the trees. One of the cloaked figures wondered if they had just passed this place before. A hand reached out, touching a tree marked with a deep gash. The cloaked figures realized they were back where they started, and that this had been happening for 2 hours. The commander looked around, concerned. A large, clawed foot stepped onto a rock. The trees loomed, their branches silhouetted against the fog. A pack of monstrous wolves with glowing red eyes appeared, their fangs bared. The monstrous wolf stood on the cliff's edge, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. The group had been wandering in circles. They realized the spiritual power in the area had risen to 17,000 due to the mist. The group speculated that a mutated beast had reached 17,000 spiritual power. Yin Gaoyuan considered the situation. Someone clicked their tongue in annoyance. The Yin Gaoyuan superhuman was sharp, someone thought. The group was still going in circles. Someone suggested that leaving the way they came would be best. What if they kept advancing to deeper areas? A few hours later, the group led by Yin Gaoyuan finally managed to escape Yuziu's trap. They advanced further towards the deeper part of the mountain. The group continued their advance. A monstrous howl echoed through the mountain. The thick mist swirled around them, obscuring the path ahead and adding to the growing sense of unease. Because of the mist, the group remained vigilant, weapons raised, scanning the surroundings for any sign of danger. One of the men urged the others to stay alert, his voice strained with tension. He warned that encountering howling wolves in such a thick mist would not bode well for their mission. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes pierced through the mist, an ominous sign of what was to come. The man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the threat ahead. A massive, shadowy figure lunged from the mist, claws extended, ready to strike. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving little room for escape. The man roared in defiance, his face contorted in a mask of fury and determination as he prepared to meet the attacker head-on. The rest of the group watched in horror, their faces etched with fear and disbelief at the sudden onslaught. One of the men muttered in disbelief, barely able to process what was happening. The man's eyes widened in a moment of realization, as he seemed to recognize the attacker. A mutant wind wolf had appeared. The beast towered over the men. The order was given to open fire, but to avoid hitting the captain, the men unleashed a barrage of bullets. The bullets impacted the wolf's body. However, the bullets seemed ineffective against the beast's thick fur. The bullets bounced harmlessly off the wolf. Someone shouted a warning that the bullets were bouncing back and to be careful. The men screamed as the bullets ricocheted back towards them. One of the men realized who the beast was. The wolf commanded them to loosen their sticky mouth. The wolf attacked, tearing through the men. A hand reaches out, attempting to grasp another. Suddenly, a figure in a dark cloak appears, striking at the mutant wind wolf. The wolf is sent flying through the air, its massive form momentarily weightless. The beast's eye glows with an eerie light. The mutant wind wolf crashes to the ground, its teeth bared in a snarl. One of the men is pinned beneath rubble, his face contorted in pain and fear. The wolf recovers, its blue fur rippling as it prepares to attack again. A strange mist begins to fill the area. The man trapped under the rubble grits his teeth, his eyes wide with desperation. He wonders what is wrong with the mist, questioning if it could possibly have consciousness. Suddenly, a voice shouts to open fire on what it identifies as a middle-grade mutant beast. The target is revealed to be a honey badger. The order was given to open fire and eliminate the honey badger. The men howled in response, ready to attack. The honey badger roared, its red eyes glowing with fury. It was explained that a peak middle-grade mutant beast's spiritual energy would range from about 4000 to 6000, and that bullets and bombs wouldn't work against it. The men unleashed their attacks on the honey badger. Along with its strong battle strength, the honey badger was more than enough to pose a threat to a small group of fully equipped teams. It was said that a high-level mutant beast was more than enough to endanger the safety of a city. The honey badger stood amidst the ruins of a city. One of the men was injured, bleeding from his head. The injured man yelled at the honey badger to die. The men continued their assault on the honey badger. The honey badger's eyes narrowed in anger. The honey badger unleashed a powerful attack. The honey badger's attack continued to erupt, a blinding explosion of golden energy. The force of the blast intensified, the golden tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The golden energy continued to spread, consuming everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, one of the men wondered if the honey badger was dead. One of the men looked on in shock, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. The ground trembled as the honey badger's attack reached its peak. Elsewhere, the mutant red fox was surrounded by a pack of mutant wolves. The wolves closed in, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Back at the scene of the explosion, the two men watched in horror. One of the men cursed, realizing the dire situation they were in and wondering if he would really die here. The honey badger's power continued to surge, an ominous sign of what was to come. The honey badger's rage was a terrifying spectacle, its massive form radiating an almost palpable aura of destruction. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure warned that they had already warned the honey badger with the mist, and that it was the honey badger who was seeking death. Elsewhere, the glowing blue tendrils floated, seemingly observing the chaos. Amidst the destruction, a voice cried out, pleading not to be blamed for what was about to happen. The honey badger's massive foot crashed down, pulverizing everything beneath it. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The mutant wolves, sensing the danger, began to retreat. One of the men shouted for everyone to stay back. The injured man, bleeding profusely, was supported by his comrades. He realized he had to do something. The man yelled for the team to get out of there. The forest was shrouded in mist, the trees barely visible through the haze. Elsewhere, a group of soldiers stood among the rubble, cloaked and weary, their faces grim. One of the soldiers, his face marred with dirt and anger, cursed the honey badger that had pursued them relentlessly after being struck. A blinding flash of light erupted. The soldier from before considered that the honey badger had suffered 2 armor-piercing bullets and likely wouldn't survive. The cloaked soldiers mourned the loss of 6 of their brothers. Nearby, the sentient tree entity thought to itself that it had finally gotten rid of them and that they wouldn't be back for a while, cursing under its breath. One of the soldiers hoped that the wild animals and the thick fog would put their investigations on hold, even though he really wanted to kill them all, but it wouldn't be good to attract more troops. The sentient tree entity considered what would happen when they came again. The soldier from before resolved that he must evolve to the point where humans are no match for him. Someone asked Xiaoqing how things were going over there. The sentient tree entity stood in place, its glowing core pulsing softly. Elsewhere, Xiaoqing rested her head on her hand, lost in thought. Meanwhile, inside a vehicle, one of the soldiers admitted that he had gotten into a car and left with the other team. The sentient tree entity, observing from afar, thought to itself, "That's right." Back in the vehicle, He Xiaoqing reflected on recent events. She never expected that Linger would awaken her elemental power by accident, and now, Linger was nominated to be sent to the mystery sector. The sentient tree entity saw this as a wonderful opportunity to break into the human race. Inside the vehicle, the soldier driving blushed. He Xiaoqing remained unaware of the soldier's reaction. The soldier in the back thought to himself how cute He Xiaoqing was, stating that she was exactly his type. He also wondered if she had peeked at him just now, and that if she confessed to him, how could he refuse her? The focus remained on He Xiaoqing. Suddenly, He Xiaoqing was struck on the head. He Xiaoqing fell asleep all of a sudden, leading the soldier to call her sleepy lady. The sentient tree entity remarked that the body would match her perfectly, but another voice called it awful and told it to shut up. It wondered if she was a sleeping beauty. The sentient tree entity stated that it could not stand it any longer, but another voice assured it that it was all right. The sentient tree entity observed that Xiaoqing had controlled her body for 15 hours, and it looked like that was her limit. The sentient tree entity promised to give her life essence regularly in the future, hoping it would increase her control time. The golden-haired figure asked if it was true. It was explained that for He Xiaoqing, the essence of life could not only nourish her soul, but could also increase her evolution speed. A swirling vortex of energy pulsed with light. The sentient tree entity thought that it was like a treasure to her. A wolf-like creature was thanked for its hard work. The wolf-like creature carried a bloodied mutant red fox in its mouth. A close-up revealed the mutant red fox's bloodied and battered state. The mutant red fox lay prone, covered in blood. The sentient tree entity considered that the mutant red fox seemed to have fought quite fiercely with a man named Yin Gaoyuan, but was now on the verge of dying. The Uncle You beast barely manages to stand, bloodied and bruised from the fight. The sentient tree entity considered giving the essence of life to the beast, but realized that in his current state, he would explode and die. The entity agreed with itself, spotting something in the distance. The sentient tree entity noted that its vision had improved after evolving to the First Order. The entity's tendril moved toward a stream. The sentient tree entity realized something. The entity decided to move some rocks first. The entity used its tendrils to move the rocks. The mutant golden eagle and another creature noticed the water. The entity continued to manipulate the environment. The sentient tree entity stated that it was almost done. The essence of life was finally within reach. The water below shimmered with an ethereal glow. The shining lake stretched out before them, its beauty undeniable. The sentient tree entity observed that the diluted essence of life was more gentle. Meanwhile, the mutant golden eagle squawked in alarm, while He Xiaoqing screamed. The beast's face dripped with anticipation. The mutant golden eagle declared that this was their reward. Elsewhere, the imposing structure of the Extraordinary Research Institute stood tall. From within, a voice observed that someone had met a tough opponent. The man acknowledged the existence of powerful mutant beasts, suggesting a change had occurred in that mountain. Another voice questioned if the fog could affect the human spirit. Someone else agreed, stating it was their personal judgment that the fog was the cause of the regional variation, but there was no explanation yet. The man with long white hair explained that it was a real mutation, hard to explain, but considering the fog wasn't very dangerous, he ordered the mountain to be put in the yellow warning area for now, and to upgrade it to a red hazard area immediately if there was an abnormality. He then mentioned hearing that someone brought a girl with them, noting her fire element talent. The man with long white hair mused that in this generation, she was probably the strongest. The scene shifted to a green zone, a human settlement. Then to a red zone, with caution tape and warnings indicating danger and the need to be on guard, adding that the whole human race was under surveillance at all times and suppressed by force when needed. Finally, the narrative declared that the most dangerous area was a prohibited area where life was restricted, stating that before the aura recovered, it had already attracted the attention of the whole world, and after the recovery of the aura, it had become an absolutely forbidden place that no life in the world could step into, referring to the Bermuda Triangle. Yuziu was fortunate. Although the yellow zone was under the nation's watch, it was considered expendable, yet still dangerous, because across the planet, save for the cities, most of the area was reduced to a yellow warning. Elsewhere, a beast of level 6 prowled. Further on, another beast, this one at the peak of level 8, lurked. The level 8 beast howled, its voice echoing through the landscape. The force of its howl shattered the ground beneath it. The sound startled a group of smaller creatures, who collectively thought that this looked like a big problem. Another beast, a lion-like creature, stood its ground. A paying sound echoed as the fox from before stood beside the lion-like creature, facing a large, shadowy figure. After that, no one was sent over, and it didn't look like a big deal. The sentient tree entity thought that it looked like a big problem. The sentient tree entity thought it would be better if they never came back. Two blue wolf-like creatures stood over a small pink creature. The blue wolf-like creatures stood over their living prize, ready to feast. The small pink creature was quickly dispatched by the pack. The tree entity gained evolutionary points from the kills, noting that the advantages of taming these creatures were becoming more obvious. Even if they seemed useless, they would help with hunting. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity was determined to become the best of both worlds, commanding something to be eaten. The sentient tree entity considered the one before it to be disgusting. The mutant red fox was told that it wouldn't even eat with them just to maintain its elegance. Elsewhere, a golden monkey was stealing the tree entity's leaves and eating them. Unexpectedly, the golden monkey awakened his innate talent, extreme absorption, allowing his body to absorb beneficial substances substantially. The sentient tree entity currently had 172 evolution points and decided to check out what upgrades were available, realizing that the branches could be strengthened. However, the sentient tree entity realized that 250 points was expensive. The sentient tree entity considered using 250 evolution points to strengthen the branches, deciding to upgrade half first. With 125 evolutionary points, the sentient tree entity strengthened 25 branches. The tree entity gained new abilities. It could now excrete paralysis and stun toxins, use life essence to restore health, and would no longer lose evolution points. With these new abilities, the entity thought that paralysis and stun would make fighting easier. It wondered how the new abilities worked. Meanwhile, a wolf-like creature fled in terror from a ram-like creature. The ram-like creature chirped as it used a blue tendril to attack the wolf-like creature. The wolf-like creature was defeated with one hit. The tree entity wondered why only flat-headed creatures were injured in this world. The ram-like creature wondered where the stinky cow was and what had just happened. The tree entity called the ram-like creature a useless scammer. The honey badger demanded the return of its evolution points. It laughed, asking if the tree entity knew anything about honey badgers. It was explained that honey badgers are omnivores, born with antitoxic properties. Moreover, with its present strength, poison was useless to it. The tree entity realized how it was. It felt strong and wondered when the honey badger had returned. The honey badger thought that for the past few days, they had only arranged its daily life and food, and they didn't let it do anything else. The honey badger recalled that Gao Yuan told it that he would take it to the institute tomorrow, and it had to pass the test before it could enter the Spiritual Power Research Institute. If it failed, it would have to go back. It was revealed that Xiaoling's body awakened the fire element at the same time that Xiaoqing's soul awakened spiritual talent. The essence of life was said to be the key to future human resources. Soon, a monster combining the strengths of beasts and humans would be born. It was declared that the essence of life, if one passed the test, would be a big break into the human interior. Someone exclaimed that they couldn't let go of this opportunity, agreeing emphatically. It was warned that if someone got in the way, they knew what to do. The individual acknowledged that they knew. A stern expression settled on their face. The scene shifted to a view of the Spiritual Research Institute. A voice declared, "Fail." The cover displays the title of the series, Evolution from a Tree. The Extraordinary Research Institute specialized in the study of spiritual power. Awakened people from all over the country gathered here, as well as many authoritative professors. There were two reasons for the existence of the organization: to study psychic powers and to cultivate the supernatural humans. Rather than an organization, it was more of an academy. There were many newly awakened people coming from all over the country. Someone wondered where the country girl came from, saying it smelled like mud. From a balcony overlooking the assembly, the director made his presence known. He declared that the world was changing and humanity's survival was at stake. The director continued, stating that humans must evolve or be eliminated by the world. He explained that sooner or later, the pace of the times would be in their hands, but before that, they must become strong and lead the new generation to survive. The director revealed that the facility was built for this purpose. With a surge of power, the director announced that they would open up a new era. The crowd responded with a resounding yes. Then, another man declared that they would start the first round of the test. The first test was revealed to be a power test. A young man's spiritual power was measured at 1200, a medium level. The next several participants were announced, with spiritual power levels ranging from 20 to 270, all classified as low class. Two more participants were tested, one with a spiritual power of 900, considered medium, and another with a spiritual power of 5, considered super low. One of the observers commented that they were all pretty low. The man with the mohawk declared that compared to the first generation, this generation was far worse, stating that this was the worst he had ever seen. Li Xiaoqing stared at the device, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty on her face as she prepared for her test. The testing chamber glowed with arcane symbols, the air thick with anticipation as Li Xiaoqing stood ready. The examiner exclaimed in disbelief at the score, calling it a terrifying number and declaring it high class. The crowd was amazed by Li Xiaoqing's score. They noted that even the first generation didn't have such a high number, and one person commented on her beauty. The crowd continued to express their amazement at the results, with one person questioning why the high score was so surprising. Li Xiaoqing declared that she wasn't like the others as she prepared for her final test. Li Xiaoqing looked on with a questioning expression. The examiner was impressed by Li Xiaoqing's score, stating that it was enough for such a character to glow, and that she was the hope of the country. He then remarked that it didn't matter if there were students with spiritual power less than 10 in the college. One of the observers asked if the girl they brought could compare to Li Xiaoqing, but the other responded that he didn't know. The observer warned that they should never underestimate the fire elemental. The older observer stated that he was getting more and more interested in her. Li Xiaoqing's hand glowed with power. The power radiating from Xiaoqing was immense, dwarfing even the expectations of the onlookers. The girl's display caused a stir among the crowd. The energy continued to surge. The force of the energy was enough to make some spectators cry out. The old man watching the test was shocked by the display. The crowd was amazed that the score was already over 5,000. The score continued to climb, reaching over 6,000. The energy continued to explode outwards. The force of the energy was enough to send some of the spectators flying. The girl was shocked that she had broken something. The little fire elemental was happy that this was the best time ever. The old man laughed, amused by the display of power. Xiaoqing was in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of her own power. Meanwhile, the examiner found the old man's laughter unsettling as the second round of the aptitude test was about to begin. He also noted that students with values over 100 would be moving on. The announcement was made that students would now be divided by class and sent to different test sites. The next phase was revealed to be the extraordinary ability test. Below, one of the examinees questioned the situation, asking what was meant by the change in venue. Another student wondered if they were meant to pick a fight with one of the examiners. The examiner declared that the next assessment was very simple. If they could lay a single finger on him, they would pass. He added that they could use whatever method they wanted. The scene shifted to a forest, bathed in sunlight. Yu Ziyu remarked on the beautiful day. But then, the willow noticed a foul odor. The willow was then attacked, and exclaimed that his attacker wanted to die. The willow coughed, seemingly injured by the surprise attack. The students lay scattered on the ground, clearly in pain. One of them weakly exclaimed that it hurt. The examiner declared that this was all they had. With a sinister grin, the examiner warned that they would all be eliminated if they continued at this pace. Li Xiaoqing stood defiantly, her expression a mix of determination and anger. The cover displays the title of the series, Evolution from a Tree. In the distance, several figures stood their ground against the mutant golden eagle. A man checked his watch, noting that only 10 minutes remained. He grimaced, realizing that if they didn't work harder, they would be eliminated. The man clicked his tongue in frustration. Another woman looked on with concern. The woman's eyes widened, and she thought to herself that she couldn't get eliminated. A surge of energy erupted. The energy blast engulfed the area. Amidst the chaos, the man stood firm, his expression unreadable. The man smirked, his eyes glowing red. A burst of speed propels the woman forward, leaving trails of light in her wake. Li Xiaoqing realizes that she used the flame to increase her speed, and he wonders how far she can control her flame. Li Xiaoqing declares that she won't be able to catch him that easily. Li Xiaoqing's eyes dart around, assessing the situation. Li Xiaoqing's opponent struggles to comprehend the situation. Li Xiaoqing thinks to himself that this is not a level a beginner should have. The woman screams as she is overwhelmed. Far above, an old man watches the events unfold. Li Xiaoqing is struck by the woman's attack. Li Xiaoqing is surprised by the attack. As the woman strikes, Li Xiaoqing curses, realizing she's too fast. The woman's attack connects with Li Xiaoqing. The figures continue to fall through the air, locked in combat. The man in the suit looked up, startled by the sudden turn of events. The force of the blow sent Li Xiaoqing crashing to the ground. Seeing her comrade in danger, the other woman shouted a warning. From above, the old man watched with amusement. A voice echoed through the testing facility, declaring the end of the round. Xiaoqing's name was called out as she lay prone on the ground. The man in the suit noticed that Li Xiaoqing was bleeding. Li Xiaoqing stared ahead, blood trickling down her face. A dark figure loomed, advising that anyone who gets in the way should be dealt with. The man in the suit urged Li Xiaoqing to go to the clinic first, stating that the test was over. Li Xiaoqing's eyes glowed with anger as she demanded that someone get out of her way. She stood defiantly, unimpressed by the display of power before her. Li Xiaoqing questioned if that was all they had to offer. Meanwhile, one of the examinees smirked, telling his opponent to return to the mountains, calling him a loser. He thought to himself that he had to get rid of everything that stood in his way. The examinee was then struck by a sudden attack, and he questioned what was happening. The force of the blow sent him flying. The attack continued with unrelenting force. The examinee screamed as he was pummeled. His eyes widened in pain and shock. The examinee begged to be released, insisting that the examination was over. He asked if they wanted to kill him. A voice echoed, agreeing that was right. The examinee cursed his attacker. He realized he was wrong and begged them not to continue. The assault continued. Li Xiaoqing, having passed the test, was congratulated by her instructor, who admitted that he had only been trying to motivate her to do her best. The girl, however, remained silent, her expression unreadable. But then, a smile crept across her face as she asked if he was serious. Elsewhere, another examinee lay defeated, struggling to breathe. Meanwhile, the instructor who had been observing the fight admitted to himself that he might not be able to suppress He Xiaoqing for much longer. From a distance, others watched He Xiaoqing, marveling at her abilities and emphasizing the need to focus on cultivating her talent. He Xiaoqing walked forward, her expression determined. Her feet carried her forward. It was said that Xiaoqing became a well-known genius, with sufficient strength to enter the 8th class at a young age, and that she would be the genius of the Extraordinary Research Institute. The villagers in Dashan also evacuated from the village to live in the city. For the sake of their future lives, they had to leave Tianshan Mountain, where the Extraordinary Research Institute was located. Time passed, and winter arrived. During this time, Yu Ziyu continued to evolve his branches. Below the snow-capped mountains, the crisis would not stop because of the cold winter. The smell of death and blood would return again. Floating in the air, the tendrils of the sentient tree entity pulsed with power. The entity was graded as Extraordinary First Order. The battle for the spiritual stones continued to rage. The soldiers lamented the sacrifices made to secure the pit of spiritual stones. The soldiers expressed their relief at securing the stones. The soldiers continued to discuss the spiritual stones. The soldiers stood guard over the pit of spiritual stones. The scene shifted, revealing the monstrous silver centipede. The silver centipede loomed, a metallic monstrosity. The soldiers identified the creature as a silver centipede. The centipede's eye glowed menacingly. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyu had strengthened all his branches and was poised to reach the peak of the First Order, allowing him to hit the Extraordinary Second Order. Yu Ziyu declared that as long as he was on the Second Order, it would be impossible to defeat him, unless it was with a nuclear weapon. With the spiritual power fluctuations caused by his Second Order evolution, Yu Ziyu realized that humans would inevitably discover his existence. For the first time as a foreign race, Yu Ziyu felt that humans were very scary. Meanwhile, a subordinate alerted Yu Ziyu to a big problem. Elsewhere, the Extraordinary Research Institute stood tall. Inside, it was reported that all members of the Northwest Regional Squad had been exterminated. The spiritual power leaking from the spiritual stones mine had attracted a large number of mutated beasts. At first, there were only 4,000 mutant mice and birds. But then, an extraordinary second-order centipede with 120,000 spiritual power showed up. It was announced that the extraordinary forces had arrived. It seemed that the opponent this time was not easy. The humans had discovered a spiritual or stone. A natural spirit stone mine had been discovered in the northwest. He Xiaoqing, an inter-level 9, was the one who discovered the spiritual stone, a special or with a lot of spiritual power. For this reason, more than 10 research institutes were in full dispute over it, as it could speed up the upgrade of body strength. The discovery of the spirit stone mine would allow human beings to catch up with the evolution of extraordinary creatures in a short time. The discovery was too sudden. The purple entity lamented that it wanted to stretch its hand in front of human beings after achieving the 3rd level of extraordinary. Humans, however, had found ways to catch up with other extraordinary creatures in a short time. The entity realized its plan would completely collapse. Not only that, but the extraordinary second-order silver centipede suddenly appeared. The protection soldiers had been slaughtered along with the extraordinary troops, almost half of them. The extraordinary second-order centipede had appeared quietly. The entity wondered if it had the ability to hide its power. The entity questioned what about the humans and why they hadn't fought back yet. The silver centipede had appeared so suddenly. The Federation had never prepared for something like this before. This was the first second-order monster they had seen. Yu Ziyu wondered if he could fight it. It was hard to say, according to the current human algorithm. The silver centipede had an amount of 120,000 spiritual power. And now the master has. The spirit stone mine's energy reading is only 16,000. It was clear now that he could return. He was told to let them know if anything happened. She affirmed that she would. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, someone called out for the teacher, prompting him to ask what was going on. He Xiaoqing was asked what she was doing there, and she thought to herself that she had the ability to hide. Xiaoqing stated that she would like to go to the northwest and see what was going on over there. The teacher thought to himself about what she was doing. The teacher said that if she was interested in the silver centipede, he would take her there when they caught it. The teacher was asked to catch it, and he responded by saying that he didn't think it could still show its prestige there. He assured them not to worry about anything, as they're spiritual or had been prepared. Someone wondered why that centipede would suddenly pop out of nowhere before detection, speculating that maybe the silver centipede had, or. The teacher realized that the problem was with the or. A close-up reveals a character's intense gaze, their expression unreadable. Suddenly, a mutant golden eagle screeches, its beak wide open. The eagle's cries echo as it flies among a swarm of ant queens. Below, the sentient _entity curses the birds. The sentient _entity focuses on capturing the ant queens. surrounded by the ant queens, the sentient interscorpion Trinity urges them to come closer. The sentient interscorpion Trinity declares that it doesn't have to worry about evolution. The sentient interscorpion Trinity's power intensifies. The sentient interscorpion Trinity stands tall, its glowing blue tendrils reaching out. Suddenly, a large claw strikes down with immense force. The red underscore fox is revealed to be at level 8. The sentient underscore Trinity decides it is time to evolve the roots again, despite the pain, in order to boost them. The system prompted the sentient tree entity, asking if it wanted to build up the remaining 8 roots, suggesting that it would have to fight against a powerful creature like the silver centipede. The tree entity affirmed, determined to make itself stronger. Suddenly, the entity felt a hot current. It wondered what was happening. The tree entity's roots began to glow as they burrowed deeper into the earth. The roots continued to dig further and further down. The sentient tree entity's roots continued to expand. The entity steeled itself, resolving to keep getting stronger, no matter how painful it was. It knew it had to be patient. The core of the sentient tree entity pulsed with energy. At the same moment, on the other side of the forest, a trail of blood stained the snow. The landscape was a frozen expanse, the trees coated in thick layers of snow. At the center of the scene, a patch of ice showed signs of recent disturbance, cracks spiderwebbing out from a central point. Suddenly, the ice shattered as the mutant golden eagle burst through the surface, its powerful wings sending shards of ice flying. It had caught something. Clutched in the mutant golden eagle's talons was the mutant red fox, its fiery fur a stark contrast against the icy backdrop. Nearby, Uncle You Beast watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. A group of otters huddled together on a snowy rock, their chattering voices filled with alarm as they witnessed the abduction. "Rumble!" they exclaimed. Uncle You Beast turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the otters. The otters scattered in fear, diving into the water to escape the gaze of Uncle You Beast. Meanwhile, the mutant golden eagle flew away with its prey. The mutant red fox, now high above the ground, looked down in terror at the rapidly receding landscape. The mutant red fox plummeted through the air, a helpless passenger in the mutant golden eagle's grasp. The mutant red fox continued to fall, the ground rushing up to meet it. Below, a massive, shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its form vaguely reptilian and immense. Beneath the massive reptilian figure, a smaller creature stands in the snow, seemingly dwarfed by the immensity of the newcomer. The small, furry creature cries out, its face contorted in distress. The massive reptile's jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it roars. The reptile's massive head lunges forward, its eye gleaming with predatory intent. In the distance, a pack of blue-furred wolves observe the unfolding events. A trail of blood stains the snow, marking the path of a fleeing creature. The wolves howl in the distance, their cries echoing across the snowy landscape. The wolves descend upon a prone figure, their forms a blur of blue and white against the snow. Yuziu's central core glows intensely, its power resonating outwards. Yuziu observes the scene, realizing that his opponent was much stronger and was lucky to have escaped. A beam of light envelopes a wounded creature, seemingly healing its injuries. The creature, now glowing with a green light, thinks of its mother and is told to take a dip in the pool. The Wind Wolf was instructed to gather his brethren and seek out their target. Red Wolf was also ordered to join the search. The entity was told to find the target and eliminate it. The entity considered the situation, realizing that escaping its detection in the thick fog and seriously injuring Brother Ping 2 was impossible for weaklings. It couldn't allow the target to grow to the point where it could threaten it. The blonde figure told the entity to go as well, asking when it had returned. The blonde figure wanted to inform Master about Lingshur, believing that Lingshur might have the ability to cut off spiritual power. The entity questioned if Lingshur could cut off spiritual power, then considered the situation regarding the silver centipede. The blonde figure's master was advised to wait a while longer, as the blonde figure would obtain the Lingshur when the time came. The master responded that her resources should be dispensable to the blonde figure. The entity considered that breaking through to the transcendental third order couldn't be achieved with just 1 or 2 spiritual stones. The blonde figure stated that once the master ascends, it will certainly set off a monstrous momentum, and at that time, even if the entity wanted to hide, it wouldn't be able to. The blonde figure told the entity to take its time in the Lingshur mine, adding that they were the beings most sensitive to aura, and like the underground river, they could find it. The blonde figure stated that they shouldn't mention something. The entity focused on the words Spirit River. Realizing the significance, the entity exclaimed that they should have considered the underground Spirit River. Its subordinates echoed their master's realization. The entity pondered the origin of the spiritual power within the underground river. The entity realized that the source of the river's power was the Spirit Stone Mine. The Spirit Stone Mine was filled with large, glowing purple crystals. The entity realized that the other party likely relied on the spirit stone to avoid detection, and that the opponent was definitely more powerful than the tomahawk snake. The entity changed their plans, deciding to abandon their revenge. They warned that if only the 5 of them went, they would be killed. The entity considered that the opponent who wounded Pink 2 was in the spirit stone mine, and if that was true, they could have gotten past them. They decided that they couldn't say for sure and needed to confirm it first, ordering their forces to divide into 3 groups. The entity ordered Red Fox and Wind Wolf to go to the scene and check it out, telling them to see if they could find that guy. The entity called back the patrolling brothers. The entity instructed the White Crane to check from the air for any suspicious places, including caves, cracks, and even waterfalls. The entity instructed Ching-er to follow them through the hole they would dig, checking the upper parts of the river along the way. The entity commanded its subordinates to remember to report back, no matter what happened. Meanwhile, another of the entity's subordinates was instructed to confront the enemy. Elsewhere, 2 blue wolf-like creatures were eager to follow their orders, shouting that they should go. A flock of white birds flew through the sky. Below, a golden-haired woman lay prone, seemingly unconscious. The entity's subordinate pleaded, guessing that something must be done. Another figure agreed, shouting their affirmation. Deep within the underground cave, the golden-haired woman could be seen through the roots. Someone realized that the master's roots covered the entirety of the underground cave. The golden-haired woman floated down a river, deciding that she had to go to the upper part of it. A landscape of snow-covered mountains stretched out. A red fox stood on the snowy ground. The red fox stood atop a snow-covered cliff, its fiery fur a stark contrast to the white landscape. Overhead, a dark bird soared through the falling snow, its silhouette a grim omen against the pale sky. Meanwhile, further into the snowy mountains, other foxes, their fur now a deep blue, navigated the treacherous snow-laden rocks. The harsh winter landscape seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Deep within the cavern, the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. The air crackled with unseen energy. Shafts of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path forward. A figure stood bathed in golden light, a question hanging in the air. Moving deeper into the cavern, the figure descended further into the depths. The figure noted that, as his master had said, spirit stones were everywhere, and he hadn't expected to find them so quickly. A monstrous roar echoed through the cavern. The spiritual power emanating from the roar was terrifying, more oppressive than the master's. The source of the roar was a massive, horned beast lurking in the shadows. The cavern floor was littered with jagged, purple crystals. The beast's shadow loomed large, cast against the crystalline walls. The figure, cloaked in light, paused before the imposing form of Uncle Yu Beast, recognizing him as the one who had harmed Ping 2. The spiritual power radiating from the beast was immense. Fortunately, it had been discovered early, for given more time, it could have evolved into an unimaginable monster. A peculiar plant, known as bloodgrass, grew atop an ore. It was a companion to the spirit stone and the elephant turtle, considered a vital treasure for advancement. This spiritual herb would be of great use to the master, otherwise the elephant turtle would not be so protective. The beast roared. The beast charged forward. The figure was sent flying. Yi Xiaoqing exclaimed, "Well." Yi Xiaoqing wondered why the beast could see them, speculating if it was because it had reached the transcendental first order. Dark tendrils writhed. The tendrils continued to writhe. It seemed that Yi Xiaoqing had angered the beast. Yi Xiaoqing wondered about Ping 2. Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. Her eyes widened as she sensed a shift in the surrounding energy. The source of the disturbance was quickly revealed. A wave of spiritual, strengthening energy washed over the area. Yi Xiaoqing, now at entry level 9, was at the epicenter. The ground began to tremble. The tremors intensified, shaking the very foundations of the area. An earthquake ripped through the landscape. Deep within the earth, the mutant red fox and another creature sensed the shift. The landscape was torn apart, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The earth trembled with immense force. Amidst the chaos, the mutant golden eagle continued its assault. The mutant red fox, dodging the attacks, resolved to guide the way, thinking that this was the path toward its master. The mutant golden eagle pursued relentlessly. Its massive form crashed through the terrain. The impact shook the very foundations of the area. Dust and debris billowed outwards. The earth continued to crack and groan. The mutant red fox realized the spirit grass couldn't get through, and thought of the other guy. The mutant red fox knew it was too late for his master to rush over, and that if it let the spirit herb escape, it was over. It had only wanted to protect the spiritual herb. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The mutant red fox was caught completely off guard. The mutant red fox's perspective is obscured, but the intensity of the energy is palpable. The mutant golden eagle unleashes a torrent of golden energy, striking the turtle-like beast. The force of the blast sends the turtle beast hurtling through the air. Yi Xiaoqing, witnessing the attack, is shocked by the turtle beast's vulnerability, realizing that its strength is only at level 6 and questioning how it can withstand the transcendental power. The mutant red fox is sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The turtle beast crashes into the ground, creating a cloud of dust and debris. The turtle beast lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. He Xiaoqing continues to express her disbelief, realizing that the turtle beast cannot hear her. The mutant red fox, injured and enraged, bares its teeth. The mutant golden eagle continues its assault, unleashing another blast of golden energy. The energy strikes the ground near the turtle beast, causing further destruction. The mutant golden eagle's attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The mutant golden eagle's attack continues, its sharp beak piercing through the turtle beast's defenses. The eagle's assault intensifies, focusing on a single point. The mutant red fox watches as the turtle beast is struck by the mutant golden eagle. The force of the eagle's attack sends fragments flying. The turtle beast, wounded, attempts to retaliate against the mutant golden eagle. The turtle beast opens its massive jaws, preparing to strike. Blood drips from the turtle beast's mouth as it prepares to bite. The mutant red fox is caught in the blast radius of the turtle beast's attack. The turtle beast, enraged and injured, roars in defiance. The turtle beast's massive claw strikes out. The attack connects, sending shockwaves through the area. The force of the blow creates a cloud of dust and debris. He Xiaoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The turtle beast, despite the damage it had sustained, remained standing, its massive form a testament to its resilience. He Xiaoqing shouted a warning, telling the turtle beast that it would die at this rate. The mutant golden eagle continued its relentless assault, its attacks causing further devastation to the surrounding area. Each strike of the eagle's talons left deep gouges in the earth. The turtle beast, wounded and enraged, opened its jaws, preparing for another attack. A surge of purple energy crackled around the turtle beast's mouth, a sign of the power it was about to unleash. The turtle beast's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on its target. The honey badger, found in Africa, West, and South Asia, is a carnivorous weasel. Its thick skin and rough hands can withstand the attacks of enemies. It is a vengeful creature, but also the most fearless creature in the world. It is a creature in the world. The creature's power surged. He Xiaoqing realized something was changing. The creature was evolving. A thunderbolt crackled with energy. The evolution continued. Xiaoqing watched, stunned by the transformation. Energy exploded outward. The creature's new form began to solidify. The transformation neared completion. The beast's spiritual power surged, surrounding him with an intense aura. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks struck him, creating a blinding explosion of energy. The force of the impact sent the beast reeling backwards. The attacks left deep gashes across his body. His injuries were severe, blood dripping from his wounds. More attacks rained down, each blow finding its mark. The onslaught continued, pushing the beast further and further into a corner. He Xiaoqing watched in awe, exclaiming that it was amazing. The narrator explained that due to the extreme speed and bulkiness of the rock turtles, the beast was getting hit. He Xiaoqing wondered if the beast could win, noting that it was a confrontation between a 7th level and the Transcendental First Order, and that the beast was seriously injured. Despite his injuries, the beast roared defiantly. The rock turtles continued their assault, focusing their energy into a concentrated beam. The concentrated beam slammed into the Uncle You beast, the force of the impact visible. The beast was sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. He Xiaoqing cheered, confident in their victory. He Xiaoqing continued to cheer, believing the battle was won. The Uncle You beast, battered and bruised, glared defiantly. With a burst of speed, the beast lunged forward. The rock turtles unleashed another barrage of attacks. One of the rock turtles stood its ground, ready to defend. The Uncle You beast coughed, blood dripping from his mouth, but he remained standing. Suddenly, He Xiaoqing shouted a warning, but it was too late. The Uncle You beast was struck by a powerful attack. The Uncle You beast reeled from the force of the blow, blood spraying from his mouth. The rock turtle pressed its attack, not giving the beast any time to recover. The turtle continued its relentless assault. He Xiaoqing shouted for them to stop, but her words were lost in the chaos. The rock turtle loomed over He Xiaoqing, its massive form casting a shadow over her. The turtle opened its mouth, ready to strike again. He Xiaoqing glowed with power, preparing to fight. The Uncle You beast struggled to his feet, battered and bruised. The beast remembered the words he had heard, undaunted by the power of the opponent. Fear not death, nor failure. Give it your all, challenging opponents stronger than yourself. The turtle was ready to die to defend his dignity. The Uncle You beast roared in defiance, pushing himself to evolve by constantly challenging himself. The Uncle You beast roared, demanding that someone get out of the way. Suddenly, a small creature was sent flying through the air. The rock turtle's attack continued to devastate the area. The force of the rock turtle's attack was immense. The small creature was bloodied and battered. Far below, the sentient tree entity's core pulsed with energy. The sentient tree entity watched as he Xiaoqing stood before the rock turtle. The sentient tree entity saw the small creature flying through the air. The sentient tree entity realized that the root of the tree had finally. The sentient tree entity called out to He Xiaoqing, telling her to listen as it had finally caught up, and asked her to pass its consciousness across. With a surge of power, someone declares that the master will do it himself, affirming that he has it. The world is seen through a narrow opening. Emerging from the darkness, a massive turtle-like creature appears. Meanwhile, He Xiaoqing is surrounded by dark tree-like tendrils. A menacing, dragon-like creature looms, its eyes glowing with purple energy. The ground trembled as if something massive moved below. Emerging from the forest, an earth rock turtle appeared, its special ability being the power to create earthquakes. It was a mutated beast with elemental attributes, having evolved in the spirit mind and using its aura to hide. The purple entity took aim. The entity shivered, preparing to strike. Uncle You Beast lay defeated, but the entity acknowledged his efforts, telling him that he was amazing. Despite being badly injured and facing a first-order transcendent, Uncle You Beast fought with his life on the line. The entity acknowledged that it must have been painful and told him that he could rest now. The entity declared that the rest was up to it. Uncle You Beast lay on the ground, heavily injured. The Earth Rock Turtle charged forward. The master was warned that the Earth Rock Turtle's defense was surprisingly high and that a head-to-head confrontation should be avoided. The entity's piercing stab attack was not effective. The Earth Rock Turtle blocked the attack. The master looked on in shock as the attack was blocked. It was not easy to penetrate the turtle's defenses. The mutant golden eagle was fighting with Brother Ping too, but he declared that he would leave the fight to someone else. The mutant red fox was left to fight. The mutant red fox looked on with a questioning expression. The Earth Rock Turtle roared. The Earth Rock Turtle continued its advance. The ground cracked. The cracks spread further. The sentient tree entity's tendrils continued to constrict the Earth Rock Turtle. The ground around the Earth Rock Turtle cracks and crumbles under the immense pressure. The tendrils tighten further, digging into the turtle's shell. The sentient tree entity continues to tighten its grip. The mutant golden eagle watches from above. Below, one of the sentient tree entity's tendrils digs into the ground. The sentient tree entity taunted the Earth Rock Turtle, telling it that its main attribute was useless if it wasn't on the ground. The sentient tree entity declared that the Earth Rock Turtle was now just a turtle waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, the mutant red fox unleashed a burst of fiery energy. The energy surged towards the sentient tree entity's tendrils. The mutant red fox's attack struck the tendrils, creating a ping sound. The mutant red fox prepared to deliver the final blow. The sentient tree entity's core pulsed with dark energy as it prepared for the next phase of the battle. The words KSNA flashed ominously, signaling a critical moment in the confrontation. The Earth Rock Turtle, overwhelmed by the sentient tree entity's assault, was defeated. The force of the attack sent debris flying in all directions. The turtle's body crashed downward, defeated. The impact of the turtle's fall shook the surrounding area. A notification appeared, confirming the stone turtle's demise and awarding 8,000 evolution points. Uncle You Beast watched the events unfold, his expression grim. Far below, the landscape was a sea of clouds, dotted with floating islands. Deep within a cavern, a golden figure stood amidst glowing purple crystals. A small, purple, mushroom-like creature exclaimed with excitement. The creature's thoughts raced with avarice, fixating on the abundance of spiritual herbs and rich ores. The harvest of spiritual herbs and ores had proven exceptionally fruitful. The mushroom-like creature reveled in the abundance, its bulbous form practically glowing with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yuziu instructed the others to begin digging, eager to relocate the newly acquired resources. Yuziu had also dug a cave beneath the roots of the tree, providing a safe passage for the animals to return. The fastest among them, the red fox and the 4 wind wolves, were tasked with transporting the spirit stones, utilizing the tree's net for efficiency. Yuziu took advantage of this period to excavate 10 more small caves. This allowed He Xiaoqing, the red fox, and others to cultivate within the cave using the spirit stones. The preparations were nearly complete. It had only taken half a day to cultivate so many ores. They were almost ready to advance. According to He Xiaoqing, this should be a medium-sized spirit stone mine, which is bigger than the one occupied by the centipede. Yuziu was ready. Yuziu was unsure how it would turn out. With the revival of the aura, ordinary birds migrated south, while the mutant birds stayed, able to withstand the cold. A flock of mutant golden eagles soared through the sky, unaware that this would be the most regretful decision of their lives. Suddenly, several of the eagles were struck by a series of blue tendrils. The tendrils continued their assault, striking a variety of mutant beasts. The source of the attack was revealed to be the sentient tree entity. The tree's tendrils continued to lash out, striking with incredible force. The tendrils extended far beyond the immediate vicinity of the tree, reaching across the landscape. The force of the blows was enough to shatter the bodies of the mutant beasts. The tendrils pierced through the air, striking with pinpoint accuracy. The forest floor was stained red with the blood of the fallen beasts. The sentient tree entity stood amidst the carnage, its glowing core pulsing with power. The sentient tree entity noted that the color of its body had changed, and its eyes had become more aggressive, but its head was still bald. It didn't matter what its face looked like, it thought, as it commanded the system to open the panel. The system panel displayed its species as mutant willow, with a lifespan of 1.2 out of 500 years and 13,432 evolution points. Its passive abilities included receiving 1 evolution point per day for sunlight and increased evolution points for killing other creatures. Its inherent talent was super regeneration, and its mutant branches and roots were described in detail, along with its life essence. The panel also detailed the evolution of species and heel mounds, listing Mist Shroud, Illusion, and Earth Element as abilities. The Earth Element allowed it to absorb large amounts of Earth Attribute Spirit Stones and hunt Earth Turtles to gain the power to control the land. The sentient tree entity wondered if it had gained the Earth Element because it killed the turtle and absorbed its essence during its first evolution, chuckling to itself. It then decided to try a new ability. The mutant willow now understood a bit more why humans called the second order of transcendence a disaster. However, the attack range of the Earth Element was only about 100 meters. The sentient tree entity thought that it should get stronger every time it upgrades, and that while it couldn't pull out its roots, if it could manipulate the Earth, it could hopefully walk freely. It mused that inherent abilities evolve with the creature and become more powerful, noting that it was enough to level up last time. But this time, it commanded the system to upgrade its inherent abilities. The system displayed the evolution of inherent abilities, listing enhanced regeneration, strengthened regeneration consumption, and strengthened regeneration ability. The mutant willow realized that enhanced regeneration could be a life-saving ability. Deep within the Earth, the sentient tree entity initiated its inherent ability evolution. Emerging from the ground, the entity's presence began to reshape the surrounding landscape. The sentient tree entity realized that its regenerative capacity was becoming too strong. The entity sensed that everything around it was alive and well, a testament to its growing power. The entity's core pulsed with energy as its form underwent a dramatic transformation. The transformation continued, reshaping its very essence. The entity broke through to a new level of power. Its tendrils writhed with newfound energy. The entity marveled at the speed of its regeneration, acknowledging that it was both horrific and amazing. The mutant golden eagle was caught off guard by the sudden surge of power. The entity's master realized that its body proportion was almost 20 meters taller. He Shaoqing noted that the entity now possessed a spiritual power of around 200,000 to 300,000. The mutant golden eagle pair returned, squawking about finding a suspicious target and hurrying back to report it. He Shaoqing understood, realizing they were referring to the sentient tree entity. The mutant golden eagle declared that the matter had been settled and ordered them to return. A mutant bison, adorned with a small, yellow, cloud-like creature on its head, mooed in apparent confusion. The sentient tree entity, now resembling a massive, toothy flower, asked if they wanted what it possessed. It was explained that the rock flower, a crystallization of the earth element, formed a spiritual flower far more powerful than the essence of life, originating from excess energy emissions. The mutant bison roared, its massive maw opening wide. The mutant bison, identified as entry level 9, stood ready. The sentient tree entity declared that it had reached level 9, and that this ability was too scary. The mutant bison, seemingly communicating telepathically, referred to the sentient tree entity as God Tree. The sentient tree entity was surprised, questioning if the mutant bison had just spoken. It was revealed that after evolving to the 9th level, spiritual consciousness could awaken. The mutant red fox was still at level 8, but would soon reach level 9. It was stated that if they cultivated well, they could awaken their consciousness in the future, becoming stronger. Over the next few days, Yuziu continued to expand the cave, while the red lemurs, monkeys, wolves, and bison helped. Meanwhile, other creatures were also constantly moving the ore. Not long after, He Shaoqing returned to the body of Shaoling at the Institute of Transcendence. Shaoqing found that the body and spirit were already in perfect harmony, the fire attribute coming from the physical body and the spiritual power coming from the spiritual body. The Institute of Transcendence stood tall. Inside, Shaoqing stood before her teacher, who was surrounded by tubes and machinery. She asked what he wanted her to do. The teacher observed a new life form suspended in a tank. The Uncle Yu beast sat perched atop a large, dark mass, seemingly lost in thought. Nearby, two smaller creatures watched the Uncle Yu beast with concern, while below, the beast seemed to be shedding a tear. The text read, "The prodigal son, all alone." Elsewhere, the sentient tree entity was seen using its vines to prod the mutant golden eagle and the mutant red fox, commanding them to get to work. Within a laboratory, a scientist observed a hybrid creature suspended in a tank, musing that it was a hybrid of a human and an evolved wolf. They lamented that after thousands of experiments, it still failed. The scientist continued, noting the human regenerative cells could not resist the problem. The scientist was informed that the next batch of test subjects would be arriving soon, and that these were people who had volunteered to be experimented on. The scientist thought that the fate of mankind was at stake, and that this was a necessary sacrifice. The scientist believed that for them, their experiment must be successful. The scientist considered that if they could break through the cellular regeneration problem, and if they could capture creatures with super regenerative abilities. He Xiaoqing struggled to accept the scientist's words. The idea that humanity would usher into a new age of evolution, that human beings could be rejuvenated, seemed impossible to her. Elsewhere, a muscular man with a shotgun stood over several fallen figures, declaring that they would lose. Far away, in Bayou Gorge, a figure in dark clothing with yellow accents descended. Glasses Boy wondered if Misty Mountain was truly evil, recounting the rumors that it trapped people to die. Suhu countered that was before. Now that they had Qin, it shouldn't be difficult to go deeper. Qin, with her awakened transcendentalist ability of intuition, affirmed that they could indeed go deeper. Glasses Boy noted that Qin's abilities were round and bulging, very bouncy. Lung Feng, however, was not interested in killing more mutated beasts for the last quest, even if the rich people were paying them enough to last a lifetime. Glasses Boy countered that they needed to collect some spiritual herbs and kill a few mutant beasts. Suddenly, He Xiaoqing sensed something coming. A massive, shadowy beast with glowing eyes loomed behind a man. The man with glasses exclaimed that it was a mutant beast. The mutant beast roared. Someone observed that a grade 1 mutant boar was not worth much, but this was a mutant beast. One of the fallen figures asked if they had touched enough, while another apologized. The group explored the mountains, noting that they were currently in the yellow area. They knew that the mist spreading throughout the region was the reason people felt scared. Nearby, one of the women reasoned that if there were truly powerful beasts in the area, an army would have been dispatched already. Suddenly, He Xiaoqing shouted for them to stop, a bad feeling washing over her. The others yelled for everyone to run, insisting that they couldn't stay there any longer and needed to leave before it was too late. A massive white tiger appeared, roaring menacingly. He Xiaoqing's eyes widened in terror. The hunters prepared to fight, one of them yelling. The white tiger's face filled the hunter's vision. He Xiaoqing looked up, fear etched on her face. The massive white tiger lunged forward. The narrator described the mutant white tiger as being at entry-level 7, with mutated tiger claws sharp enough to tear everything apart, and a roar that could make everything tremble, causing opponents to lose the courage to resist. One of the hunters cursed. One of the hunters screamed in terror. The hunter is sent flying by the mutant white tiger's attack. He Xiaoqing, witnessing the scene, shouts for them not to go over there. The mutant white tiger's massive paw descends. Its eyes glow with a menacing light. The tiger's paw strikes the ground with tremendous force. Another hunter is sent flying. A hunter fires his gun in desperation, but the bullets seem to have little effect. The mutant white tiger continues its relentless assault, its claws tearing through the air. The tiger's massive form dominates the battlefield. One of the hunters yells at the others to run, stating that they cannot defeat this level 7 Tiger King and that at least someone needs to escape to inform the military. The mutant white tiger looms over He Xiaoqing and another hunter. The ground erupts as the tiger unleashes its power. He Xiaoqing cried out as the force of the tiger's attack sent her flying. The mutant white tiger's tail whipped through the air, a blur of deadly force. The tiger's glowing blue eyes narrowed as it focused on its prey. A hunter cried out as the tiger's massive paw crushed him. He Xiaoqing, seeing the carnage, realized that they were all going to die. The tiger prepared to strike again. The mutant white tiger roared, its massive jaws opening wide. The hunter was sent flying. The tiger continued its relentless assault. Its claws tore through the air. The white tiger roared, its voice echoing through the forest. The sound reverberated through the trees as the tiger continued its assault. Elsewhere, He Xiaoqing realized what was happening. The white tiger, now in a rage, wondered what was happening. Far away, the mountains stood silent, shrouded in mist. The white tiger's expression hardened, its blue eyes narrowed. The tiger's attack intensified, the force of its blows shaking the ground. The white tiger stood defiant, facing a group of shadowy figures. A voice taunted from the shadows. A low-grade white tiger rests in a clearing. The essence of something lurks behind the tiger. It was said that once the essence of life evolved, it would accelerate the evolution of all things, bringing the subconscious closer to Yuzu. It also allowed the user to improve obedience, enhancing life with new abilities. A voice echoed, suggesting that someone take the strange white tiger. The white tiger's eye twitched. The tiger was changing. The white tiger, being licked by the essence, meowed. The essence of life was more powerful than before, and the tiger became obedient at once. The essence wondered what would happen if it was used on people, deciding to try on the people it had just rescued. Meanwhile, someone was slowly waking up. The essence was now looming over the group of beasts. The person who was waking up exclaimed that they were mutant beasts. The essence loomed over the sleeping figures. Two figures, completely encased in dark, constricting material, pleaded with an unseen entity. One begged to be called Oni-chan, while the other desperately cried out, not wanting to be left alone. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was also wrapped in the same dark material, but she was struggling against it. It dawned on her that there was actually a tree demon in this place. Falling through the air, Xiaoqing wondered what was happening. Realization struck her. This tree could be... Xiaoqing screamed in terror as she fell. Her eyes widened in horror. Everything was being destroyed. Xiaoqing was confused. She realized that the world was being taken over by giant trees, including the sky, the earth, animals, and birds. A monstrous beast with sharp teeth and dark tendrils roams a fiery landscape. The beast's glowing eyes pierced through the darkness. After the birth of the land of the trees, the world changed. A glowing orb floats within a cavernous space, surrounded by jagged edges. Xiaoqing, now held by a tree's tendrils, is asked what her abilities are. Xiaoqing realizes that her sixth sense and intuition are heightened, and that the tree is talking to her. The orb wonders if being laughed at can be considered an awakened ability. The tree tells Xiaoqing that she can stay there from now on and take care of its pets. Xiaoqing angrily asks if the tree took her as a slave. Xiaoqing's eye lights up with a green glow. Xiaoqing responds with a resounding yes. The orb is pleased that its plan worked, noting that the change in attitude is obvious and that the essence of life is fantastic. Xiaoqing stood before the towering, grotesque tree, its form both fascinating and unsettling. The tree boomed, its voice resonating with unnatural power, as it declared itself a giant tree. The tree then demanded that she remove her clothes, repeating the command with increasing urgency. Tears welled in Xiaoqing's eyes, her expression a mix of shock and distress. She hesitated, unsure of what to do. Xiaoqing accused the tree of being a pervert, realizing that not all of its extensions were under its control. Elsewhere, two figures lay prone, connected by glowing tendrils. They hoped to teach the bison and red foxes about humans. The tree entity considered that it could have relied on Qinger, but time was limited. It decided that teaching the humans was better than bothering Qinger. The tree entity decided to build the humans a house first, stating that they should be grateful to have some use. The willow tree was instructed to go to his new room. Suddenly, Xiaoqing screamed. The willow tree had stuffed the humans into a cave, which would be where they would live. The willow tree thought to himself that the chores were done and it was time to get down to business. He considered that, in normal times, he wouldn't have dared to think of this, but due to these extraordinary circumstances, anything was possible. Not only would he be able to move freely on land, but he would also become an existence known as the God of Willows. Due to these extraordinary circumstances, anything was possible. The willow tree had 13,432 evolution points. When he broke through to the second level, he harvested over 5,000 evolution points, killing the Stone turtle, which gave him 8,000 points. A mini classroom lesson explained that entry-level 1 creatures provide 10 evolution points, and entry-level 2 creatures provide 20 evolution points. Entry-level creatures provide 10 evolution points for each additional level for creatures of the extraordinary. The number of evolution points is calculated according to their spiritual power. If you kill a life with 80,000 spiritual power, you can get 8,000 evolution points. To manipulate the earth element, one must absorb a large number of earth stones and hunt earth turtles to gain the power to manipulate the earth. To reinforce the earth element, it would cost 1,000 evolution points. The willow tree was asked if he wished to continue. The willow tree considered that it would cost 1,000 points. After all, he was a second-level transcendental creature, so it costs a lot to evolve. The willow tree decided to reinforce the earth element. The ground rumbled. Nearby, Uncle You Beast paused, looking around with a questioning gaze. A voice boomed, urging someone to get up. The ground continued to shake. From a distance, other beasts could be heard. One of the beasts realized that the willow tree was much stronger than before. The willow tree knew that its range was still within 100 meters. Uncle You Beast carefully moved along the cliff. The beast fell from the cliff. It continued to fall. It was a rather rude awakening. Always the one who gets hurt, the system informed the mutant willow protagonist that it would reinforce the earth element, consuming 3,000 evolution points in the process. The earth element began to take effect. Meanwhile, Uncle You Beast, still falling, wondered what was happening. The mutant willow protagonist considered that every tree root of his body was like a turtle, and that now it could tear the earth apart and cause earthquakes. He knew that if all the tree roots were used at the same time, it would be enough to raise a wave of land that is hundreds of meters tall and drown everything. However, using spiritual energy on such a large scale increased the risk of injury to his body. The mutant willow protagonist knew that he would have complete control of this land. Then, he could travel freely across the world. The mutant willow protagonist's form began to change. The mutant willow protagonist realized that the debt had been paid off in this life from a past life. The land continued to change. The world was now his to explore. A man stands on a balcony, peering through binoculars at the horizon. The view through the binoculars reveals a distant coastline. Focusing on the man's eye, the reflection in the binocular lens shows the same coastline. Suddenly, a massive surge of water rises up from the ocean. The colossal wave towers over the coastline. The man on the balcony watches in disbelief as the wave approaches. The wave crashes inland, dwarfing buildings in its path. The city is submerged beneath the raging waters. Elsewhere, a woman and child watch the unfolding disaster from a window. The woman observes that it is the same continent, and the child calls out for their mother. The wall behind them explodes inward, revealing a monstrous creature. The creature is a massive shark, its jaws wide open. The shark is accompanied by a swarm of other monstrous fish. The monstrous shark lunged, jaws agape, ready to devour Xiaoqing and the child. Other creatures swarmed around them, their intent clear. Amidst the chaos, people screamed for help, desperately trying to escape the onslaught of mutated sea creatures. The massive wave continued its destructive path, crashing against buildings and submerging the city. Elsewhere, a crimson octopus, a first-order transcendentalist, emerged from the depths. The crimson octopus surveyed the scene, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding chaos. Its massive eye glowed with an eerie light, hinting at the immense power it possessed. The crimson octopus roared, the sound echoing across the flooded city. Its massive form moved through the water, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another creature, a third-order transcendentalist golden eel, appeared in the distance. The golden eel slithered through the water, its massive body rippling with power. The third-order transcendentalist golden eel dwarfed the ship, showcasing its immense size. The golden eel surveyed the devastated city, its presence adding to the already overwhelming chaos. The city lay in ruins, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. 5 hours later, inside the White House, the mood was tense as officials scrambled to assess the damage and coordinate a response. The question on everyone's mind: what was the military doing? The president demanded to know why the army's response was so slow, the urgency of the situation weighing heavily on him. He pressed for information, needing to know if the death toll had been counted yet, lamenting that the entire city of Jinshan had been ruined. The president called for Erin, urgently asking if she had found out about the mutant sea creatures yet. Erin confirmed that, according to the results, the mutated sea beast was a large basilisk belonging to an ancient species. She continued, stating that it was estimated to be about 100 meters long and weighed around 70,000 tons, with a spiritual power index ranging from 170,000 to 250,000. The president's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within. Erin reported that of the 3 nuclear bombs launched to kill it, only one met its target. Now that it had retreated to the bottom of the sea, it was difficult to pinpoint its location. The president questioned what she meant by only one bomb hitting, and another official interjected, stating that they didn't even know if it was dead or alive. Erin stated that the ocean's mutant creatures were after humanity, especially the deep sea creatures. The situation was only going to get worse. The massive structure loomed, its purpose still a mystery. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The beast declared that he had found it. Xiaoqing, looking concerned, warned him not to make any mistakes. Uncle You Beast roared in response. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing continued her lesson, explaining that a tiger is... The lesson was interrupted as Uncle You Beast and the tiger cub began a fight. As the fight continued, Uncle You Beast asked where the plate was, and the tiger cub responded with a moo. The tiger cub thanked someone, while Xiaoqing tried to explain the pronunciation of a word, questioning why the tiger cub was upside down. Xiaoqing was losing her mind, finding the tiger's intelligence far inferior to the other beasts. The beast, however, was only concerned with eating. Uncle You Beast, seemingly on the verge of collapse, was asked if he was dying. The situation prompted the Son of Darkness to reflect on how he had become the leader of such a strange group of beasts. The tiger cub questioned if Uncle You Beast was just a cook. Uncle You Beast affirmed that he was now a trainer, despite being beaten up all day. 3 days had passed since they arrived, and the beast tree had not killed them. This was because they were working the way it wanted them to. It was realized that a huge, sentient tree existed in the mountains, 300 kilometers from the city. It was also noted that if the army were aware of supernatural beings developing consciousness, they would mobilize the whole country to eradicate them. The command was given to teach the beasts to read and write, and all agreed. Time passed as the tiger cub, Xiaoqing, Uncle You Beast, and the Son of Darkness continued their work. Someone questioned why the master had kept them there. The reason was that human knowledge was important for the beasts. The knowledge gained from the beasts would prove useful in a fight, But He Xiaoqing sensed something significant was unfolding on the human side. A few hours later, Uncle Yu Beast rested on a tree branch. Humans were now involved. The question arose, had they resorted to nuclear weapons? 3 shots were fired, but only 1 hit, the others bouncing off. He Xiaoqing wondered what that meant. A roar echoed. It had used sound pressure to interfere with the trajectory of a falling nuclear weapon. Even after being struck by a nuclear weapon, it managed to escape back to the bottom of the ocean. He Xiaoqing realized the horror of mankind. Unlike the beast in the sea, they had nowhere to escape to. Someone asked if the sea creature would survive. He Xiaoqing knew the most frightening thing about nuclear weapons was not the explosion itself, but the radiation. But now, in the midst of a great age of evolution, if the seafloor creatures had evolved to have resistance to radiation, that would spell disaster. This would be a disaster for humanity. He Xiaoqing knew they needed to look for a strong alliance. The sentient tree entity declares the need to hasten the construction of an underground kingdom. Beneath the surface, a school of fish swims through the water. Deeper in the ocean, a large, mutated fish with sharp teeth lurks. Nearby, another mutated sea creature swims, its form grotesque and menacing. Back on land, one of the sentient tree entity's tendrils whips through the air. The tendril slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The tendril then ensnares Uncle Yu Beast. The beast struggles against the tendril's grasp. The tendril then wraps around the mutant red fox as well. The sentient tree entity pulls both Uncle Yu Beast and the mutant red fox closer, declaring that they will be going in. Nearby observers question what is happening, speculating that the beast tree is trying to subdue the beasts. Suddenly, a massive crocodile emerges, roaring loudly. The mutant red fox, engulfed in flames, stood defiant against the massive crocodile. The crocodile, jaws agape, seemed ready to strike. The sentient tree entity urged the fox not to scare them, its glowing core pulsing with energy. Meanwhile, a mutant boar, its spiky fur bristling, stood its ground as a blue tendril dripped a glowing substance onto its back. Elsewhere, He Xiaoqing and her companions watched in stunned silence, witnessing the unfolding chaos. The narrator noted that the mutant boar, an entry-level 6 beast, had awakened its inherent abilities. The narrator continued, explaining that although the mutant boar was not as powerful as the bull, the red fox, or the white tiger, it was still a force to be reckoned with. The narrator speculated that in the future, the mutant boar, along with the golden monkey and the peregrine falcon, could be among the big 4. The massive crocodile remained motionless, its scales gleaming in the dim light. A close-up revealed the crocodile's menacing eye, its gaze fixed on its prey. The crocodile began to stir, its massive body shifting slightly. The crocodile opened its jaws wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He Xiaoqing realized what the crocodile was. The massive crocodile, adorned with crystalline spikes, was indeed the ancient emperor crocodile. He Xiaoqing, clutching a glowing orb, realized it was the ancient emperor crocodile. She recalled reading about it in her mentor's book. The beast's presence was undeniable. It was the most ferocious of all beasts. The ancient emperor crocodile stood tall. The mutant red fox, engulfed in flames, snarled, ready to fight. The clash between the 2 beasts was imminent. The ancient emperor crocodile seemed eager for a fight, as if it was saying yes. It looked like the 2 were ready to fight each other. The story begins with a view of the great tree. The battle continued, the earth shaking from the force of the blows. The mutant creatures clashed, their roars echoing through the forest. High above, the Uncle Yu Beast watched the conflict unfold. The mutant red fox's eyes glowed with an eerie light. The mutant red fox, a 9th-level beast, possessed inherent fire control abilities and a special ability to use its eyes for seduction, confusing those who looked upon it. Nearby, He Xiaoqing and others declared that it was time to fight, to prove who was the strongest. The battle intensified. The ground trembled. The mutant red fox, engulfed in flames, charged forward. Below, He Xiaoqing struggled to see through the chaos, exclaiming her confusion. The fox lunged at the larger, crystal-covered beast. The crystal beast retaliated, its massive claws meeting the fox's fiery form. The mutant golden eagle watched the clash, its red eyes gleaming. The crystal beast roared, its crystalline armor shimmering. The fox, still ablaze, was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The impact sent tremors through the ground. Below, Uncle Yu Beast braced himself and the others against the shockwave. The crystal beast seemed to pause, a question mark appearing above its head. The fox, despite the damage, prepared to attack again. He Xiaoqing, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in disbelief. A burst of flames erupted, filling the air with intense heat. The flames intensified, engulfing everything in their path. The inferno raged, consuming all in a furious display of power. As the flames subsided, the earth trembled from the force of the attack. Coughing and choking, He Xiaoqing struggled to breathe amidst the lingering smoke. Meanwhile, the ancient emperor crocodile stood its ground, unfazed by the assault. The ancient emperor crocodile seemed amused, a smirk playing on its reptilian face. The mutant red fox's jaws were agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. That smile, it seemed, meant they had recognized each other's strength. The narrator explained that the ancient emperor crocodile possessed commanding genes from ancient times, making it a terrifying evolved beast not to be underestimated, and that its strength was already on par with the red fox. The ancient emperor crocodile, a ninth-level being, possessed inherent abilities like atavism, awakening the instincts of a beast, and a special ability, a superb sense of smell, strong enough to detect and distinguish between thousands of species of animals. It also had bone armor for protection, sharp teeth, and sonic shock to cut everything and generate sound waves to attack. A man wondered aloud what the result of the battle was and who had won. The next day, the settlement stood against the horizon, a testament to the growing civilization within the Bayou Gorge. Below, the bodies of the mutant red fox and the ancient emperor crocodile lay still. The red fox, despite its injuries, declared that it would do it. With the increase in population in the Bayou Gorge, food was also an issue that had to be considered. Fortunately, with the arrival of the humans, food could now be better preserved. A few days later, Yu Ziyu caught newborn pups from somewhere and gave them to Lung Feng, instructing her to take good care of them. The gesture struck a blow to his dark heart. The humans did well in some areas. In just a few days, Bison and Red Fox have been able to talk to Yu Ziyu, wishing him a happy new year. Happy Qingming. And when it came to learning, Ping Tu and Golden Monkey were as stubborn as they came, unable to remain silent for less than 5 minutes. On the other hand, the white tiger studied hard. However, it struck Ingsha that the most active of the humans not only hunted everywhere, but also made new clothes for Qianqin and Lung Feng. He had even made a breakthrough in his abilities by drinking from the spirit pool. The glowing core of the tree-like entity observed the approaching figure, finding him amusing. Nearby, the mutant red fox watched the approaching figure with concern, noting that he seemed to be heading directly toward the sacred tree. The muscular man continued his advance, seemingly undeterred by any potential obstacles. From above, a voice declared that Bison had gone to stop him, though the speaker remained unseen. Bison, a large, furry beast, descended, ordering the man to stop, asserting that he was not meant to be there. Ignoring the warning, the man declared that he had something to say to the sacred tree. Bison demanded that the man let him through, but the man refused, telling him to go back. Another voice, seemingly using thought transmission, urged Bison not to hurt the man, pleading for him to wait and listen to what he had to say. The voice insisted that Bison let the man in. The tree-like entity considered the situation, expressing a desire to hear what the man had to say. The man proclaimed his admiration for the sacred tree, declaring it to be as great as a river, and asked if that was all that was wanted. The tree-like entity, its glowing core intensifying, gave the man 1 minute to get to the point. The muscular man declared his intentions, stating that he wanted to join the sacred tree's army. Meanwhile, the man took a fighting stance, his back muscles tensing. So, the tree entity had been after something all along. The Uncle You Beast stood before the tree, ready to be taken. The Uncle You Beast admitted to the tree that he hoped to be trained by it. He explained that in this world, the strongest preyed on the weak, and he had only just awakened his physical talent, lacking any experience. You Beast declared that the tree was his only hope to get stronger. The tree entity couldn't believe that a man could betray his own kind and demanded that he get the hell out of here. The Uncle You Beast affirmed that he was leaving, having wasted a lot of the tree's time. The tree entity asked if the Uncle You Beast wouldn't take him. The tree entity thought that it would be nice to keep him alive, as he would rather be here than anyone else in this spiritual place. The tree entity also noted that his current strength had gone up a lot compared to before. Qianqin, at level 6, asked if that wasn't good with these few humans. Green Ash, at level 7, responded that it would be more convenient for entering human society in the future. The tree entity thought that by nature, if you give too much of something, they will get used to it being what they deserve. Suddenly, one day, they stop giving, and then they will be the first ones to betray. That's how humans are. Whether they are such people or not, they must continue to monitor. Now that the canyon is well established and ore-based, they just need to keep a low profile. The silver centipede he Xiaoqing mentioned earlier has been caught, and now it has become the subject of human experiments. They caught it. In just a month? He Xiaoqing intends to absorb the soul of that silver centipede, believing that in this way, she may be able to break through to the First Order. Order is no joke. You'll be swallowed up. She is sure. Xiaoqing has also learned to think about problems by herself. It seems that the human side has grown a lot. Crocodile tried his best to suppress his temper, until what he thought was the strongest flathead just relieved this boring mood. In the midst of fierce battles, Brother Pingtu's strength reached the peak of the 7th level. Meanwhile, a massive scaled beast lurked in the shadows. The golden ape and the armored wild boar also climbed to the 7th level, one after another. As for the birds, except for the white crane who was at the 7th level, the other 8 hawks had entered the 8th level. The wind wolf even collected 30 wild wolves. And now it was a big group. The wolves advanced, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The growth of exotic animals would never be stable. A powerful entity wondered if they should imprison them all. Someone believed that if the Emperor Crocodile was released, he would definitely become the overlord of one side. It was about time. The prison was vast and imposing. Within the prison, a fierce battle raged. The prison continued to hold many powerful creatures. Someone observed that if this lineup were placed in the real world, the entire Federation would go crazy. Nearby, others watched the events unfold. One of the entities declared that each had reached their peak, but they could not give them eternal protection. They instructed them to go out and train, but only those who had leveled up could leave. It was announced that Red Fox, Ox Demon, and Crocodile could go out. The White Tiger howled, having entered Grade 9. One of the entities told the White Tiger that he was stupid and had better stay, warning him not to cause trouble. The White Tiger retorted that he was not complimenting them. The entity announced that the Red Fox will be called Nine Tails from now on, and that he was the boss. It was then declared that Bazin was second and would be called Bull Demon. The Bull Demon had entered the 9th order, possessing a natural talent for crescent collision and a special ability to shake the earth with his forelimbs. Finally, the entity stated that the White Tiger was third. Emperor Crocodile was told that although he was stronger than Bull Demon and White Tiger, he was fourth because he was late. The details of Emperor Crocodile were displayed, noting that he had entered Order 9. His natural talent was to awaken the theativism instinct of the beast, becoming stronger the angrier he got. His special ability was a superior sense of smell, enough to distinguish thousands of odors and track. Further information about Emperor Crocodile was displayed, explaining that he had bone armor, a layer of bony armor that wraps around the body, providing powerful protection. His teeth were sharp enough to tear through everything, and he could use sonic booms to cut through anything and generate sonic attacks. The Master declared that from now on, they would be active as his 9 monsters. The Master warned them not to go to human cities, stating that other places were up to them. The camera panned over a city. One of the creatures, possibly Uncle You Beast, told the Master that he didn't want to leave. The Master responded that if he didn't want to go, he could stay. Emperor Crocodile affirmed his loyalty, calling the Master his lord. The Master responded that although Emperor Crocodile was very strong, he could not defeat 100 with one, implying that he knew what he meant. Emperor Crocodile agreed, calling the Master his master. The Master told the mutant Red Fox to go away. Emperor Crocodile was shown again. The scene shifted to an interior shot of a building. The mechanical beast stood tall, its metallic frame gleaming under the dim light. Far below, He Xiaoqing stood before a massive, segmented serpent. Elsewhere, the mechanical beast's head was suspended by wires. It was noted that the body had been cut to the head for the experiment, and that it was unknown if it was alive. He Xiaoqing was described as having extraordinary second-order vitality and being truly tenacious. From a distance, the mechanical beast declared that she should understand, and that it was better to be its power than to survive there. The mechanical beast continued, its intentions unclear. It then proposed that they live together. The mechanical beast's eye glowed with an eerie light. The mechanical beast's form loomed, its presence imposing. He Xiaoqing's gaze was intense, her expression unreadable. Light flared around He Xiaoqing, obscuring her form. The title card appears, advertising the series. A lone red fox stood on a rocky precipice. Below, the fox was sent flying through the air, crashing into the water. Deep underwater, a large, crystalline dragon-like creature swam. Meanwhile, He Xiaoqing stood in front of a whiteboard, pointing to the character For Tiger. She asked what someone was doing. Hurriedly, several blue foxes ran past a sleeping Uncle You Beast, who was resting on a pile of pink crystals. As the foxes passed, Uncle You Beast was alerted to an approaching danger. Uncle You Beast was sent flying by a powerful blow. The blue foxes watched as Uncle You Beast was attacked. The sentient tree entity prepared to unleash its Lu Yefe Dao attack. The attack landed, but the roots remained unscathed. The sentient tree entity's power was still too weak to leave a mark. That power, it was still too weak to leave a dent on the roots. The entity knew it was okay for close combat, but it took a lot of energy. It needed to build up the willow blade. The system indicated that upgrading strength to level 2 would cost 2,000 evolutionary points, and the entity had 6,432 points remaining. With renewed determination, the sentient tree entity resolved to try again. The entity's tendrils pulsed with energy. The energy intensified, coiling around the entity's core. The willow blade attack struck again, but the roots remained firm. The entity persisted, launching another barrage of attacks. Still, the roots held their ground. The sentient tree entity observed that the power, quantity, and attack range had been greatly enhanced. It was a bit interesting. The entity realized that the attack consumed so much energy and that the condition for using it was to extract its own spiritual power and visualize it. It was not the same as the roots. The sentient tree entity decided to open the system, revealing options for earth controlling, LV2, mutant branch roots, LV2, the main tree root, LV1, and fog spread, LV2. They considered their options. All of their abilities, save for the main tree root, had reached level 2. The sentient tree entity realized that the main tree root was their source and decided to upgrade it. However, the system informed them that upgrading the root would cost 100,000 evolutionary points, which they considered highway robbery. Alternatively, they could upgrade fog spread to level 2 for only 6,000 evolutionary points. The sentient tree entity decided to upgrade the fog, noting that they had plenty of evolutionary points to spare. They considered the thick fog and how, at that time, the evolution points of the 9 big willows with 50 branches each would have killed them. But this would prove the power of level 3. After the upgrade, the sentient tree entity felt they would be more awesome, and they let out a howl. Nearby, He Xiaoqing questioned if that was a dragon, but another figure dismissed the idea as nonsense. The figure was indeed a white dragon. He Xiaoqing wondered why a white dragon would be there and what was going on. The system explained that mastery of the fog spread at level 3 meant the mist could not only serve as Yuziu's eyes, but also change and turn into whatever they wanted. The sentient tree entity mused that when He Xiaoqing came back, she would be scared. They realized they hadn't seen He Xiaoqing lately and wondered if she was busy with humans. The fog began to spread. The beast cried out, noticing something was wrong. Its crotch was shining. Below, a figure was encased in a glowing orb. It was He Xiaoqing, breaking through to a new level. It seemed that she had absorbed something in the Extraordinary Research Institute and began to break through, with the purple centipede all over her body. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, the others wondered what was wrong with Xiaoling. They questioned if she was evolving or if she had simply fainted. One of the men told the others to move out of the way so he could see. He wondered if she was okay to be sleeping like this. He reminded them that Lao Zhao's son did the same when he advanced. An essence of life. Here's firestones. Someone was bringing the firestones. The firestones were brought closer. He Xiaoqing was still breaking through. It was working. Having successfully advanced, the researchers decided to take He Xiaoqing to her room so she could rest. Meanwhile, one of the researchers commented that Yin Goyuan had truly brought back an amazing talent this time. He added that in just half a year, she had broken through the first level, and her future was absolutely... Suddenly, He Xiaoqing yawned, her power immeasurable. Energy erupted around her. The silver centipede, now a weapon, absorbed the energy. It declared that enough was enough, and there was no need for more. The centipede warned that He Xiaoqing was going to destroy everything, but she insisted that she knew it was mentally strong and could explain. He Xiaoqing's name echoed. The silver centipede affirmed her strength. It was not only breaking through, but she had also figuratively turned the silver centipede into a weapon, and her strange knowledge had increased again. More importantly, He Xiaoqing seemed to be more iconized. She told the little master that she would protect them, stating that this was even cuter. The mutant willow protagonist declared that it was cuter and wanted to show them something too. The mutant willow protagonist unleashed its power. The mutant willow protagonist's mist beasts were formidable, but He Xiaoqing seemed unimpressed. One of the beasts, a large, woolly ram-like creature, stood its ground, ready to defend its master. He Xiaoqing, however, found the display interesting, noting the new abilities the mist beasts possessed. The mist, it was revealed, could transform objects and also destroy them. The pressure generated by the moisture in the air produced a destructive force, though the attack ability was only as strong as a median mutant root. Furthermore, the mist beast could absorb any physical attack. He Xiaoqing continued to observe the mist beasts, her expression thoughtful. The mist beasts continued to demonstrate their power, shattering the ground with their attacks. It was explained that wrapping the roots of the tree with mist made people mistakenly think that a new creature had been born. No matter how weak it was, it had the strength of an extraordinary second-order being. With their unpredictable beast shape, coupled with hallucinogenic effects, there was a high possibility of making illusions come true. One of the mist beasts taunted, asking if they were envious. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, while another voice dismissed the display, stating that it was not enough for the spiritual department. With a snap of fingers, the mist beast that had been worked on so hard was dismissed. The speaker revealed that they had thought the mist beast was immortal, but it was not only useless, but also dangerous. They could follow these fog beasts and find the body that controls them. The mutant willow protagonist hadn't considered the implications. The dismissal of the mist beasts had unforeseen consequences. He Xiaoqing urged her master to use the spirit stone, explaining that it would not only obscure his spiritual connection with the fog beast, but also strengthen it. The blue orb agreed, stating that was exactly what he was thinking. He added that he was still smart. The mutant willow protagonist laughed as he took the spirit stone. The fog beast began to change. The spirit stone pulsed with energy. The fog beast transformed into a dragon-like creature. The transformation was nearly complete. He Xiaoqing thought it was terrible, while the blue orb found it cool and handsome. He Xiaoqing noted that it was getting more realistic, and the spirit of the fog beast was now completely obscured. She then addressed her master. He Xiaoqing told her master that she had something else to show him. The title card displays an image of a large tree silhouetted against the sunset. Below, the city burns, consumed by an inferno. The mutant golden eagle and Uncle You Beast are seen in the distance. The mutant golden eagle's beak opens wide. The city is bombarded with a barrage of attacks. Fighter jets streak across the sky, launching missiles. The jets continue their assault, explosions erupting below. A massive explosion engulfs the ground. A soldier in a helmet exclaims that it is. Amidst the chaos, a desperate question lingered. Had the reinforcements from the Freedom Federation arrived yet? The grim reality settled in. They weren't coming. Tanks fired upon the approaching threat. A soldier, labeled as Giant Coral Crab, Transcendent Second, stared ahead, his expression unreadable behind his visor. The order was given to attack the Giant Coral Crab. The soldier thought that they were going to die here. The Giant Coral Crab continued its destructive path through the city. The soldier lamented the destruction of the city, their home. The scene shifted to a butcher shop where carcasses hung from hooks, juxtaposed against a bright, cloud-filled sky. The view expanded to reveal a serene landscape of rolling hills and traditional buildings. He Xiaoqing requested that her master send the falcon to the designated location the next day, as she had something to give them. Above, the falcon soared through the sky. The mutant golden eagle's piercing gaze locked onto its target. He Xiaoqing, accompanied by a spectral figure, wonders if it is the falcon. The mutant golden eagle continues to squawk loudly, drawing unwanted attention. He Xiaoqing warns it to stop. He Xiaoqing remarks that it is their first time meeting, questioning the mutant golden eagle's intimacy. The mutant golden eagle continues to nuzzle He Xiaoqing. The mutant golden eagle is told to give the item to their master and not lose it. The mutant golden eagle chirps as He Xiaoqing smiles. The item is revealed to be a cylindrical object with a blue orb attached. A voice wonders if there's a switch nearby. Faint signs of life are detected from a mutant ant. The mutant ant appears to be on the verge of death. Information about the mutant ant is displayed. Its lifespan is 2 days. Its innate abilities include heaven-shaking power 100 times stronger than ordinary ants, and it has sharp scales wrapped around a layer of golden scales like armor. It also has 6 legs sharp like a sickle, enough to cut everything. Someone asks why their master didn't wait for them, while another voice says they were just having a look. Confined within a cylindrical container, the mutant ant was one of millions subjected to experimentation. He Xiaoqing reflected that, had the ant not been near the end of its short lifespan, she would not have been allowed to use it for the final dissection. Hundreds of millions of experiments had been conducted, but this one gave the impression of something special. The decision was made to awaken its natural talent. The ant had reached level 1. It also possessed sharp scales and 6 legs. If not for the experiments, it wouldn't have these capabilities. It was a blessing in disguise. Xiaoqing believed she had truly outdone herself this time. She assured the ant that, with her intervention, it would not die today. The essence of life was so strong that feeding it directly might cause it to explode. Xiaoqing would dilute it with water from the spiritual pool. The ant began to light up. Vital fitness was on the rise, and its vitals stabilized. Xiaoqing was ecstatic that it worked. Next, the ant was exposed to life essence. The mutant ant, now exposed to the diluted life essence, stirred. A whirlwind of energy began to swirl around it, kicking up dust and debris. The text highlighted the mutant golden ant's innate abilities, heaven-shaking power, 100 times stronger than ordinary ants, and sharp scales covering its entire surface like armor. A close-up revealed the ant's menacing green eyes, gleaming with newfound power. Meanwhile, a massive, blue, avian creature with a piercing red eye observed the scene from above. The avian creature's razor-sharp wing sliced through the air. The wing continued its descent, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. The wing struck with incredible force, creating a shockwave of energy. The mutant golden ant was caught in the blast, the force of the impact blurring its form. The mutant golden eagle, perched high above, remarked on the ant's surprising speed. The eagle's wing continued its relentless assault. The mutant golden ant was struck again, the force of the blow sending it hurtling through the air. The ant, now airborne, struggled to regain its footing, its fate hanging in the balance. The mutant golden ant's agility proved to be truly incredible. Meanwhile, the strength of the mysterious figure could not be ignored, and its size had increased dramatically. The mutant golden ant, in a show of loyalty, thanked his master for not abandoning him, pledging to follow him until the end of his days. The glowing blue orb communicated telepathically, noting that the ant had learned telepathy at just level 5, while the white tiger, at level 9, still hadn't mastered it. The white tiger meowed, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. The white tiger roared, questioning what the ant was looking at and calling him a stupid tiger, before demanding if he could use telepathy. The white tiger continued to meow, lamenting that he could not live with the ant as he cried and ran away. The tree entity declared that before the ant, there were 4 more beasts, and that the ant would remain under his command as the 5th, further instructing him to go to the underground cave to practice. The tree entity added that he would give the ant another name, noting that it was covered in gold. The tree entity declared that from now on, the ant would be called Flash. Flash had witnessed the tragic death of countless compatriots in the human laboratory, and after going through countless experiments, his heart was already full of wounds. The tree entity feared that the stronger Flash became in the future, the more he would be unable to suppress his anger towards humans. The blue orb declared that at least Flash wouldn't turn on him, stating that it was enough. A faint meow echoed through the cavern. Nearby, a small, white tiger-like creature reassured its companion, stating that the smarter a person was, the later they spoke. Below, the mutant golden ant was being constricted by a large, green serpent. The serpent's grip tightened. The mutant golden ant wondered if it was time to evolve. It considered the implications of evolving in such a place. At the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau, red alerts blared. An operator reported a large range of power fluctuations, with spiritual power as high as 24,000. It had been determined that the entity was a mutant beast, initially identified as Entry Level 9. He Xiaoqing contacted the Air Force. Permission was granted to obliterate the beast. The serpent continued to constrict the mutant golden ant. Unaware of the impending threat, Yu Ziyu continued to play with his fog beast. Lungfeng and Qing Zhao noticed the beast had reappeared, and someone shouted for everyone to get inside, urging a child to quickly hide in their father's arms. Below, the helicopters continued their assault, firing beams of energy at the massive beast. The tree-like entity observed the scene, realizing that the creature was, in fact, a human. It was something else entirely. Below, the observers identified the creature as a crocodile. The crocodile-like beast continued its rampage. The woman monitoring the cameras reported that camera 3 was out of order. Another technician frantically reported that video numbers 1 and 2 were also out of order. The woman from before realized that this mutant beast was bigger than a silver centipede and that capturing it with just fighter jets was impossible. He Xiaoqing ordered the Air Force to advance and annihilate the target directly, deploying long-range missiles simultaneously. The order was given to not let the beast escape alive. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity was alerted to a significant development. Something big had happened. The news had broken. The Emperor Crocodile's whereabouts had been discovered. Dozens of combat aircraft had been summoned for the attack. The Federation even dispatched extraordinary troops to the location of the Emperor Crocodile. The sentient tree entity questioned how the Emperor Crocodile's location had been discovered, adding that he couldn't be that careless. It was revealed that the discovery occurred during the breakthrough, and this time, the danger level of the Emperor Crocodile was raised to the highest level. The sentient tree entity considered that the Emperor Crocodile was an ancestral mutant monster, but the Federation was in a mess. It wondered if the Federation was really that scared of beasts with ancestral genes, or if there was a secret it didn't know about, since it didn't make such a big din to catch the silver centipede. He Xiaoqing's subordinate declared that they must go first and that they were on standby, but she cautioned them to be careful. It was noted that the Emperor Crocodile hadn't seen He Xiaoqing's appearance yet, so they might fight. The warning was given to not let things get worse. The peregrine falcon declared itself the first beast it had tamed, the overlord of the sky. The creature demanded help in retrieving the Emperor Crocodile, boasting that at its speed, humans posed no threat. It ordered the planes following the alligator to be held back and snipped off if necessary. With a resounding go, the attack commenced. The mutant golden eagle soared through the air. Helicopters opened fire. The Emperor Crocodile was caught in a barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, the Air Force was leading the giant crocodile to a specific location, where others were preparing to land and intercept it at a psychic monitoring station. Inside the station, the team declared they would fight to the death. The team argued about the plan. The team continued to argue. The team debated whether it was truly necessary to fight the Emperor Crocodile. One member questioned the wisdom of fighting the giant crocodile so intensely, suggesting it would be better to drive it into the red restricted area and let the extraordinary troop handle it. Another countered that the Institute of Biology had just asserted the giant crocodile possessed retro-ancient genes, making it impossible. The woman knew that if it didn't stop it now, it would become even stronger. Elsewhere, it was said that a month ago, the Freedom Commonwealth was turned upside down by moray eels. There was also the ancient giant crab from Sakura country. The crab had destroyed the entire coastal city. The woman's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She knew they would have to face an even stronger crocodile later. The Emperor Crocodile continued its rampage, rocks and debris swirling around it. It unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The energy beams streaked across the landscape. The beams converged, creating a devastating display of power. The boulder rolled up by the giant crocodile collided with the missile, causing a lot of smoke. The interior of the aircraft shook violently as debris rained down. Outside, the aircraft struggled to maintain its position amidst the onslaught of the Emperor Crocodile's assault. Chunks of earth and rock were hurled through the air. The pilot warned everyone to be careful of the incoming debris. One of the crew members observed that this crocodile was completely different from the centipede. Another crew member expressed relief that no shell had fallen on them. The Emperor Crocodile, its massive head filling the view, wondered if the humans had acquired wisdom. Its massive eye narrowed. The Emperor Crocodile continued its destructive advance through the landscape. Inside the aircraft, the crew realized the crocodile was getting away from the battlefield and wondered what they should do. One of them urged the others to use the bombs, even if it meant risking being shot down. The aircraft released a volley of bombs. The bombs struck true, impacting the Emperor Crocodile's position on the floating island. The force of the explosions reverberated through the surrounding forest. The Emperor Crocodile, momentarily stunned, felt its muscles begin to stiffen. The creature's massive form shuddered under the assault. Its jaws, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, remained agape. The Emperor Crocodile's armored hide, once impenetrable, now showed signs of cracking under the relentless barrage. From within the aircraft, a crew member observed that the giant crocodile had stopped moving, its muscles stiffened and exhausted. The order came to unleash the full arsenal, every last round of ammunition. A hail of bullets and missiles rained down upon the Emperor Crocodile. The sky was filled with streaks of light as the weapons found their mark. Explosions ripped through the air, each impact further weakening the massive beast. Despite the onslaught, the Emperor Crocodile, with a final surge of defiance, called out to its master. Inside the aircraft, the crew watched the barrage on the monitor, the screen filled with the blinding light of explosions. All the shells rained down like a storm, bombarding the Emperor Crocodile. Everyone held their breath as they watched the onslaught. The force of the explosions sent debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos, the Emperor Crocodile stood defiant, enduring the relentless assault. Golden energy surged through the landscape. The energy impacted with tremendous force. The force of the blast ripped through the air. Inside the command center, the situation grew dire as the operators reported that Units 2, 4, and 7 were out of ammunition, and Units 8 and 10 were about to run out as well. One of them declared that the last bomb would be deployed. Xiaoqing steeled herself, resolving that it must be done. The energy continued to explode outwards. The blast engulfed one of the monstrous creatures. Suddenly, an operator shouted that other creatures were approaching. Another asked what they were. The operator reported that there were 8 of them, with the highest spiritual power at 9,000 and the lowest at 8,000. Xiaoqing, her eyes wide with alarm, demanded to know what kind of creatures they were. The radar operator reported that the targets were moving too fast to track. The pilots confirmed that they couldn't get a visual lock. The golden eagle streaked through the sky. The beast roared as it flew. Back at headquarters, alarms blared as the operators reported incoming targets approaching from the southeast, moving at Mach 4.6. One of the pilots was shocked by the speed. Another wondered how they were even traveling at such speeds. The Golden Eagle continued its rapid flight. At the command center, an officer reported that they had lost contact with all air units. Xiaoqing realized that the target was missing. She understood that the battle plan had failed. Meanwhile, the elite squad was ready for battle. A woman exhales, seemingly relieved. Meanwhile, in the command center, an operator announces that they've captured an image. The commander orders it to be displayed. The image reveals the approaching peregrine falcon. An officer notes that it's a top predator, even before evolution, capable of traveling at terrifying speeds of up to 390 kilometers an hour. Another officer states that these birds are now at the 9th level, and the current Air Force is no match for them. Someone asks how they can defeat them. The mutant golden eagles fly over a river. The eagles approach Bayou Gorge. A group of beasts charges forward. One of the beasts stomps its foot. Another beast roars. Uncle You Beast senses something approaching. The beast declared that everything was all right now. The creature recalled that the humans had caught him while he was evolving, and he almost died under gunfire. Elsewhere, a mutant golden ant stood tall. The mutant golden ant exclaimed about the humans, and Ixum remarked that the beast reminded him of Igris. Someone shouted from Master Tree. The beast continued to move forward. In the distance, a small object could be seen flying through the air. Someone called out to Master Tree again. It was a subminiature scouting plane. Someone asked if it was found there. There were holes all over the beast's body. Human ammunition, it seemed, could cause extraordinary damage to a first-order transcendent. He did not know how the mutant Red Fox was doing, but the armor-piercing missile was not a big threat to Uncle You. However, the missile that stiffened muscles did. Muscle missiles, solidified muscles, were unnatural. A voice declared that it was a killer for the crocodiles, announcing to its master that it brought a gift. The tree entity realized it was a snake egg, but unfortunately, it couldn't save the mother. So, it wished to give it as a gift to its lord. The beast questioned what it was. It seemed its mother awakened the elements of ice. If it wasn't mistaken, this egg also awakened the ice element talent. And this ice spirit grass was found next to its egg. The beast wondered how many things were hiding in its mouth. It realized it really had a fate with snakes, and this snake egg was icy and cold. The entity could feel the strong spiritual power emanating from this. It seemed that it was capable of surpassing the existence of the tomahawk snake. Someone wondered what that fog was that turned into a vortex, speculating if the elements had also begun to evolve into life. He Xiaoqing watched the monitors, noting that the entity in the lower right corner was indeed a tree. She wondered if it had just moved. Meanwhile, He Xiaoqing received information that the mountain where the giant crocodile had escaped needed to be investigated by the Air Force. It was feared that the mountain could be a habitat for mutant beasts. In response, He Xiaoqing ordered that the mountain be listed as a red forbidden area and that troops be sent to monitor it. No matter what, that giant crocodile had to be killed. Elsewhere, a monstrous entity roared, declaring that something must never be allowed to leave the mountain. The story of the tree's evolution continues. In the distance, a military encampment stood shrouded in mist. Meanwhile, soldiers patrolled the perimeter, weapons at the ready. Other soldiers scaled the walls, maintaining a vigilant watch. Far away, the mutant golden ant traversed the forest, its destination unknown. Elsewhere, the mutant red fox listened intently as the dragon spoke, instructing it to claim the land and create a lake, promising life essence to aid in the creation of a spiritual lake. The fox responded with an enthusiastic yes and chirped excitedly. The dragon reassured the fox, stating that it was all right and that they would play together once it recovered. The fox chirped happily, nestled amongst other creatures. The dragon, its massive form dwarfing the stone archway, prepared to act. Now that the humans knew of the giant crocodile in the mountains, the dragon's minion wondered what to do. It was only a matter of time before they acted. For now, the humans had only just discovered the existence of the emperor crocodile. The minions suggested they leave them be for now, using the fog beast to hide the truth. On this mountain, no human could harm them. The dragon's minion reported that the humans had assembled a small team at the foot of the mountain and were preparing to enter at any moment. The minion confirmed that they had already noticed this and wondered what to do now. One of the soldiers also thought about it. Suddenly, the soldiers noticed something. One soldier yelled for the others to come back. As the soldiers retreated, one of them urged the others to contact the camp immediately. The other soldier confirmed. The emperor crocodile emerged. One of the soldiers gasped in horror. The soldiers shouted that it was an enemy attack, raising the alarm. The soldiers realized what they were facing. The soldiers questioned if the fog was actually a dragon. As the fog beast approached, the soldiers realized it matched the description from their report. The order was given to open fire. The bullets proved ineffective. One of the soldiers realized the fog contained water, allowing it to regenerate quickly. One soldier demanded to be allowed to use the flamethrower. Another soldier stepped forward, ready to unleash the flamethrower. He charged forward. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu Beast stood tall, towering over the battlefield. The Emperor Crocodile demanded that Uncle Yu prove his loyalty by joining them. The soldiers noticed Uncle Yu Beast. Uncle Yu Beast was identified as the enemy, and the soldiers were told not to let their guard down. The Emperor Crocodile questioned the humans' actions. The mutant golden ant's words echoed in the air, a declaration of its power as it stood before the soldiers. It declared that no matter where they went, they would exude the stench of rotting flesh. Immediately, the soldiers responded with a barrage of gunfire, shouting for each other to fire and shoot them. Despite the soldiers' efforts, the fog beast continued its relentless advance, crushing everything in its path. Elsewhere, He Xiaoqing observed the unfolding events, her expression thoughtful as she watched the chaos unfold. She realized that the threat the mountain posed would soon be exposed to the world. The entity controlling He Xiaoqing stated that it was impossible to hide forever, and all they had to do now was show them the true horror of the mountains. It was determined that delaying their entry into the mountains was what they should do, otherwise they would continue flocking to the mountains with impunity. He Xiaoqing's master inquired about the soldier who was tormented by the visions at the beginning. Nearby, a soldier, his face contorted in fear, pleaded for someone to let him out, declaring that he needed help to bring the terror of the fog beast out. He Xiaoqing stated that more powerful armies and superhuman forces were back here. The entity controlling He Xiaoqing declared that they should go to war. He Xiaoqing warned that if they couldn't hide, she wouldn't see them again. The scene is cast in shadow, obscuring the details of the figures locked in combat. Meanwhile, a mountain shrouded in mist stands tall, a place where people are said to wander in circles. Rumors spread that the misty mountains are dangerous to enter, reaching even the surrounding cities. Not only have giant crocodiles emerged, but also evolved living fog beasts. Deep within the mountain, a giant crocodile has created an even larger spiritual lake. 10 drops of life essence were given to the crocodile, and now it has become a paradise for everyone. A surge of energy erupts. The energy manifests as a tendril. The mutant willow protagonist now has 2 branches at level 3. The strength and speed of the branches have increased significantly. It can also split into several branches in an instant and catch the target. Strengthening the branches to level 2 requires 49,000 evolution points. The mutant willow protagonist considers that 1,000 evolutionary points for a single branch seems like a lot, but it's even more for a root. Even for the main root, it costs 100,000 evolution points. The mutant willow protagonist wonders how long it will take. The mutant willow protagonist prepares to strengthen 8 branches, with 823 evolution points remaining. He realizes that his current spiritual power is about 490,000, and the strength is above the 2nd level. He knows he needs to speed up the next evolution. The mutant willow protagonist decides to take it slow and easy in the past, but not now. He sees an emperor crocodile. The emperor crocodile demands to know if anything was found in the river, ordering the other to tell him everything. The massive beast's thoughts were interrupted. The creature reflected on the great river, recalling how treacherous and unpredictable it was, even with the strength it possessed. It admitted that it didn't dare stay there for long, as the water of the great river also had the power to suppress fluctuations in spiritual power. Even so, the presence of existences of transcendent 2nd order and above could still be felt. Meanwhile, in City Z, a desperate plea echoed through the sterile room. Someone begged not to die. 2 figures in lab coats approached the patient, one urging them to come closer. The investigators had determined that a useful clue was the foggy beast that the mist was made of, but there was no other clue. Elsewhere, a patient lay in bed, reaching out to someone on the other side of a window. A woman ordered the assembly of the army and the superhuman troops, as well as the extraordinary 10 heroes of the Federation, declaring that this battle would be under her personal command, noting that the crocodile was amongst the top 3 of all mutated beasts ever discovered. A man vowed to exact revenge. Even if there were only ashes left, he would burn that mountain to the ground. The title card displays the words Evolution from a Tree. The panel displays the name of the series and its creators. A voice echoed, noting the presence of a transcendent 2nd order power. It continued, admitting that it didn't go deeper, but felt a terrible sense of oppression. A massive, scaled head emerged from the depths, its eyes narrowed. It suspected that there were more than just 2nd order transcendence in the depths. Another, even larger head appeared, its maw open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It realized there was even a 3rd order transcendental existence. The voice from before spoke again, stating that this big river was not as simple as a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. The scaled head considered that the god tree could be the one responsible. The glowing eyes of the god tree stared intently. A voice declared its desire to bring that river into its territory, believing that the advantage of letting it flow directly into the sea would become its means of fighting against human beings in the future. The scene shifted to a view of the horizon. A powerful surge of energy emanated outward, carrying with it a declaration of intent. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity, its massive form looming, declared itself a god. The entity considered its options, noting that it was already at the 1st level of transcendence. It knew that if it made a move, the humans would sense its spiritual strength. It then commanded that the honey badger, armored boar, 2nd brother, and 5th brother be sent to conquer the mountain range first. Elsewhere, the golden eagle reasoned that it would be better to use the water as a place for them to train, where they could be protected from the edge. The beast swimming in the water admitted that it had not expected this. Back at the sentient tree entity's location, a subordinate acknowledged that they were in charge of this hunt, understanding what the entity wanted. The entity declared that the prey would be left to be decapitated by the god tree itself. It added that if they ran into someone with good abilities, they could bring them back. The entity instructed its subordinate to take some essence of life before leaving, not wanting anything bad to happen. In response, the subordinate affirmed its understanding. The sentient tree entity loomed, its massive form dominating the landscape. Below, the golden eagle and the other beasts continued their training in the water. It was declared that now that the battle arrangements were in place, it was time for the city. The scene shifted to a mysterious location, possibly within the god tree's domain. Uncle You Beast inquired about the progress of the construction of the cities beneath the Chingy. The sentient tree entity declared that there were 3 floors that, once opened, would connect the entire underground tunnel. From above, Uncle You Beast was seen walking away from the sentient tree entity's location. The sentient tree entity stated that thanks to the wind wolves, everything was progressing smoothly. Following the sentient tree entity's orders, a water source had been brought in, and a tall bridge was erected to connect all the rooms. The sentient tree entity also ordered that the number of rooms and training slots should be increased as much as possible. Moreover, the sentient tree entity explained that spirit stones could act as a source of light, illuminating the underworld and nourishing flowers and plants. The sentient tree entity complimented Uncle You Beast, saying he had done better than expected. Uncle You Beast asked if he could ask his friend a question. The sentient tree entity thought to itself that this place was where they lived, but because they hadn't pledged their loyalty to him, he couldn't trust them. He Xiaoqing asked the sentient tree entity if they were unwilling to show loyalty, would he kill them? The sentient tree entity responded that even if he wanted to kill them, those little guys wouldn't agree. He added that he was at war with the human race, and it was up to her to decide whether she wished to stay or leave. The sentient tree entity hoped that for the sake of her companions, they would get along with each other and not sell information to humans. He Xiaoqing watched with wide eyes. Uncle You Beast urged the sentient tree entity to leave the area. The sentient tree entity realized that the snake egg was about to hatch. The black snake told Uncle You Beast to continue with his business, stating that it had something else to do before leaving. A brilliant light emanated from the egg. Those nearby noted the dazzling light and prepared for what was coming. The egg cracked open. A mutant white snake emerged. The sentient tree entity and He Xiaoqing were impressed by the snake's abilities. He Xiaoqing watched as the mutant white snake demonstrated its power. While Yu Ziyu was happy, other events unfolded on the other side of the mountain. The journey continues, the destination still far off. The ground trembles as the massive beast strides forward. The mutant white snake, now significantly larger, travels alongside the others. The group, led by the mutant golden eagle, continues their advance. The forces have arrived at their destination. The mutant golden eagle declares that the mountains to conquer are ahead. The mutant golden eagle commands that all forces around here must be eliminated, and any survivors should be captured alive and brought back. The mutant red fox enthusiastically agrees to the plan. The mutant red fox prepares to charge forward. The mutant white snake and Uncle You Beast are ready to attack. The mutant golden ant declares that they will go first. The mutant golden eagle warns the mutant golden ant not to provoke any strong opponents. The mutant golden ant's foot crashes down, pulverizing the earth beneath. From above, the mutant golden ant surveys the battlefield. Meanwhile, the mutant willow protagonist remains rooted to the spot. High above, the mutant golden eagle soars through the sky. Below, He Xiaoqing and Uncle You Beast stand ready for battle. He Xiaoqing prepares to unleash a blast of energy. Uncle You Beast roars, unleashing a torrent of power. Elsewhere, a tiger lies bleeding, its life draining away. Another tiger attempts to rouse its fallen comrade. The mutant golden ant continues its relentless assault. The mutant golden eagle descends from the sky. The battle takes its toll, leaving Uncle You Beast wounded and exhausted. The forest floor was a tapestry of shadows and moonlight, the dense foliage obscuring much of the sky above. Deeper within the forest, a chameleon, a first-order transcendent, clung to a branch, its skin shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The chameleon remained still, a silent observer in the heart of the ancient woods. The forest canopy stretched high above. The landscape was defined by massive, arching rock formations. The tree entity continued to hunt, accumulating evolution points from a variety of creatures. The entity's relentless hunting yielded even more evolution points. Driven by instinct, the entity focused on eliminating threats. The tree had hunted a large number of animals, amassing 18,110 evolution points. The tree entity observed the wolves, thinking to itself that they were very efficient to hunt. One of the wolves paused, telling the others to wait a minute and to eat these animals to replenish their strength. The wolf pack began to devour their prey. Not far away, a presence made itself known. A monstrous roar echoed through the landscape. The source of the sound was Uncle You Beast, his massive maw wide open. The sheer size of Uncle You Beast was overwhelming. He Xiaoqing watched from below, awestruck. She thought to herself what a majestic gorilla he was. Uncle You Beast stood tall, his silhouette imposing against the sky. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light. He Xiaoqing remained below, her form glowing. Uncle You Beast roared again, his power palpable. He Xiaoqing's glowing form remained still. Uncle You Beast slammed his fist into the ground, the impact immense. The ground cracked and shattered from the force of the blow. Uncle You Beast stood firm, his massive form unyielding against the assault. He Xiaoqing watched the display of strength, finding it extraordinary. But she was confident, declaring that she wasn't that easy to beat. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. The energy tore through the ground. He Xiaoqing remained confident, sure of her victory. Then, a voice declared that it was their turn now. A figure announced that it was done. The sentient tree entity had cleaned up the piles of bodies. The battle raged on. He Xiaoqing appeared before Uncle You Beast, confirming that she had brought him the gorilla, just as he wanted. Uncle You Beast lay content, a sinister smile on his face. He Xiaoqing questioned if Uncle You Beast truly intended to train the gorilla, cautioning that primates were unlike other creatures and could be difficult to control. Yu Ziyu confirmed that he was listening, noting that the grass had just been cleaned and was already being smashed again. The gorilla, meanwhile, perused a book, stating that he understood Yu Ziyu's concern. He mused that as the most human-like race, primates were also social creatures, and if guided by humans, they would evolve at an unimaginable speed. He further considered that if they could absorb human knowledge, they would become a completely new species, just like humans. From within the glowing purple core of the sentient tree entity, it was observed that this was bad. After all, the world was already in chaos, and it took a long time for species to evolve. The gorilla growled. The sentient tree entity loomed over the gorilla. From within the sentient tree entity, it was noted that the gorilla had awakened and was much bigger than the white tiger. Since then, the gorilla had grown in size. The gorilla was struck by a beam of energy. The beam induced neurotoxin paralysis, causing the gorilla to fall. It was explained that the paralysis came from a toxin produced by the branches of Yuziu, and for entry-level mutant beasts, it was like a nightmare. Yuziu declared that he would give the gorilla two choices now. The gorilla, cornered, was given an ultimatum, surrender or die. He chose the former, uttering a strained, "I surrender." The sentient tree entity seemed surprised by the quick surrender. He had thought of a bunch of threats and lures. The entity mused that it could also talk, even though it was just a primate. It then asked if the gorilla had a name. The gorilla, looking up at the entity, managed to stammer out it. The gorilla's mind raced. The entity declared that from now on, he would be called King Kong. Although he was much smaller than the real King Kong, he could still evolve in the future. King Kong looked up at the entity. The entity announced that it had a gift for him. A beam of light enveloped King Kong. King Kong was confused. King Kong was amazed by his terrific muscles. King Kong felt like even a light punch would kill someone. A description of the mutant gorilla's abilities appears, noting that it is an entry-level 8 mutant with the talent Berserk, allowing it to sacrifice sanity for immense strength and speed. It also possesses the ability to strike with brute force, exceeding the power of others at the same soul level. It is endowed with deadly power and superb craftsmanship. Compared to regular mutant wild beasts, giant orangutans have superb fighting skills and can flexibly use cut auxiliary combat. However, a voice declares that its abilities, while good, are not good enough to be a part of the 9 beasts. The sentient tree entity commands Uncle You Beast to call his people, stating that it needs them. King Kong roars in agreement. The sound of King Kong's roar echoes powerfully. King Kong stands tall, radiating power. Elsewhere, Xiaoqing screams in pain as she is attacked. Meanwhile, a group of gorillas with glowing red eyes descends from the trees. More gorillas drop down from the trees. The gorillas continue their descent. The gorillas swing down from the trees. A large group of gorillas with glowing red eyes gathers, ready for battle. The small, glowing orb seemed to ponder the situation. Elsewhere, Xiaoqing recognized the approaching figures. The gorillas roared, their voices echoing through the forest as they advanced. Uncle You Beast led the charge, his red eyes blazing with fury as he bared his fangs. The gorilla's roars intensified, shaking the very ground. The title card displays the name of the series, Evolution from Tree. The landscape was defined by jagged peaks and sparse vegetation. Suddenly, the ground erupted as a barrage of attacks rained down. The attacker was revealed to be a golden mutant ant, classified as entry-level 6. In response, a beam of energy streaked across the sky, targeting the ant. The energy beam originated from a blue mantis, identified as entry-level 7. The golden mutant ant, despite being a lower level, acknowledged the mantis's strength, realizing that the mantis was suppressing it. The ant roared, preparing to fight. The blue mantis unleashed a powerful energy attack. The blue mantis's attack connected with the golden mutant ant, sending tremors through the surrounding area. The force of the blow shattered the ground beneath them. The golden mutant ant acknowledged the mantis's strength. The golden mutant ant challenged the blue mantis to continue the fight. The blue mantis urged the golden mutant ant to face him. The blue mantis stood ready for the next attack. The golden mutant ant was struck. Elsewhere, a creature resembling an ant with white fur on its rear approached another creature on the ground. The ant-like creature assured the other that it would not die, explaining that its blade was coated with its master's paralytic toxin. The creature on the ground called out for its brother, asking if he was okay. The brother responded that he was fine. The brother asked if the little guy had hurt him. The speaker observes that the opponent is fast, controls the wind, and must possess the power of the wind element. Elsewhere, a creature notes that it is almost dawn and that today's hunting is over. The scene shows several creatures, including a white tiger, a monkey, and a furry beast. A close-up reveals a monstrous face with sharp teeth and glowing eyes. One of the ant-like creatures wonders why the fourth brother is looking at them like this. The perspective shifts to a creature with large horns and glowing eyes. One of the ant-like creatures thinks that if they were to encounter a strong enemy, the horned creature would be able to rush out of the misty mountains and back them up at the first opportunity. Another creature wonders where the stupid tiger is, realizing that it just ran away with the blue mantis. The horned creature thinks that the tiger is probably running to claim credit from the god tree, musing that these actions could not be taught by Qin. The scene shows a tree-like entity with a glowing core in a forest. The massive beast's heavy breathing stirred the dust around its paws. Deep within the forest, the sentient tree entity's core pulsed with a soft, internal light. The sentient tree entity reflected on its efforts, noting that it had been practicing all day and was exhausted, having used up all 450,000 spirit energy. It calculated that there were still 27 branches left to strengthen, and with a few more hunts, they would be fully strengthened. The tree's branches LV3 numbered 23, its LV2 branches numbered 27, and its evolutionary points totaled 781. Elsewhere, the tiger howled as it ran. The sentient tree entity wondered why the tiger was so excited and if the first day of hunting was over. The tiger spat out the blue mantis, complaining about the noise. The sentient tree entity was surprised by this development. The blue mantis landed heavily. The blue mantis, at entry level 8, possessed the talent of wind power, which not only greatly increased its attack power, but could also wrap the wind around its body to greatly increase its attack power. It also had the ability of mimicry, allowing it to blend in with the environment and remove its scent, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. The arm of the sword was described as a symbolic arm, the most fearsome weapon of all. The sentient tree entity congratulated the tiger, noting that it had brought back a useful guy, and the tiger seemed happy. Suddenly, a large insect sneezed. The insect, now much smaller, descends into a pool of water. The insect floats on the surface of the water. Nearby, the god tree watches the insect escape, wondering if it is running away. A voice booms, commanding the insect to get down. The insect continues to float on the water surface. The god tree confirms that it is the one being addressed. The god tree's companion states that Ninetails has not returned yet, expressing worry and a desire to find him. The god tree reflects on Ninetails' absence, noting that he has been gone for half a month, but reasons that with his strength, he should be safe. The god tree's companion insists on finding Ninetails, stating that he is very powerful. The god tree tells his companion that if he can break through to the next level, he will be allowed to go find Ninetails. The companion understands and declares his intention to go to the spirit stone mine to train. The god tree agrees, explaining that the old bull was by his side, absorbing the spiritual power he emitted, and after a long period of accumulation, he reached entry level 9, and now goes to the spirit stone mine, where the soil matches the properties of the bull. By then, the beast would break through to the transcendence level. 3 days passed, and the mutant golden ant wondered what kind of strength would come. In those 3 days, all of the god tree's branches have been strengthened with the help of the white tiger and the light flash. The god tree's branches reached level 3, and it now had 50 roots. After the mutant willow protagonist learned something, he realized that if the branches were constantly infused with spiritual power, they could split into more branches. The mutant willow protagonist decided to try infusing all the spiritual power into the branches to see what would happen in the end. He injected the spiritual power. The branches absorbed the power. Elsewhere, the mutant red fox, the mutant golden eagle, and the blue mantis were present. He Xiaoqing was surprised by something. The title card displays the name of the series, Evolution from Tree. Beneath a massive, natural archway, He Xiaoqing and the blue mantis continued their journey. He Xiaoqing gazed upwards, realizing the spectacle above was an aurora borealis. The sky shimmered with brilliance. He Xiaoqing thought it was beautiful. He Xiaoqing realized the aurora was a frightening force, and if it were to fall, the place would be flattened immediately. The brilliance intensified. The mutant golden ant declared it was an honor for the humans to see the power of Master in action. The mutant golden ant declared that if it weren't for their master finding He Xiaoqing and the blue mantis useful, he would have already killed them. He Xiaoqing questioned what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Lungfeng was asked if she hated humans that much. She responded that the question was funny. High above, a figure stood on a precipice, seemingly unaware of the mutant golden ant below. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, declaring, "I abhor them." Below, He Xiaoqing and the blue mantis stood near a massive tail. Lungfeng's eyes widened in shock. She gasped. Energy surged around her. The energy intensified. The forest was visible in the background. A voice declared that the rate of spiritual consumption was terrifying and that in just a few breaths, more than 400,000 spiritual energy was lost like a flood. It seemed that the level 3 ability was too heavy to use at the second level of transcendence, and that at present, this trick could only be used at a critical moment of life and death. Deep within the mountain, the Uncle Yu beast and his primate army continued their work. Further up, the winding tunnels and precarious scaffolding revealed the scale of their operation. The Uncle Yu beast surveyed the scene, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Nearby, a hulking figure stood guard, a massive tail coiled behind him. He acknowledged the god tree's presence, confident that the primates could be controlled as long as they recognized his superior strength. The hulking figure resolved to train them in the direction of the army and turn them into a military unit. Elsewhere in the mountain, a lone figure stood watch. Suddenly, the ground shook. The figure exclaimed that it was an earthquake. He quickly realized it wasn't an earthquake, but something similar to Xiaoqing's breakthrough. The figure wondered if it was the bull demon evolving, but because the spiritual power was blocked by the spirit stone, he couldn't perceive many things. He realized that if there wasn't any light, he wouldn't have noticed it. The figure exclaimed that it was coming out of this hole. He realized that's where the spirit earth stones were stored. The black dragon-like creature felt the immense momentum and wondered just how strong it was. Meanwhile, the Uncle You beast was surrounded by a surge of energy. The beast roared, its mouth wide open. The power of the earth manifested in a swirling form. It was explained that by absorbing large quantities of spirit earth stones, these flowers bloomed, containing a large amount of spirit stones, which is beneficial to Bull Demon. The Uncle You beast was at the center of a beam of energy, and it thought that it couldn't wait for the moment he would break through. The beast gnashed its teeth, seemingly impatient. The energy intensified, and the beast bellowed. The Uncle You beast was fully engulfed in the surge of power. The beast cried out as the transformation reached its peak. Nearby, the sentient tree entity noticed the change and realized that the surge of power was happening near its hole. The energy beam continued to penetrate the earth, reaching the location of the sentient tree entity. The Uncle You beast, now partially transformed, wondered why every breakthrough had to be ruined for him. His orange eyes glowed menacingly from within the beast's form. That was what had happened with He Xiaoqing, and now with the Uncle You beast as well. The air crackled with energy. The transformation continued, the beast's form becoming more defined, its horns growing larger and more prominent. The Uncle You beast took a step forward, its massive form radiating power. The beast thought that this pair of horns was even more majestic. Judging from his aura, it was already clear that he was on a different level from the white tiger. The air around the Uncle You beast twisted as the system prompted to open the Bull Demon attributes interface. The beast's gravity field relied on its control of the earth to change the gravity around it. The Uncle You beast unexpectedly awakened this ability, exclaiming that gravity was the most powerful force in the world. Another beast, referring to the Uncle You beast as second brother, noted that he had gotten stronger again. The Uncle You beast towered over the other beast, its transformation nearly complete. The Uncle You beast thought that gravity was easy. The other beast stated that the only way to understand the power of gravity was to find it out in a fight. The blue mantis and the golden ant face off, their power palpable. The blue mantis declares that if the golden ant wins, they will be allowed to leave, but if they lose, they must stay and obey. The golden ant apologizes. The Uncle You beast shouts for the golden ant to come on. The blue mantis and the golden ant clash. The golden ant and the blue mantis exchange blows, their attacks creating streaks of light. He Xiaoqing observes that they are too fast to see, acknowledging that they are both good. The blue mantis unleashes a blue meteor attack. The golden ant counters with a golden flash. The Uncle You beast watches the fight from atop a white tiger. The Uncle You beast watches the fight intently. The blue mantis declared victory. The golden ant's attack landed, the force of the blow evident. The impact caused the Uncle You beast to roar in pain. The blue mantis, witnessing the attack, was caught off guard. It was clear that the mantis was in shock. Despite the damage, the Uncle You beast stood its ground, bracing for another attack. The Uncle You beast warned the mantis not to even think about sneaking up there, threatening that it would die. The blue mantis, despite being crushed and having broken joints, insisted that it was okay. It was explained that the Rain of Vitality is another use of the essence of life, capable of accelerating the healing of living beings and awakening the vitality of the body on a deep level. Though the exterior appeared intact, the force of gravity had shattered the creature's internal organs. Fortunately, the Rain of Vitality would prevent a month-long recovery. Suddenly, a voice declared its intention to join the fight, wielding a blade of pure energy. The Uncle You beast cried out as the blade struck. The golden ant cursed as it was struck. The mutant willow protagonist watched the battle unfold. The mutant willow protagonist spoke, explaining that the creature had just broken through the transcendental stage and still needed to polish its abilities. He added that in the future, its power would be 10 times stronger than it was now. The Uncle You beast was told that it would be allowed to find 9 tails now that it had broken through. However, it was warned to be careful and to return straight back if it found 9 tails. The Uncle You beast acknowledged the instructions and was told to go. The Uncle You beast prepared to depart. Far below, a military encampment stood ready. One soldier asked if his comrade had heard something, questioning whether the crocodile would rush out. Another soldier expressed disbelief at how far they were from their previous station, noting the arrival of people from the Transcendental Force. The order was given to wait for all the troops and artillery to arrive, as they were about to level the mountain. The Transcendental Research Institute stood as a beacon of scientific advancement. Nearby, a golden leaf drifted around He Xiaoqing, who was surrounded by swirling energy. The energy intensified, the ground around her cracking under the strain. He Xiaoqing realized that after entering the transcendental stage, her powers were much stronger than she had thought. She gazed at the golden leaf, contemplating her newfound abilities. The power felt like a fusion between physical and spiritual abilities. The surge of power added a fantastic change to the flame. Another woman, Ms. Linger, informed He Xiaoqing that the mentors were waiting. Linger urged her to go. He Xiaoqing looked down into a massive hole in the ground. Linger was amazed that the training room was made from superalloy. The training room was vast, easily accommodating the assembled group of trainees. Xiaoling had finally arrived. A man in a lab coat greeted her with open arms, clearly excited. Behind the man, Li Hao observed Xiaoling, acknowledging that she was the one they had been waiting for. A wave of heat emanated from Xiaoling's body, bursts of spiritual power radiating outwards. But the most important thing was, Li Hao thought that she was really good-looking. Li Hao introduced himself, assuming Xiaoling had heard of him. Xiaoling bluntly stated that she hadn't heard of him, prompting laughter from someone nearby. The professor was laughing too loudly. Xiaoling thought that Li Hao had been so confident just moments ago, as if the whole world knew him. Someone mentioned that Li Hao was one of the top performers of the Federation and had broken through to the transcendental level half a month earlier than Xiaoling. It was said that Li Hao was the son of a wealthy businessman from the Li family, and his father had spent billions on spiritual herbs for him. Li Hao had recently become the youngest major general in the Federation for his outstanding service in suppressing the coastal beast invasion. Li Hao's invitation to join the 2nd Military District came with a condition. He had to test her to see if she was qualified. He Xiaoqing seemed surprised by this. General Li explained that the test was simple. She just had to fight him. As the fight began, onlookers shouted for Xiaoqing to beat him, reminding each other not to underestimate their lab's ace. They warned her that General Li used a very special thunder element, and that she had to be careful. Someone else yelled for Li Hao to teach that country girl a lesson. As General Li prepared to attack, someone shouted a warning to watch out, but he declared that he was going on. Xiaoqing prepared her own attack, announcing Fire Butterfly. General Li realized that it was indeed a butterfly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqing had turned the most violent flame into such a flashy thing. Someone warned General Li to be careful. General Li, now charged with thunderous energy, exclaimed that it had to be a joke, calling it a fire butterfly. General Li declared his spiritual power was as high as 20,000, warning that he would blow his opponent up. His fist began to shine with power. The attack struck He Xiaoqing. The force of the blow sent her flying, and she cried out that it was burning her to death. From the sidelines, one of the spectators urged Xiaoling to kill him, while another protested that it would be a crime. Another spectator yelled at Li Hao, demanding that he not show mercy and beat her down. The crowd continued to shout at Li Hao to finish her and for Xiaoling to come on. General Li was told not to give up, as another spectator commented that it was just a fire butterfly, but it had a strong lethality. From the sidelines, He Xiaoqing was told to be careful. General Li's eyes glowed with power. He declared that he would use his full power. His opponent was warned not to get too cocky. General Li declared that he wouldn't be blamed if He Xiaoqing were to die. He Xiaoqing, however, remained confident. She thought to herself that such a thing wouldn't happen to her. Elsewhere, a man with horns and a mask was shocked by what he was seeing. The man with horns and a mask declared that it was too late for He Xiaoqing to admit defeat. He Xiaoqing stood tall, surrounded by golden butterflies. The golden eagle, surrounded by a swarm of golden butterflies, warned his opponent not to blame him if he died. With a furious roar, Uncle Yu unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow ripped through the air. The golden eagle was sent flying backwards from the impact. The attack created a swirling vortex of energy. A figure screamed in the distance, followed by a pained grunt. He Xiaoqing lay on the ground, seemingly defeated. Coughing up blood, the golden eagle struggled to breathe. Elsewhere, a computer screen displayed information about Li Hao's defeat. Ms. Ling's ability was considered terrifying by some. Li Hao was acknowledged as a formidable opponent, even by those who defeated him, but he was defeated by Xiaoling. The order was given to compile Ms. Ling's information and keep everything about her top secret. After the 2nd Army's deployment, most of the new recruits in the 2nd Division were not as powerful as Li Hao anymore, leading to questions about the whereabouts of the more powerful transcendents. Meanwhile, Yu Ziu's spiritual power accumulated within his body, and he began strengthening his body again, reaching a spiritual power of 450,000 and waiting for all his body parts to be fully strengthened, beginning to break through to the 3rd stage. Unbeknownst to Yu Ziu, deep within the cave, a red aura was exuding bursts of evil energy. Apart from Qianxin, the spirit stones had the power to cut off spiritual energy, so none of the creatures in the gorge could sense it. He Xiaoqing recalled feeling waves of unease passing over her a while ago, but only intermittently. This, she realized, was the underground cave that had been re-expanded a few days ago. There were strange waves of energy emanating from here. Here it was again. The energy was stronger than before. He Xiaoqing realized that her master didn't notice it at all. Suddenly, He Xiaoqing was ensnared by tendrils of dark energy. She cried out, demanding that it not touch her. The dark energy overwhelmed her, and He Xiaoqing fainted, calling out to her master. The tendrils pulled He Xiaoqing deeper into the darkness. All was quiet and peaceful. A glowing orb floated between massive, jagged teeth. The orb seemed to awaken, its eyes opening slightly. The sentient tree entity, seemingly surprised, reacts to an unseen presence. Nearby, He Xiaoqing is constricted by vines as she exclaims her shock at seeing the god tree. The entity determines that she is not in that location either. The sentient tree entity wonders how it didn't notice He Xiaoqing, realizing that a living person disappeared right under its nose. It blames the thick fog, which makes it difficult to keep an eye on everything. It then wonders where she could have gone, doubting she could have run out of the mountains. The entity uses its mist sensing ability. The sentient tree entity locates He Xiaoqing. The narrator states that He Xiaoqing is in the deepest part of the cave. The sentient tree entity realizes that He Xiaoqing is right there and wonders how Qianqing ended up there. He Xiaoqing is shown, now fully captured by the vines. The vines are revealed to be a mutant plant class, with the inherent ability to breed a forest of vines. It has the ability to corrupt enemies with blood mist, create vine thorns covered in barbs, and can parasitize itself on a creature to gain control. The mutant blood plant roared, its massive maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. This was from the time when the blood-colored plant was found in the Spirit Stone mine, right under its nose. It had even kidnapped Qianqian, which meant it already possessed a degree of intelligence. The mutant blood plant was surrounded by tendrils, and He Xiaoqing was suspended in the air. It couldn't detect her because the spirit stones blocked the spirit energy. The mutant blood plant continued to growl menacingly. Its growls intensified, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The sentient tree entity sensed such an evil and hostile aura. It wondered if it was normal to be so hostile on their first meeting. The mutant blood plant retorted, telling it not to blame it. The mutant blood plant continued its menacing display. The mutant blood plant questioned if it hadn't figured out who's the boss here. The mutant blood plant continued to growl, its power evident. The sentient tree entity noticed a notification stating it had acquired a new ability, and it pondered this development. The new ability, Seeds of Vitality, allowed it to plunder the essence of a mutant blood plant and use its spiritual power to quickly grow multiple trees in the ground, like a small forest. The sentient tree entity realized it could create a forest and wondered if it wouldn't be able to create an ancient forest then. The mutant blood plant towered, its grotesque form a mass of pulsating red tendrils. It wondered aloud if it would have to hunt mutated plants to acquire more abilities, lamenting that it had never gained skills from the beasts it had killed before. Then, with a chilling resolve, it declared that it was time for the next victim. Meanwhile, He Xiaoqing watched as Qianqing died, thinking that she died just like that. Qianqing lay prone, wounds covering her body. It was believed that the plant was trying to escape the cave by taking over Qianqing's body. At least they knew each other, so the plant would bury her there. Suddenly, Qianqing's body began to glow with a strange light. The light intensified, forming a radiant burst of energy. The energy surged, filling the surrounding space. A hand reached out, seemingly from within the light. Qianqing stood, now adorned with plant-like armor. It was then realized that Qianqing had formed a symbiotic contract with the blood-colored plant. Qianqing, now bonded with the plant, cried out. He Xiaoqing calls out to Qianqing, asking if she is all right, as the transformation continues. Qianqing clutches her head, overwhelmed by pain. She cries out, referring to the god tree, and questioning if she is still human. The plant-like entity declares that she is no longer human, but a plant. The entity emphasizes that this is not the case. Qianqing, distraught, exclaims that this is no time for jokes. The entity states that it does not know which side Qianqing belongs to. The entity questions if she can return to human society with her new appearance, and if humans will treat her like one of their own. Qianqing looks conflicted, her expression a mix of fear and uncertainty. The entity observes that her consciousness seems to be intact. It notes that she appears to have accidentally absorbed the abilities of the blood-colored plant. The entity calls out to Qianqing, inviting her to join them. The entity tells Qianqing that from now on, this place can be her home. She declared her intentions with unwavering resolve. Elsewhere, a mutant chameleon of the Transcendental First Order lurked, its tongue darting out. The white tiger roared in pain, a beam of energy erupting from its mouth. Meanwhile, the mutant chameleon spat out a glob of something. Emperor Croc was told that he was severely injured by a First Order Transcendent, and yet he let his opponent get away. Emperor Croc was reminded that the pride of being a king is to take on the enemy alone, even though Odile wanted to help, but he refused. The white tiger wondered if he was hallucinating or if there were more trees than usual. Nearby, Emperor Croc stood near the injured white tiger. Emperor Croc stated that he was just testing out a new ability, and now he can breed trees out of thin air, but it seems that once the infused spiritual power is gone, they will be no different from ordinary. A newly created tree stood tall, its roots glowing with blue energy. Emperor Croc laughed as the white tiger looked on in disbelief at the newly created tree. Nearby, the mutant golden ant noticed something strange. The mutant golden ant is struck by a powerful blast of energy. Suddenly, a voice commands them to stop. The vines surrounding He Xiaoqing lash out, intercepting an attack aimed at her. The mutant golden ant wonders how He Xiaoqing became like this. He Xiaoqing's innate ability allows her to freely control the bloody vines to attack or defend. The announcement is made that Xianxin is a new member of the group. It is revealed that her name is Thorn. Someone disagrees, believing that humans can stay and work there, but they cannot be a part of them. They declare they will kill her to prove that humans are too weak to fight beside them. A bright flash emanates from the speaker. The mutant golden ant admits he doesn't understand what was just said. The speaker asks if they are. The mutant golden ant is shocked that someone is defying his orders. The mutant golden ant realized he had made a grave error. Aware that the tree-like entity hated humans, a figure urged it to consider that He Xiaoqing was different and that they could get along slowly. He Xiaoqing hoped that the entity would change its mind later, and she affirmed her agreement. It seemed the entity's hatred of humanity far exceeded expectations, and leading a team was proving to be not that easy. The misty mountain range loomed in the distance. A group of mercenaries continued their search. One of the mercenaries stated that they had reached the deepest part of the mountain and still hadn't found the giant crocodile. Another mercenary questioned who had inquired about the whereabouts of the giant crocodile. One mercenary responded that it didn't matter who it was, as long as the money was good enough. They didn't need to fight it, they just needed to find out where it was. A third mercenary agreed, stating that they were mercenaries who just got paid to do their jobs and didn't need to know the details. One of the mercenaries had heard that Misty Mountain had been classified as a red zone, where fog creatures existed, but he didn't know if it was true or not. They were instructed to keep searching, as they were still far from the target. It was further stated that the mercenary profession had emerged in the Federation since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of powerful talents had allowed humans to continuously evolve. As a result, mercenaries had also emerged, relying on their own strength to serve others and obtain generous rewards. A few hours later, an old man expressed his confusion. The sentient tree entity observed a woman approaching. She was picking flowers from its branches. High in the branches of a lush forest, He Xiaoqing reached out to pluck some ripe fruit. Xiaoqing was pleased by the abundance of the fruit, thinking to herself that Qing Zhao and Long Feng hadn't tasted fruit in quite some time. Suddenly, a hulking figure loomed behind her. The figure, Uncle Yu, was surprised to encounter such a mutant. Startled, Xiaoqing questioned what was happening, realizing that there were humans nearby. Uncle Yu grabbed Xiaoqing. Uncle Yu remarked on how fortunate they were to have found her, as she would yield a great reward. Xiaoqing demanded to know what he was doing. Uncle Yu told her to be quiet, warning that hurting her face would lower her price on the black market, adding that this type of mutant was a rare species. He continued, commenting on how such beauty was rarely seen. Another man suggested that they play with her a little before selling her, as long as they didn't damage her too much. Another agreed, saying it had been a long time since he'd had some fun. He Xiaoqing's captors continued to disparage her, claiming that men couldn't resist a seductive and cheap slut. The vines tightened around her. He Xiaoqing grimaced in pain. One of the captors declared that he wanted to gouge out her eyes and let her be mutilated for life, but another told him to stop. Another voice boomed, commanding them not to do it. The blue mantis struggled against the vines binding them, trying to reach He Xiaoqing. The vines tightened further, drawing blood from the blue mantis. The captor observed that the mutant's aura was strong but extremely unstable, and that she must have mutated recently, making her unable to fully control her powers. The blue mantis continued to struggle against the vines. He Xiaoqing looked on with a pained expression. One of the captors yelled out in pain. The vines continued to constrict. He Xiaoqing's face is set with determination as she prepares to fight. In the background, the blue mantis continues its struggle against Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu's eye twitches in anger. He Xiaoqing appears shocked. The golden ant declares that they are humans. The golden ant stands tall, its form menacing. Uncle Yu roars, demanding to know how they dare barge in. He Xiaoqing realizes that the beast can speak and that there is a golden ant present. The golden ant is, in fact, protecting He Xiaoqing. The blue mantis is told that the mission didn't say anything about fighting, so they are on their own now. He Xiaoqing shouts for them to wait a minute. The blue mantis is struck. He Xiaoqing is shocked by what she is witnessing. He Xiaoqing, surprised by the golden ant's sudden appearance, questioned where it had come from. The golden ant, enraged, declared that no one dared to trespass on its master's territory, threatening that none would leave the mountain alive. Suddenly, He Xiaoqing cried out as she was struck by a powerful blow. The golden ant continued its assault, striking her again. The force of the blow sent He Xiaoqing hurtling towards the ground. She screamed in pain as she fell. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu, his hand outstretched, prepared to strike. He unleashed a barrage of attacks. The attacks struck their target. The force of the blows sent the target crashing to the ground. Silence fell over the forest. The battlefield was littered with fallen figures. The flash of light momentarily blinds He Xiaoqing, while below her, a figure coughs, seemingly injured. Nearby, the golden ant reels from the intense light. A hand is seen holding a glowing orb. The orb explodes, sending a shockwave outwards. The force of the explosion rips through the air. The golden ant is knocked off its feet, realizing it had been too careless. A figure coughs, blood dripping from their mouth, and taunts the ant, asking if it hurts. The figure reveals a special grenade, designed to deal with the likes of the golden ant. The figure screams at the golden ant to go to hell. The grenade is launched directly at the golden ant. The grenade hurtles through the air. The title card displays the name of the series, Evolution from Tree. The golden ant lay on the ground, defeated. He Xiaoqing, enraged, screamed at the ant to go to hell. The golden ant's carapace cracked under the force of the attack. The ant's body was impaled by a sharp tendril. The tendril belonged to He Xiaoqing. He Xiaoqing stood over the defeated golden ant. He Xiaoqing looked down, her expression a mix of exhaustion and determination. The sun began to set. The sounds of weeping echoed through the area. The golden ant, towering over He Xiaoqing, told her to stop crying, complaining that she was being too noisy. Xiaoqing, tears streaming down her face, admitted that it was her first time killing someone, and she felt terrible. The golden ant recalled that he had only followed Lung Feng to pick some spiritual herbs to earn money. Now, not only had his body changed, but he had also killed someone. He wondered why humans only felt remorse when they killed another human, when there was a real sense that the life of any creature had been ended. The golden ant reflected on his past, recalling that he used to be no different from a normal ant. But now, he was a beast that survived the constant torture and destruction of the human's experiment. He warned Xiaoqing that if she got caught by those guys, she would end up worse than him. The golden ant told her that she did it to save him and didn't need to feel guilty. Xiaoqing thanked him for saving her. The golden ant told her to forget it, noting that no one had ever said that to him. He then wondered if she was thinking of her family and if she missed them. Xiaoqing, clutching her arm, revealed that she was an orphan and had no family. The golden ant realized that now she did. From below, only the top of a head with purple hair is visible. The woman with purple hair, a leaf-shaped adornment covering her chest, exclaims her approval. Nearby, the golden ant remains silent. Elsewhere, a figure observes a strange structure, remarking that they didn't even need to do anything. Xinxin's heart has been opened. The strange structure stands silently. A hooded figure, accompanied by a small beast, is asked if they're sure they want to do this. The woman with purple hair affirms that it is the right course of action. She is reminded that she should also make plans for the future. The hooded figure declares that they still have family waiting for them to return. During this time, humans call this situation the Dark Age. Within the Federation's headquarters, a tense meeting was underway. High-ranking officials gathered around a holographic display, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. The head of the China Federation, his expression grim, demanded an explanation. The urgency in his voice reflected the gravity of the unfolding crisis. According to their investigations, the director of the Inland Spiritual Power Bureau reported that the concentration of spiritual power in the depths of the sea was increasing rapidly. The director presented a graph illustrating the rising value of spiritual power in the deep sea over the past 6 months. The assembled officials were reminded that spiritual power, like pure oxygen, could be highly toxic when concentrated. Creatures unable to withstand it would be poisoned to death. For this reason, countless deep-sea giants have been forced to push into the shallow waters, seeking refuge from the increasing spiritual pressure. Facing the deep-sea monsters, they kept rushing towards the coastal lands, making a global sea beast frenzy unavoidable. General Zhao Jianjun of the China Federation wondered how much longer this frenzy would last. The director stated that this was just the beginning. Signs of spiritual energy rising deep inland were detected. The director warned that the spiritual tide would come again, and the beasts of the continent would undergo a second mutation. Coastal cities would be plagued by sea beasts, and inland cities would be attacked by wild animals, making the inland completely different from the coastal areas. From the coastal areas, heavy weapons such as nuclear weapons could not be used. The question remained, what awaited them after this? He Xiaoqing felt a sense of foreboding, realizing the fight on land would be more terrifying than in the sea. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 men in suits discussed the situation with grave expressions. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stated that he had something to show everyone. Far away, an ancient structure stood against the horizon. The sentient tree entity felt a sense of unease and oppression, as if the world was facing a catastrophe, as its main route reached 10,000 meters underground. The blue mantis asked the sentient tree entity where they were taking them, as the mantis could already feel that they were close. The sentient tree entity and the blue mantis approached a source of intense light. The blue mantis noticed that the ground was emitting a strong light. The light intensified. The light grew even brighter. The blue mantis looked up at the sentient tree entity. The light continued to shine. A voice wondered if it was really her. The spiritual tide was immense, so thick with power it could be felt. Xiaoqing stood before a massive, unseen entity, a question hanging in the air. Things were happening, and a new cycle of evolution had begun. Meanwhile, the golden ant declared that it was protecting the woman, warning that the humans dared to break into the master's territory. Elsewhere, the men were shocked that the ant spoke. The question arose whether the woman was a mutant plant or a mutant human. The image was what the mercenary transmitted through the machine implanted in his eye. It was revealed that this was just one of them, and it was recalled that the strange beast shouted the word master. The man suspected that there was someone behind this who was running the show, including the fog beast too. A faint blue glow emanated from the device, identified as a spirituality shield. The entity considered if this was interfering with its fog spreadability. It hadn't expected human technology to be so advanced. The entity realized that if this continued, it wouldn't be able to sense life forms by using fog spread, which could be quite troublesome. Below, a figure asked if they were all there. The response came back, yes, 5 in total. From the depths, a voice boomed, delivering bad news to the god tree. Meanwhile, a large number of strange vapors had appeared. High above, birds flew through the sky. Below them, a squadron of attack helicopters advanced. More helicopters flew in formation, advancing toward their target. Tanks advanced through the landscape, kicking up dust as they move. Following close behind, soldiers march in formation, supported by attack helicopters flying overhead. The squadron of helicopters continues its advance, filling the sky. The ground troops press forward, their faces grim as they anticipate the coming battle. A transport helicopter flies through the air. The helicopter's door opens, and a figure steps out. Inside the Transcendent Force Genetic Modification Department, a cat-eared woman stands with several other enhanced individuals. A cloaked figure walks down a hallway, their face obscured by shadows. The cat-eared woman grins, a sinister glint in her eyes. She stands alongside a group of muscular, enhanced individuals. Meanwhile, a beam of energy strikes the trunk of the tree entity. The entity stands on a cliff, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The uncle beast stood tall, its massive form casting a shadow over the smaller mutant creatures. Meanwhile, the mutant golden ant expressed its outrage at the human's intrusion. Elsewhere, a mutant white tiger roared defiantly. The attack seemed to have caught one of the soldiers by surprise, and he questioned what was happening. The soldiers continued their advance, commenting on the spectacular view of Misty Mountain. Back at the tree, the sentient tree entity observed that the humans were moving faster than anticipated, and it wondered why Xiaoqing hadn't reported this. The entity considered the size of the human army, realizing their goal was more than just capturing the Emperor Crocodile, and that they had another purpose for this operation. In a secure location, a man in a suit ordered someone to find out who was in control of the mysterious organization. The man's associates seemed concerned. One of them wondered if there were really humans who could domesticate mutant beasts. Another associate noted that the ant had been speaking human language, something it couldn't have learned on its own, implying the other side may be very dangerous. The man in charge stated that they couldn't rule out the possibility that the giant crocodile was also intelligent and that the humans had genetic modification technology, before noting that there were 8 red zones in the interior, and Bayou Gorge was the most dangerous area right now. The second wave of spiritual tide was only 10 days away. Elsewhere, an unseen figure insisted that the mutants must be annihilated before they had the chance to evolve again. Another man listened intently, his expression unreadable. Moments later, he called for someone to enter. A man with graying hair and a stern look on his face entered the room. He explained that he was there to discuss the Bayou Gorge battle plan, adding that they would attack in 5 days, before the mutants could recover their spiritual power. In a lab, it was announced that the mutant elixir had been successfully produced. One of the scientists remarked that, with it, Ling's fire control would be more powerful, and that he was going to send it to her now. Elsewhere, it was noted that she was back again. The figure was revealed to be Ling. In a meeting, someone questioned why they needed to use these things, while another countered that even if they won, it would be meaningless. An unseen commander criticized the excessive use of troops, warning that if they lost, there would be dire consequences. The man warned of more serious consequences. He explained that all the beasts in the canyon would be completely out of control after the spiritual tide. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, the man in charge stated that all battle plans were kept secret from all the ranks below the major. The man continued, requesting that one person be included in their battle plan. The man considered that if the beast that stirred up the fog was human, then they had to pick out someone with the corresponding strength. That person, he thought, was the key. Elsewhere, General Li was briefed on the situation. The stakes were high, and the situation was being monitored closely. After the meeting, the surrounding cities of the entire Federation built protective walls. It was hoped that whether it would be useful or not, at least it would resist some weak beasts. The scene shifted to Z City People's Hospital. A woman was running through the hospital, calling out for Miss Ling, urging her to wait. She slammed open a door. She found Ling in a hospital bed. At the hospital, a woman stands beside a doctor, her expression a mix of concern and exhaustion. Below them, a patient lies in a hospital bed, seemingly unconscious. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiaoqing's face is etched with determination, her eyes narrowed with resolve. The woman roared in pain as the transformation continued. The doctor, in a panic, yelled at her to spit it out, explaining that the elixir was made from the inner crystal of the fire leopard and that she was not a fire elementalist, so her body would mutate. Ignoring the doctor's warning, she told him to shut up and get out. After she fainted, Yin Lingling was taken into custody by the genetic unit of the military. However, she was not given the death penalty. Now imprisoned, Yin Lingling would soon be deployed to the front lines. The doctor explained that she was under the influence of drugs when she heard him. Dr. Ku reacted with surprise. Yin Lingling looked on with a somber expression. Yin Lingling approached the bed, calling out to Ling, as another doctor called out to Dr. Ku. Ling, lying in a hospital bed, weakly stated that she was there, explaining that she took half of the fireball and tried to protect it. Ling then handed the item to Yin Lingling, telling the doctor not to talk too much. Ling told her that she was still young and had a bright future ahead of her, and that she shouldn't blame anyone for her death or ruin her future. In a hospital room, a figure with horns and a breathing mask lies in bed, seemingly unconscious. Another figure leans over them, asking if they understand that their future will be because of them. Xiaoling's face is shown in close-up, her expression unreadable. The figure in the bed is shown in close-up, their eyes closed and face bruised. Xiaoling responds with a quiet yes. The figure in the bed thinks that they can rest assured. A heart monitor displays vital signs, while voices cry out for a doctor. Suddenly, the bed with the figure in it is engulfed in a bright light. It begins to float upwards. A dark figure with glowing red eyes appears, seemingly in response to the commotion. Xiaoqing stands with her arms crossed, observing the scene. A hand clenches into a fist, surrounded by a fiery aura. The scene shifts to a long, sterile hospital hallway. A man in a suit speaks to Xiaoling, addressing her as Miss Xiaoling and asking a question. An officer informs a group that the 2nd Army Headquarters has ordered them to a new combat location immediately, adding that the first group of Transcendents have already arrived. He tells them that they are in the second group and need to follow him. Xiaoling asks where the battlefield is. However, she is told that the details will be explained later. A helicopter flies over a mountainous region. Xiaoling wonders if this is where the battle is to take place. A group of soldiers stand ready. A man addresses the soldiers, identifying himself as the supreme commander of this operation. Xiaoling realizes that this is the commander for this operation. The commander explains that this operation is the first time that humans have launched an attack against the inland beasts. He states that the goal is to deal with the fog beasts and the giant crocodile in the Bayou Gorge, as well as eradicate the powerful beasts living within the Four Mountains. The commander continues, stating that their goal is to kill enemies they have never encountered before. He warns that the enemy's strength is beyond their imagination, and this will be a brutal battle. The commander explains that the opponent is a mutant beast that can easily destroy even fighter jets. He adds that 30,000 personnel will be deployed for the operation, and they must overwhelm the enemy in numbers, but even so, the casualties will be severe. The commander declares that they have to win, as this is the only way that humanity can survive and live freely on this land. The commander announces that the name for this operation is The Hunt, and the soldiers respond with a resounding yes. Something felt amiss, compelling a swift return to report to the master. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was informed that General Li wished to see her alone. The operations department stood ready. She arrived at the general's office. General Li gestured to a map, indicating her location. General Li stated that he had read her resume, noting her hometown was at the foot of Bayou Canyon. The general continued, explaining that Xiaoqing and her sister were attacked by mutant beasts in the Misty Mountain. While she survived, her sister was not so lucky. He added that she should be familiar with the road leading to the center of the Misty Mountain. General Li suggested that she must want revenge. Xiaoqing admitted that she couldn't remember much of what happened before the attack. Xiaoqing questioned if that was what the general wanted to see her about. General Li's eye narrowed. The general revealed that he wanted to take her in as his disciple. Xiaoqing confirmed that she had said yes. It was noted that Xiaoqing's physical talent was exceptional, so it was natural for people to want to take her as their disciple. It was good to be able to join the entourage of such a big shot. The young woman, her expression fraught with worry, questioned if they could win against the army that would attack the mountain the next day. The glowing orb responded that there was always a solution to a problem, adding that while no one wanted to die and everyone wanted to live, some things couldn't be obtained just by wishing. Meanwhile, a wolf-like creature with white and blue fur stated that if it could, it would stay quiet and neutral for now. But another voice countered that something like that was impossible as tanks advanced. The glowing orb then commanded everyone to listen up. It declared that they were going to face a brutal battle. The blue and white wolf disagreed, stating that it was war. A gorilla-like beast with glowing red eyes warned that if they lost the battle, everyone would die, and even if they won, they would lose some companions. But as a price, Those who survived would not be disturbed by humans anymore. The orb continued, stating that everyone must be prepared to die and fight with all their strength against humanity, adding that tomorrow's battle was the decisive one. Another gorilla-like beast roared that the battle would determine their future. A group of gorilla-like beasts roared. The mutant golden eagle lets out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity prepares for the coming battle, taunting the humans. Elsewhere, a hooded figure observes the unfolding chaos. They realize that the army has finally discovered this place, and they intend to take advantage of the situation to escape with their treasures. The Bayou Gorge battle roster is displayed. The roster lists the levels and quantities of various mutant creatures, including peregrine falcons, wind wolves, and gorillas. Below, the human battle roster lists the number of fighter jets, tanks, artillery, and transcendental forces. The statistics reveal the scale of the human forces: 2,000 genetically modified soldiers, 5,000 special operations personnel, 40,000 infantry, 600 artillery, 400 armored corps, 150 air defense units, 100 scouts, and 98 communication corps, all led by 7 commanding officers. In total, there are 49,355 humans against 285 Bayou combat beasts. The city was surrounded by a massive military presence. The woman observed the troops and realized there were more than she initially thought. The woman and the man discussed the combat team's division into 3 groups, noting that the other 2 teams were significantly larger. To prevent mutant animals from escaping or sneaking into the city, the man explained that so many troops had been deployed to surround the 4 hills. The woman exclaimed that 50,000 people was too many and unnecessary. The man countered that it was absolutely necessary. The woman recalled seeing a 4th-level mutant antelope wipe out a rescue army unit of nearly 100 men before she became a transcendent. It was explained that even a 4th-level mutant beast could inflict significant damage, not to mention the more dangerous beasts in the mountains of the interior area. The man stated that level 4 beasts were only food here, and they needed to overwhelm the beasts in numbers, as this was the only way to reduce casualties. The woman looked on, contemplating the situation. Amidst the deployment of troops in 3 different locations, a question lingered. Could their master truly win with this strategy? The operation, it was explained, was divided into 3 directions. The middle troops would serve as the main attackers, while the left and right flanks would move into encircling positions. To open the way, Z-to-Z 999 tanks would initiate a bombing campaign. Following this, the transcendental troops would act as the main force, completing the encirclement and suppression. It was imperative that all combat soldiers be equipped with spiritual power shielding devices. These devices could mask the spiritual power and scent of the body, making it harder for the beasts to detect them. The time for the battle was set, 24 hours. And so, the battle began. The tanks fired, their shells streaking across the sky. The frontal forces advanced. Explosions rocked the landscape. The left-wing forces engaged. Helicopters soared overhead as the right-wing forces moved into position. The battle raged on. The soldiers wondered if such a bombing would cause a wildfire on the mountain, but they were reassured that many firefighters had been prepared around the mountain. The bombing was not only to clear the way, but also to drive a large number of beasts to one place. Nearby, a soldier stood in the presence of General Lee. The soldier responded with an affirmative to Lee. General Lee was also present, but one of the soldiers thought the height was too oppressive. General Lee, one of the strongest generals in the Federation, was a man who had the strength of a whole army, the most powerful transcendent. One of the soldiers wondered if Lee was blind to jump up from his height. Suddenly, a soldier shouted that the way had been opened. The soldiers were told to pay attention and get ready to move on. The soldiers were ready to move on. The soldiers charged forward. The soldiers continued to charge forward. The soldiers continued their advance, undeterred by the strange fog and the creatures emerging from it. From within the fog, a serpentine beast emerged, its form wreathed in swirling mist. The beast's massive claw tore through the air, a testament to its immense power. Another beast, this one resembling a monstrous wolf, howled, its breath a visible cloud of frost. He Shaoqing, observing the unfolding chaos, realized the gravity of the situation. One of the soldiers cried out, alerting others to the presence of a powerful entity. The trees and the fog beasts had arrived, surrounding the soldiers. The commander, receiving urgent reports, was shocked by the sudden turn of events. On the left wing, a large number of fog beasts had appeared, overwhelming the defenses. Meanwhile, on the right wing, an unidentified creature was attacking, accompanied by tree-like entities. The commander, witnessing the scale of the assault through his binoculars, couldn't believe what he was seeing. From within the fog, a menacing presence declared that victory would not come easily. The order came down to send in the number of fog beasts and those trees. The air forces were to support the left and right wings. Following the order, the command was given for anti-aircraft guns to stand by and for incendiary bombs to be fired. Immediately, the anti-aircraft guns opened fire. However, the anti-aircraft guns had been blocked. The tree-like creatures continued their advance. The soldiers were caught in a barrage of attacks. At the same time, a large group of mutant guerrillas appeared at 3 o'clock, and the order was given to fire. The guerrillas charged forward. They continued their assault. The tanks fired, but the guerrillas kept coming. The mutant guerrillas roared as they advanced. The battle raged on, with the mutant guerrillas and tree-like creatures attacking the city. A voice declared that this was how to stop an entire army from getting in. Meanwhile, the god tree wondered who had broken in, referring to them as a mouse. It was all right, a voice assured, because someone would deal with them. Below, a soldier aimed their rifle, a question mark hanging in the air. Suddenly, a beast's face filled the view. The beast's features became clearer, revealing its menacing form. The story of the tree's evolution continues. The briefing continued, revealing the scale of the forces arrayed. There were 50,000 troops, 100 tanks, and 75 helicopters. In addition, there were 1,000 soldiers in the Transcendental Force and 2,000 soldiers in the Genetic Force. The general was introduced as Li and was described as one of the most powerful soldiers in the China Federation. General Li stressed that finding the Emperor Crocodile was not their main mission. The true objective was to uncover the organization running the show behind the scenes. The soldiers discussed the fog beasts fighting on the front lines. They had stationed the army away from the foggy area to avoid direct attacks from these beasts. Despite not knowing how, the opponent's leader was very powerful, possessing the strength of a transcendent First Order or above. There were 23 hours and 41 minutes left in combat. The speaker urged everyone to solve all the mysteries of this situation before the time ran out. The map displayed the location of the Big Tree BioBlitz, situated near a mountain. The order was given to fire on the left wing, and the soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets. A figure was caught in the crossfire. The bullets rained down on the figure. The battle raged on, the combined forces struggling against the overwhelming power of the mutant beasts. Despite the chaos, the military forces pressed their attack. Bai, though injured, was urged to continue, as many targets remained. With a ferocious howl, the white tiger lunged forward, its power evident. Amidst the chaos, a bird chirped overhead, drawing the attention of the woman riding the white tiger. Specialized shells streaked through the air, designed specifically to combat mutant beasts. The shells detonated with explosive force, impacting the surrounding area. A muscular man boasted that he could defeat them all with a single punch, declaring that the tiger was his. He Xiaoqing, however, seemed surprised by the white tiger's level. The man noted that the shells were specifically developed to deal with mutant beasts. He also recognized the woman as the mutant mentioned in the mission. The white tiger, bathed in an ominous glow, was acknowledged as the king of animals. He Xiaoqing stated that they could find out who was behind the attacks by capturing the woman. She declared that she would take care of the white tiger. The muscular man declared that this was a match between kings, confident that he could take the woman. Uncle U Beast's tail swished powerfully, ready for action. Uncle U Beast is struck by a kick from the soldier, sending him reeling back. The mutant red fox watches the exchange. The soldier continues his assault, unleashing a powerful blast of energy. The soldier carries a small, light-colored animal on his back. The massive Uncle U Beast is struck by a series of attacks. The mutant red fox is sent flying through the air from the force of the battle. The orange creature with the staff pauses, seemingly confused by the ongoing battle. The orange creature yells as it is sent flying through the air. Below, Uncle U Beast is ready to attack. The figure with the purple energy prepares to strike. The figure unleashes a powerful blast of purple energy. The orange creature is caught in the blast. The orange creature is injured, with a wound on its stomach. A figure with a purple ponytail declares that the orange creature will be dead in less than a minute due to the venom. Blades of energy cut through the air. The figure with the purple ponytail descends, wielding a blade of pure energy. A white beast with glowing eyes lunges forward, its fangs bared. The beast is surprised by the speed of the attack. The soldier unleashes a powerful strike. The hammer strike connects with devastating force. The orange creature is sent flying. The beast is struck by the hammer. Blood splatters as the beast roars in pain. The figure with the purple ponytail, identified as Thunder Ray, level 8, and the Hammer Girl, identified as Hammer Girl, level 7, stand ready. Thunder Ray wonders if the honey badger is the one that attacked Yin Gaiyuan before. Nearby, the venomous scorpion, identified as Venomous Scorpion, level 6, stands alongside an armored warthog, a honey badger, and a golden monkey. Thunder Ray declares that there are only 2 left, and they will take them. The orange creature is enveloped in a surge of blue energy. One of the figures with the yellow shoulder pads laughs, impressed by the orange creature's bravery. The beast roars in response. A powerful thunderbolt descends, striking the orange creature and the beast. The figure with the yellow shoulder pads is shocked by the attack. He Xiaoqing shouts for them to use thunder. The thunderbolt continues to strike the orange creature and the beast. The orange creature is hit by the thunderbolt. The title card displays the name of the series, Evolution from a Tree. The panel provides information about locusts, identifying them as arthropods with green or yellowish-brown bodies, noting that there are more than 10,000 species in the world. The text explains that while a single locust isn't harmful to humans and can be easily killed, that's only the case against a single one. Below, Xiaoqing appears concerned. The narration continues, explaining that when humans face a plague of thousands of locusts, no matter how powerful they are, they're under the swarm of those tiny insects. The text ominously states that one will feel overwhelmingly hopeless. Below, the mantis and others are seen fighting. The text explains that the monkey's extreme absorption is a unique innate ability that allows it to absorb all beneficial substances from others. However, once toxins invade the body, the ability will strongly reject the toxic substances, as there is no way to purify the toxins. This undoubtedly makes it more physically painful. A monkey coughs nearby. The order is given to find the beasts as they knock down the transcendental force. The command is given to shoot and not let them escape. The blue mantis is struck by multiple attacks. The order is given to switch to the special bullets, as this is a high-level beast. The beast roared, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. Below, the blue mantis watched, a question forming in its mind as it observed the unfolding chaos. From the shadows, a figure prepared to strike. Meanwhile, another figure, enraged, declared that his opponent would be the first to die. The blue mantis, its face contorted in anger, prepared for battle. The air crackled with energy as the mantis unleashed its power. The massive beast towered over the blue mantis, its shadow looming large as it prepared to strike. Close up, the beast's face was a mask of fury, tears streaming from its eyes. Desperation etched across its features, the beast lunged forward. From the shadows, a hand emerged, clutching a glowing orb. The beast roared in defiance, its mouth agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast collapsed, defeated, as the figure who struck the final blow looked on. The blue mantis cried out in anguish. The figure's hand glowed intensely as it prepared to unleash its power. The figure unleashed a devastating attack, obliterating everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, a commander barked orders, insisting that ordinary bullets were useless and demanding the use of special ones. He urged his troops to pursue. A small, injured beast, wielding a crude weapon, cried out in pain. The special bullets detonated with immense force, creating a blinding explosion. The explosion engulfed the small beast, eliciting a pained scream. From within the forest, a voice commanded that they not be allowed to escape. The commander urged his troops to pursue the fleeing targets. The special bullets tore through the beasts, causing grievous wounds. The soldiers screamed as they were caught in a web of energy beams. One of the soldiers cried out in pain, urging Flash to wait for him, warning that running like this would quickly exhaust him. The golden ant declared its hatred for humans. The golden ant commanded that everyone be killed. The white tiger roared in pain as blood splattered around it, the mutant girl cowering behind it. The mutant girl stood alongside the white tiger, ready to fight. The lion beast noticed the change in the tide of battle. He noted that his comrades had gone crazy all of a sudden, and that they had already lost over 100 of their own. The white tiger continued to battle against the horde of beasts. The lion beast observed that the tiger and the mutant girl wouldn't last long, and that there was only one wolf left. He also noted that the tiger kept protecting the mutant girl while fighting. Another beast suggested that they use the mutant girl as bait to kill them all. The white tiger thought that if he hadn't lasted until now, he would have been caught. Another beast asked the white-haired beast if it was hard for him to deal with the tiger. The lion beast roared, seemingly undergoing some kind of transformation. Xiaoqing had finally arrived. She wondered how long this battle would last. The white-haired beast thought that the tiger had a huge amount of spiritual power and that only the god tree could deal with him. The white-haired beast realized that if they kept attacking like this, they would lose sooner or later. He was undergoing a genetic transcendence, his Gullah level unknown. The assembled transcendents charged forward, determined to overwhelm their opponents. The white tiger, however, met their assault head-on, its massive claws tearing through the air. The blue wolf joined the fray, its jaws snapping with lethal force. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing unleashed her power, her vines lashing out with surprising speed and strength. One of the attackers screamed as a flash bomb detonated. Another attacker cried out in pain. One of the shadowy figures, consumed by rage, screamed at Xiaoqing to go to hell. The air filled with the roar of engines and the whistle of incoming missiles. Helicopters unleashed a barrage of firepower. The missiles struck the ground with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Amidst the chaos, one of the soldiers questioned if the missiles had hit their target. Deep within the earth, the roots of the mutant willow protagonist trembled from the relentless assault. Uncle You Beast roared, urging the others to continue firing. The barrage intensified, each explosion shaking the very foundations of the forest. The sentient tree entity wondered how a missile of such caliber could penetrate it. A small root of the mutant willow protagonist broke through the surface. Finally, the sentient tree entity emerged from its protective barrier. A man with blonde hair and dark glasses notices something. The woman with purple hair is attacked. The tendrils strike the woman. The woman coughs, injured from the attack. The man with dark hair says that she smells like that country girl. The man says that the smell stinks and makes him want to throw up. The woman is sent flying through the air. Meanwhile, a white tiger attacks Yin Lingling. The tiger continues its assault. The woman is shocked. The woman is injured and bleeding. The tiger tells someone to leave. Yin Lingling was surprised to hear the white tiger speak, telling her to find the god tree. The white tiger warned that there were many powerful spiritual forces behind the scenes, and if she didn't leave, everyone would die. But Yin Lingling was determined. The white tiger howled. Yin Lingling was bleeding. Despite her injuries, Yin Lingling was surrounded by tendrils. A voice told someone not to even think about running away. The voice demanded that they look at them. A blue mantis attacked. Yin Lingling was still surrounded by tendrils. The blue mantis attacked with great speed. The blue mantis chirped. The battle raged as warriors clashed, one side determined to eradicate all opposition. Amidst the chaos, the white tiger stood its ground, surrounded by enemies. It didn't even want to be there. One of the warriors apologized, admitting they couldn't help at all. Another demanded that they get out of the way. A figure struck the white crane with a powerful blow. That fight, the white crane was injured. In the white crane's mind, there was absolutely no emotional attachment to those two girls. It didn't want to go and die, and it didn't understand why creatures underwent termination for revenge that everyone had that day. Those that are already dead need to be mourned like this. Such behavior is meaningless. But in the end, it still went, and it lost terribly. Cranes are large terrestrial birds that live in flocks, usually consisting of several families. They were once an endangered species, but with the revival of spiritual energy, they have almost escaped extinction. After experiencing the incident with the tomahawk snake, it sought refuge under the protection of the god tree. Although it was not valued and became an existence on the edge, it was still happy because it had a home. The more it understood, the more painful it became. It felt ashamed of its own powerlessness at the time. So it made up its mind, when the same crisis strikes again, it would absolutely. The white crane declared that it would never let them pass. The white crane swoops down, its wings spread wide as it descends toward the figure below. The crane's attack is interrupted as a massive white tiger leaps into the fray, claws extended, aiming to strike the crane's target. The white tiger lunges forward, its jaws wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Far below, a vast army stands ready, their numbers stretching as far as the eye can see. The white tiger continues its assault, its massive form dwarfing the white crane as it tears through the air. The tiger's target is surrounded by warriors, who are now at the end of their tether. The tiger thinks to itself that it is a good thing that it is pursuing greater power, because in terms of fighting skills, it will never lose. But it must understand that the power of the flesh does not last forever. The tiger is reminded that the body's power will dissipate over time, and at that time, it will feel afraid because of its lack of power, so it has to keep sharpening its mind. The tiger is reminded to have the courage to never retreat in the face of a powerful opponent, and to have the righteousness to shoulder all responsibilities. The tiger is surrounded by warriors, and is reminded that these are things it has to learn because it may use them later. The white tiger roars, declaring itself the king of beasts. The tall grass swayed in the wind, a silent prelude to the events about to unfold. Nearby, a golden ant stood motionless, its form casting a long shadow in the dim light. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. Below, a mountain of defeated golden ants lay still, their bodies forming a gruesome monument to the battle that had just transpired. From the shadows, the white tiger spoke, dismissing the golden ant as a silly tiger. The title card proclaims the series, Evolution from a Tree. When exactly does the attitude of a king begin to show in them? Is it from the moment they leave their mother's side? Or when they achieve their first successful solo hunt? Or is it when they face death for the first time and show unwavering courage? No, it's neither. Instead, that proud attitude. The blue mantis, enraged, demanded to know how many more precious things would be taken from it. Elsewhere, the skin on the right side of the mutant red fox's body had been peeled off. The mutant golden ant approached the blue mantis. The mutant golden ant growled, identifying the presence of humans. The blue mantis, consumed by rage, wondered how far it would extend its hatred. A red streak cut through the air. Meanwhile, the mutant red fox, and he Xiaoqing hid within a hollow log. Uncle You Beast, bloodied and scarred, snarled, determined to find them. Uncle You Beast declared that they were somewhere nearby. Uncle You Beast commanded that they not be allowed to escape. The mutant red fox and he Xiaoqing remained hidden, fearful of being discovered. Uncle Yu Beast continued his search. One of the men stated that the honey badger had defeated Yin Gaoyuan's team before, and that was a beast that could not be killed by armor-piercing bullets, so they must kill it. The man with the dark hair scanned the area, frustrated. He wondered where his target had disappeared to. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot through the sky, narrowly missing him. Meanwhile, the honey badger was sent flying into the air. The honey badger was then struck by a barrage of attacks. The honey badger was sent crashing down to the ground. A man with green hair looked on in shock. The honey badger had burrowed into the ground. Someone ordered the others to find it. The honey badger was struck again. The honey badger cried out in pain. Uncle Yu Beast demanded to know where the honey badger was. The honey badger screamed as it was attacked. A surge of golden energy erupts from the ground, centered on the honey badger's location. The force of the blast throws the honey badger into the air, its mouth agape in a silent roar. Blood splatters as the honey badger is struck by the energy. Uncle Yu Beast, eyes blazing with fury, watches the honey badger fly through the air. He taunts it, telling it to run if it can. The honey badger is struck again, more blood flying from the impact. The golden energy continues to blast the honey badger. Meanwhile, the hunting party continues their search across the plains. The honey badger lies prone, defeated and bleeding. One of the hunters urges Uncle Yu Beast to stop wasting time and kill it, reminding him that there are many other beasts to kill. Elsewhere, Xiaoqing thinks to herself that she wants to. The honey badger's perspective is shown as it thinks to ask her for some more meat, noting that it was really delicious. The hunters prepare to strike the final blow. The hunting party continues their assault on the honey badger, their coordinated attacks leaving the beast reeling. The honey badger, wounded and desperate, attempts to defend itself, its jaws snapping in a futile effort to ward off the relentless onslaught. Elsewhere, the green-haired woman is shocked by the turn of events, wondering when the hunters manage to corner the honey badger. One of the hunters, battered and bruised, grits his teeth as he prepares to deliver another blow. The hunter's fist connects with the honey badger, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the impact is immense, creating a blinding flash of light and scattering debris. Far below, the massive claw of a colossal beast descends, its purpose unknown. Elsewhere, a small, furry beast with golden fur stood alone, looking around curiously. A voice called out, declaring that it had been found. Xiaoqing looked on with a gentle expression. The furry beast whimpered, tears welling in its eyes. Xiaoqing reached out, her hand glowing with a soft light. Xiaoqing gently touched the beast's face, her touch seemingly soothing. Xiaoqing reassured the beast, telling it that it was okay and wouldn't hurt anymore. Xiaoqing and the beast walked together, hand in paw, their figures receding into the distance. Far away, the aftermath of a battle was visible, with bodies strewn across the ground. From above, the battle's aftermath was visible, a scene of devastation and despair. A lone figure cried out, their voice barely audible amidst the destruction. Nearby, a wounded man, covered in blood, desperately pleaded for help. Driven by rage, the man vowed to exact revenge on the honey badger, declaring that even in death, he would never let go. The honey badger, a blur of motion, struck with deadly force. The wounded man begged for his life, promising to leave the forest immediately, admitting he was wrong. He continued to plead, desperate to be released. The sounds of the brutal attack echoed through the area. A trail of blood marked the path of the conflict, leading away into the distance. The wounded man lay defeated, covered in blood and dirt. The honey badger, also wounded, carried the man away. Blood continued to flow from the man's wounds. In the aftermath, only a discarded object remained, a silent testament to the violence that had transpired. The honey badger's claws were stained with blood as it continued its relentless assault. The honey badger stood atop a cliff, the sky stretching out behind it. Nearby, a monkey dangled precariously, offering an apple to a boar-like creature. The honey badger rested, nestled between a boar and a lion. Far away, Xiaoqing traversed a dense forest. She muttered that she had to find the god tree. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as Xiaoqing's eyes widened, blood trickling down her face. A voice boomed, shouting by. Xiaoqing, her face contorted in pain and rage, questioned if she had heard correctly. Another figure asked if she was talking about the white tiger. The first voice declared that it had something to say. The second figure exclaimed that its fur was very warm, before screaming in pain. The woman unleashed a torrent of energy, declaring her intent to kill. Laughing, her opponent dodged the attack with ease, mocking the futility of her efforts given her weakened state. The woman cried out as the attack connected, the force of the blow evident in her pained expression. The strike landed, sending a shock wave through the area. Crying out in frustration, the figure was sent crashing to the ground. Nearby, two figures stood observing the scene. One, identified as Qingchuan Entry Level 8, was a muscular man with long dark hair. The other, Lungfeng Entry Level 7, was masked and armed with a sword. A woman, bloodied and bruised, noticed the pair and questioned if they were members of the organization. Another figure, with pale skin and red eyes, ordered her to step back, stating that she wouldn't be able to defeat them in her current state and that they should be interrogated about the organization's affairs. The pale figure declared that he would take care of them. Another man stood ready, a sword in his hand. Nearby, the sentient tree entity was surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. The man with the sword observed the tree, remarking that it seemed to be the boss, to which a voice responded, confirming his suspicion. The glowing core pulsed with an eerie light, a silent challenge to the approaching figures. Really speaking, the man with the golden hair reflected on what he knew from the beginning, that intelligent beasts existed. But even after encountering them, it still felt incredible. He demanded if the fog beasts were created by the entity before them. The man's stats were visible, showing him to be an extraordinary second-order being with a peak lifespan of 27/105. His innate ability was Su Hui, innate wisdom, and his special ability was Sword Chi Alchemy, which increased spiritual power and killed enemies beyond the user's levels, but would consume one's lifespan. The entity confirmed that it had created all of this, adding that the humans shouldn't have barged in here. The man's expression hardened as he called the entity strange. He stated that beasts shouldn't take away the places where humans live, and that if they didn't get rid of the entity now, they wouldn't be able to live in peace. He scoffed at the entity's arrogance in calling it their place. Concluding that words alone could not solve the problem, the man declared that they should kill them. He yelled for them to come on. The man's glasses shattered as he prepared to fight. The analysts had determined that this was the location where the reconnaissance plane, attached to the giant crocodile, was last spotted before it entered the mountain. The mountain was now captured by satellite, surrounded by mist. This was the original appearance of the Misty Mountains before the spiritual energy revival. The satellite imagery focused on the gorge. Inside a vehicle, one man wondered if this was their hiding place. Earlier, they had been discussing the organization that controlled the mountains, speculating that they might be human. However, he now considered that this organization might not be human after all. The screen displayed a series of energy signatures. The analysts determined that this was the moment when the reconnaissance plane was shot down by the fog beasts. In the lower right corner, there were some unidentified beats. After technical restoration, the final result was obtained. The screen showed a close-up of the sentient tree entity. One of the men exclaimed, wondering if that tree was evolving the beasts. It had only been half a year since the last spiritual energy revival, yet the enemy was already capable of controlling 8 peregrine falcons in such a short time, even making a first-order transcendental giant crocodile obedient. Their strength, the man realized, definitely could not be lower than that. Of a first-level transcendent, he thought, to be able to manipulate all these strange beasts, evolve human beings, and learn the human language. The answer to these mysteries was close. He knew everything would be known when General Lee arrived at the enemy's location. It was the first direct confrontation with the newly awakened intelligent monster. What they were going to confront this time was not human. The golden-haired man stood amidst a cloud of dust. He glared forward, his expression grim. The man braced himself. The monstrous entity declared that the man was making a boastful statement that he would win at this place. It then stated that he was now kneeling in front of it. The entity asserted that it had no intention of starting a war with humans. It questioned why they had attacked this place, promising that if they retreated, they would never invade human territory. The golden-haired man looked down, his expression unreadable. He wondered if he should believe it. The entity told him that he probably hadn't realized it yet. The soldiers, it explained, were equipped with spiritual power isolation devices, which could isolate the spiritual power within a radius of 5 meters around them. The entity revealed that the spiritual power of his subordinates had been cut off, and they could not even perceive the fog emanating from it. It added that it had just received a message that all the organized beast creatures that had been targeting soldiers had. Amidst the chaos, the man with glowing eyes declared that all who had died on the mountain had done so to protect the mutant woman. He acknowledged that they were like ants against an elephant, but they would survive by biting their enemy to death. Meanwhile, the entity knew that this war could not be won without sacrifices. But that didn't mean they were afraid of death. The battle continued. The Golden Eagle continued its assault. The soldiers' speed was not the same as it was in the beginning, and even if they were strong, they would get tired. From the ground, Uncle U Beast declared that this world belonged to everyone. He made it clear that they were not going to back down. The gorilla roared, knowing that surviving and fighting was the only thing they could do. The battle raged on around them. The dragon-like creature declared that they would fight even if they received the hate of this world. It demanded that the human tell it something. The golden-haired beast creature questioned since when did this world belong to the tree entity. The dragon-like creature scoffed, declaring it was a joke. The white-furred beast creature declared that the humans started the war, but if they couldn't kill it, it would stop at nothing to take its revenge. The blue-skinned beast creature declared that where they live, they don't need anyone's approval. The golden-haired beast creature declared that this world is a place for all living creatures. Another beast creature exclaimed that the humans just keep blabbering. Another beast creature roared. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure stood over fallen bodies. Elsewhere, a figure was struck by a powerful blow. The mutant golden ant was shown. Yi Shaoqing was shown, exclaiming a flash. Another beast creature declared that someone killed thereby. The golden ant's arrival was met with immediate hostility, as the surrounding figures were ordered to attack. Soldiers responded, unleashing a barrage of electrical attacks. The golden ant stood its ground, seemingly unfazed by the assault. Elsewhere, the fallen figures were being battered by a flurry of attacks. The cloaked figure observed the scene, surprised by the appearance of another fast-moving and intelligent beast. The cloaked figure continued to watch the battle unfold. Another figure urged Flash to hurry and leave, while simultaneously commanding them to take something. The golden ant's gaze intensified. The golden ant moved with incredible speed. The cloaked figure declared that they were not the only ones who could move fast. The cloaked figure cursed, realizing the situation had become more complicated. A bat shadow impacted the scene. The mutant golden ant was struck, blood splattering as it was sent flying. Although the green mantis had only seen one move from the ant, it knew that they were not even close to being its opponents. The green mantis watched with shock as the golden ant approached. The golden ant moved with blinding speed. The title card proclaims, Evolution from a Tree. The golden ant's mandibles snap shut with incredible force. The force of the bite sends shockwaves through the air. The mantis is sent flying by the ant's attack. The golden ant continues its assault, blades flashing. The mantis struggles to defend itself against the relentless onslaught. The golden ant's eye glows with predatory intensity. The mantis cries out as the ant's attack connects. The ant's blades find their mark, tearing through the mantis's defenses. The mantis is sent crashing to the ground, defeated. The blue mantis was amazed by the speed of his opponent, admitting that he couldn't keep up with the golden ant's movements. The golden ant's mandibles dripped with the blue mantis's blood. The golden ant's attack was a blinding flash of golden light. The blue mantis was struck by the golden ant's attack. Meanwhile, the vampire scoffed at his opponent, declaring that he couldn't even penetrate his skin with all his strength. The vampire stood tall as his opponent loomed over him. The opponent unleashed a flurry of attacks, but the vampire remained unfazed. The vampire sneered, telling his opponent that his attacks were no match for him. The opponent roared in anger, his muscles bulging. The opponent's face contorted in rage as he prepared to strike. The opponent declared that since he couldn't cut through the vampire's skin, he would go for his eyeballs, all the way through his intestines. The vampire's eyes glowed red as he stared down at his opponent. A swarm of bats descends upon the battlefield, their forms silhouetted against the light. Seeing the swarm, one of the fighters shouts a warning to attack the bat with red eyes, cursing under his breath. The swarm of bats continues its descent, their numbers seemingly endless. Amidst the chaos, a woman tied up demands that they target the bat with the red eyes. One of the fighters clicks his tongue in annoyance as the bats approach. The red-eyed bat looms in the background, its presence a looming threat. A blade flashes, narrowly missing its target as someone curses in frustration. The red-eyed bat continues to command the swarm, taking down its enemies one after another. With a furious roar, the golden ant charges forward, its form a blur of motion. The golden ant continues its relentless assault, its target in sight. The golden ant strikes with deadly force, determined to eliminate its foe. As the dust settles, a figure wonders if they have achieved victory. The golden ant unleashes a blinding flash of light as it prepares to strike, while the others can only watch. Amidst the chaos, someone shouts for everyone to run, sensing the immense power about to be unleashed. The golden ant's attack lands with devastating force, creating a shadow impact that rips through the surroundings. The force of the blow is so great that it leaves a crater in the ground, the shock waves rippling outwards. Elsewhere, the vampire reflects on the situation, acknowledging that this move consumes too much energy and that it would be better not to underestimate his opponents. Nearby, the muscular beast and the hooded figure are covered in dust and debris, the hooded figure exclaiming that they need to go. The blue mantis coughs, struggling to recover after taking heavy damage. The blue mantis is severely injured, lying prone in a pool of green liquid. The golden ant remembers that the blue mantis sacrificed the right side of its body to protect it. The vampire notes that the blue mantis's petite body has superb speed and impeccable strength, resolving that if he doesn't kill it here, it will be harder to deal with later. The vampire declares that he will kill the blue mantis right here. The vampire lunges forward, ready to strike the final blow against the injured blue mantis. The golden ant, battered and bruised, could only utter a single word. Elsewhere, a figure called out to their brother. It was her turn to save him, she thought. She considered reporting the situation to the military officials, hoping that it would prevent similar wars from happening in the future. The vampire decided to keep his thoughts to himself, as killing was the only pleasure he could find. The vampire told them not to cry, stating that it didn't matter who died first. Having changed his mind, the vampire declared that he would get rid of all of them, adding that the big guy and the mutant girl were just appetizers. He Xiaoqing screamed at the vampire. He Xiaoqing urged the others to take the blue mantis and run away if they didn't want to die. The vampire seemed confused by something. The vampire exclaimed that they were rats. The golden ant thought about how hateful the situation was. Someone urged that it was enough flash, and they couldn't beat him, suggesting they run away. At that time, the mutant golden ant found itself in a dire situation. The ant accepted its fate. The ant realized that living like an ant meant its fate was cheaper than paper, and it would die not knowing when. At that time, even if it couldn't win, the mutant golden ant knew it still had a fight. The blue mantis demanded to know how many times it needed to say that the ant stood no chance. The ant knew that, but it had to protect this place, even if it meant they wouldn't die in vain. The mutant golden ant wondered what the difference was between running away and being dead. With a flash, the blue mantis declared that if the golden ant wished to win, it would have to consume them. The blue mantis insisted that the golden ant eat them, allowing the mantis to become the ant's power. The golden ant, tears welling, questioned what the mantis was talking about. The mantis explained that they were about to die anyway, revealing that their mother had consumed their father to give birth to them, making their father her strength. The golden ant thought it was a ridiculous way to die, stating that they could not accept the mantis suffering such a death, and so they ran. The blue mantis declared that, having lived their whole life away from their race, they must control their own life, and letting the golden ant consume them was their choice. The mantis stated that their strength, speed, and everything else would become the golden ants. The golden ant, distraught, said that they didn't want to, that they couldn't do it, as enough friends had died, and they didn't want to lose the mantis either. The sound of something breaking echoed as the mantis's body began to crack. Someone shouted for them not to hurt them. The blue mantis, coughing blood, told the golden ant to stop being silly, adding that just talking was so painful. The mantis stated that with the presence of a single comrade, everyone was dead, and that rather than dying at the hands of a human, they would prefer to give their power to the golden ant. The blue mantis told the golden ant that they had always thought of them as a friend, and that this was the destiny they had chosen for themselves, so the ant didn't need to blame themselves. The golden ant, enraged, curses under his breath. His anger intensifies, shaking the very ground beneath him. A blinding light erupts as the ant's power surges. Caught in the blast, he Xiaoqing cries out in alarm. Nearby, the mutant rat wonders why the golden ant would bother saving it. The white-haired figure declares that in the end, everyone will die as the mutant rat squeaks in fear. The golden ant's foot descends, crushing the earth. The white-haired figure stands his ground, bathed in the golden ant's aura. The golden ant's power intensifies, the air crackling with energy. The white-haired figure observes that the ant's appearance has changed, noting that it was dying just moments ago. The golden ant has reached entry level 9, still able to use tricks, and its aura has become stronger. The white-haired figure acknowledges that it's only the aura of entering the 9th level. He considers himself a transcendent being of the 1st level, and the golden ant cannot be his opponent. He scoffs at the golden ant's companion for risking his life to protect the ant, calling it hopeless stupidity. Even with the golden ant's surge in power, the white-haired figure remained unimpressed, declaring that even a stronger opponent would not be a match for him. The figure marveled at his own speed. The figure's cloak slammed into the ground with tremendous force. The golden ant's attack missed its mark. The golden ant stood its ground. The white-haired figure revealed that he knew the heart of the divine god tree had never been on his side. He added that he was returning the strange rats, which the tree had always treated as its own, to him. The golden ant cried out as it was sent flying. In an instant, the corpses were moved. The white-haired figure stated that the things the golden ant said made it seem like it thought it could win. The white-haired figure admitted that he had underestimated the golden ant earlier, but he would not let it go now. He vowed to make it regret living. The white-haired figure clenched his fist. The golden ant was sent crashing into the ground. The white-haired figure urged the golden ant to stand up and not fall down, declaring that he would not let it die so easily. The white-haired figure, towering over his defeated opponent, declared his intention to torture the golden ant endlessly. His fist crackled with purple energy as he prepared to deliver another blow. The white-haired figure wondered how the golden ant's power could be so strong, even at the 9th level, and how it was able to surpass him, a 1st-level transcendent. The golden ant, ensnared by dark tendrils, refused to be tortured, stating that he didn't think so. The white-haired figure, radiating power, scoffed at the golden ant's defiance, questioning if he was qualified to resist. The golden ant and the white-haired figure clashed, their battle a furious exchange of blows. The golden ant continued to fight back, despite the overwhelming power of his opponent. The white-haired figure pressed his attack, undeterred by the golden ant's resistance. The white-haired figure continued his assault, his movements a blur of speed and power. The white-haired figure declared that even with super speed, being only level 9 was useless, and the golden ant would die at his hands. The white-haired figure declared that the most important thing in a battle is not speed, but power. With that declaration, the white-haired figure prepared to strike the golden ant. The golden ant braced for the inevitable. The creature, battered and bruised, still stood defiant. Its eyes burned with a fierce determination. The creature's fangs were bared as it roared in anger. The air crackled with energy as the creature unleashed a devastating attack. With a guttural cry, the creature lunged forward. The golden ant braced itself against the onslaught. The creature revealed its unique technique, a bomb made of bats. It taunted its opponent, daring the golden ant to continue dodging. The beast declared that the friends of someone would be annihilated. The creature thought that all it had to do was kill all those bats. The golden ant questioned what the creature had just said about killing them all. The creature asked if the golden ant even knew how many bats there were. The golden ant declared that it would flatten this place. The creature bid goodbye. The bats continued to descend. The bats crashed into the ground. The golden ant screamed. The bats continued to explode. The golden ant was engulfed by the explosion. Someone exclaimed in pain. As the bat bomb detonated, memories flooded back to Uncle You Beast. He realized, with dawning horror, the gravity of the situation. The explosion ripped through the area. The force of the blast sent the golden ant plummeting to the ground, coughing violently. The golden ant coughed up blood, the explosion having clearly taken a toll. Uncle You Beast watched the scene unfold, his expression grim. The blue mantis, blades glowing, moved with incredible speed, striking at Uncle You Beast. The force of the blow sent debris flying. Uncle You Beast, caught off guard, was sent crashing into the ground. The impact of the fall was devastating. The blue mantis pressed his advantage, preparing another strike. Uncle You Beast realized that if he was hit again, it would be over. Suddenly, a voice called out, urging the blue mantis to wait and hold on. The air crackled with unseen energy as the blue mantis's attack continued to devastate the surrounding area. Amidst the destruction, the blue mantis remained focused on his target. The blue mantis coughed, wondering how Uncle You Beast could possess such strength. The blue mantis realized that Uncle You Beast was unbelievably fast and possessed frightening power. The blue mantis questioned why he couldn't defeat Uncle You Beast, stating that he was a first-level transcendent while Uncle You Beast was only at the 9th entry level. The blue mantis wondered why he couldn't defeat Uncle You Beast, becoming frustrated. Uncle You Beast prepared to retaliate, declaring that the blue mantis would regret his actions. Uncle You Beast warned the blue mantis not to get on his nerves. Uncle You Beast unleashed a devastating attack. The blue mantis was sent flying by the force of the blow. The blue mantis, overwhelmed, cursed his inability to overcome Uncle You Beast. The blue mantis continued to express his frustration. The blue mantis is struck by Uncle You Beast, who is much larger than him. The force of the blow sends the blue mantis flying. Uncle You Beast declares that the blue mantis is finished. Uncle You Beast proclaims his power. Uncle You Beast is an extraordinary first-order powerhouse. Uncle You Beast laughs. Uncle You Beast states that the blue mantis has a strong hatred towards humanity. A flashback shows Xiaoqing saying that not everyone is bad, and that perhaps in the future, he will change his opinion of human beings. The blue mantis recalls that at that time, he will become true companions. The blue mantis is shocked by Uncle You Beast's words. The blue mantis realizes that now even his only friend has been brutally killed, and he declares that this is his home. The blue mantis, consumed by rage, declares that this is his ultimate attack. The blue mantis unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the attack shatters the ground. The impact sends Uncle You Beast flying backwards, crashing into the debris. Dust and debris fill the air as the ground continues to tremble. The title card displays the name of the series, Evolution from Tree. The golden ant's body began to glow with an intense light. The golden ant wondered if its body was unable to bear this power. The ant realized that this had been the case since the beginning. The golden ant realized that this power did not belong to it. Now the golden ant felt it had reached its limit. The golden ant, looking at the sky, told its comrades that it had avenged them, adding that maybe it was too late to say this now. But it was great knowing them, the golden ant thought. The golden ant's body lay on the ground, defeated. Xiaoqing was nearby, injured. The figure lay still, bloodied, and unmoving. Nearby, a figure apologized. The golden ant, defeated, could only utter a single word, Master. It thought to itself that it would rest a little now. Elsewhere, someone was panting heavily. The individual stood their ground. The person was bleeding from their mouth. Suddenly, Xiaoling's voice rang out. The person realized they didn't expect to meet her here, lamenting their bad luck. It dawned on them. Xiaoling warned that the genetic troops and mutant beasts were fighting ahead, but most of the beasts had been wiped out. The person declared they would kill her. Xiaoling urged someone to go over there and join them, as they still needed help, and then questioned if they were serious. Xiaoling's opponent declared that they would return, but not before killing her. The warrior lunged, shouting a declaration of death. The warrior's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity as she prepared to strike. The force of the blow sent Xiaoling flying through the air. Bloodied and enraged, Xiaoling questioned if her opponent was crazy and looking to die. A voice responded, confirming that was right. The speaker declared that Xiaoling was not the one who would die. The warrior revealed herself to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, kneeling on the ground, questioned if the warrior had just said that she would die, and asked if that was what the warrior wanted. A voice confirmed that was right. Xiaoling gritted her teeth, realizing her opponent was not kidding. Xiaoling acknowledged that she had offended the warrior before, but insisted that now was not the time for fighting. She urged the warrior to work together with her to kill the beasts. The warrior shouted at Xiaoling to stop talking nonsense. Xiaoling thought back to a time when she had no choice because of the doctor. The medicine had been too strong, and she couldn't control it. Before she knew what happened, he was dead. The warrior's fist connected with Xiaoling's face, the force of the blow evident. The impact sent Xiaoling flying backwards. As she crashed to the ground, Xiaoling cried out in pain, clutching her nose. The pain was intense, but Xiaoling remembered her promise to the doctor. She wouldn't kill her opponent, though she never said anything about beating her. Xiaoling, surrounded by a blue aura, declared that her opponent had asked for it. With a yell, Xiaoling unleashed her power. Xiaoling prepared her flame fist. The warrior cursed, realizing the danger. Xiaoling struck, her fist connecting with the warrior. The force of the blow sent the warrior hurtling through the air. Xiaoling prepared her next attack, announcing her fire butterfly technique. The fire butterfly engulfed her opponent in flames. The warrior's hand crackles with energy as he prepares another attack. With a furious strike, he unleashes a wave of power. The force of the blow sends the warrior crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Desperate, he begs for his life, promising to repay Xiaoling later if she spares him. Xiaoling's hand glows with golden energy. She grabs the warrior's hand, her expression unreadable. The warrior screams in agony as Xiaoling's power surges through him. Xiaoling declares that she won't kill him, but she won't let him off easily either. She tells him that he won't be lonely, as there are countless beasts on this mountain. A massive, blue-furred beast looms nearby. The warrior, terrified, curses Xiaoling's name and begs her not to. The beast roars, its massive jaws opening wide as it descends upon the warrior. The warrior roared, his silhouette outlined by a red aura. The sound echoed through the forest. Amidst the fiery landscape, Xiaoqing pressed onward, determined to return to her master. But as she tried to move, a chilling realization washed over Xiaoqing. Her body felt powerless, preventing her from returning to the master. Driven by urgency, Xiaoqing knew she must hurry back to the master, despite her body's limitations. The earth around her exploded in bursts of fire. Nearby, the Uncle You beast roared in fury. The flames intensified, consuming everything in their path. The mutant golden eagle swooped down, engaging a white ram-like creature amidst the inferno. Elsewhere, a man barked orders into his phone, commanding the deployment of all incendiary bombs. The incendiary bombs rained down, blanketing the landscape in fire. The missiles streaked across the sky, adding to the devastation. The mutant golden eagle continues its assault, talons extended and ready to strike. With a powerful flap of its wings, the mutant golden eagle dives downwards, a blur of golden feathers and deadly intent. The air crackles with heat as the mutant golden eagle descends, its form wreathed in flames. The intense heat distorts the air around the mutant golden eagle, a testament to its fiery power. Below, soldiers observe that the tree's roots are repairing themselves. An officer barks out orders to continue the bombardment, believing that the tree needs spiritual power to keep repairing itself. He explains that once the tree runs out of spiritual power, they can take it down, adding that the tree roots can't reach the missile launcher from their current position. The missile launcher trucks continue to fire relentlessly. Meanwhile, 3 falcons are flying towards the missile truck. The mutant golden eagle clashes with Uncle You Beast. Uncle You Beast challenges the mutant golden eagle, questioning if it can always maintain full strength and speed. Below, the falcons approach the missile truck. Amidst the chaos, a soldier spots another threat. The mutant golden eagle continues its assault. The missile truck explodes in a massive fireball. The soldiers realize the missile truck behind them has been destroyed. The ground begins to shake violently. The tremors intensify, causing the earth to crack. A massive crocodile emerges from the ground. The soldiers are shocked to see the giant crocodile. The soldiers open fire on the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile roars. Xiaoqing is pleased to see the giant crocodile again. Xiaoqing declares that the giant crocodile will not escape this time. Xiaoqing's associate identifies the massive beast as the giant crocodile. The crocodile, surrounded by soldiers, unleashes a devastating attack. The beast's jaws become a blur of motion as it executes a sonic blade attack. The force of the attack sends soldiers flying through the air. Amidst the chaos, someone shouts for the crocodile to be stopped and kept away from the commander. The giant crocodile continues its rampage, crushing vehicles and scattering soldiers. A commanding officer orders both infantry and supernaturals to stand back. The Air Force is instructed to prepare to deploy muscle-paralyzing bombs. The crocodile is struck by a barrage of attacks. The attacks seem to have little effect on the massive beast. The battlefield is engulfed in explosions and fire. Two figures are spotted on a nearby cliff, and someone wonders if one of them is the commander. The giant crocodile roared, declaring itself a god tree. The beast's attack continued, tearing through the landscape. The crocodile's massive jaws snapped shut. The force of the crocodile's rampage sent debris flying. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, laughing at the destruction. The figure's eye glowed with malevolent energy. The ground continued to crumble under the crocodile's assault. A man grunted as he was sent flying through the air. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. The massive crocodile continued its destructive advance. The man looked up, his gaze fixed on something above. The man wondered if the figure was their master. The man stood his ground, surrounded by the shattered earth and debris of the ongoing battle. Above him, the massive crocodile roared, its words echoing with a dire warning. If he were to fall, everything would end. Driven by desperation, the man screamed that they couldn't lose. The crocodile bellowed, commanding the man to lose here and unleashing a torrent of fire. The ground beneath them cracked and buckled under the intense heat. The man was engulfed in flames, the fire licking at his form. The crocodile's fiery breath continued to pour forth, an unrelenting inferno. The man stood firm against the flames. Elsewhere, the spiritual missile was prepared. Nearby, a man and woman stood on a platform overlooking the city. The man stated that this was humanity's last resort. A large missile stood ready for launch. It was thought that if even General Lee couldn't handle that mutant beast, then this missile would be needed. Inside a command center, a man asked if there was still no news from General Lee's side. A woman responded that there had been no news from him for an hour. Meanwhile, General Lee was battered and bruised. In the distance, the sentient tree entity loomed. The mutant willow protagonist stood before the sentient tree entity. The sentient tree entity declared that the mutant willow protagonist couldn't beat it. General Lee wondered if the sentient tree entity thought he would lose, or if it thought he was the kind of person who would back down. If that was the case, the sentient tree entity declared that the battle would end before General Lee died. General Lee responded by declaring that he would show the entity his true strength, realizing that the entity had not been using its full power. The sentient tree entity unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the attack shattered the surrounding terrain. General Lee wondered if the spiritual power was truly coming from the tree. The attack continued to devastate the area. The force of the blow sent General Lee flying. He braced himself against the impact. The sentient tree entity's core pulsed with power. General Lee realized that the entity was already very strong, and now it was even stronger. He knew that if they didn't kill it now, it would surely become a menace in the future. He held the pill in his hand, admitting that he really didn't want to swallow it. General Lee knew he had no choice and swallowed the pill. General Lee knew that the sentient tree entity had to be destroyed before the effects of the power-boosting pill wore off. He roared, calling the entity a demon tree. Lee declared that even if he had to risk his life, he would never let the entity live, vowing to bury it and its wild beasts on the mountain. The pill caused a rapid increase in his power. The pill rapidly increased Lee's strength while causing a rapid decline in the opponent's health. His spiritual power reached 680,000, giving him a lifespan of 10 hours. The sentient tree entity responded, telling Lee to go ahead and try to kill it. The entity's spiritual power was at 490,000, with a lifespan of 200 years. The force of the battle caused a landslide. The ground cracked and split under the immense pressure. Debris flew through the air as the two titans clashed. Lee questioned if the entity wanted to distance itself and fight a long-range battle, but he declared that he wouldn't allow it. The mutant golden eagle was sent flying. Lee launched himself forward, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. He clashed with the sentient tree entity, their powers colliding in a burst of energy. The force of the impact reverberated through the surrounding area. Debris and dust exploded outwards, obscuring the immediate aftermath of the collision. From within the cloud of dust, a massive, glowing cane emerged, its tip crackling with energy. General Lee wondered if this was the weapon of the sentient tree entity. General Lee, having delivered an earth punch, stood ready for the next attack. The ground around them continued to crack and shatter under the immense pressure. The cane descended, cleaving through the earth with unstoppable force. General Lee was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The cane continued its descent, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sentient tree entity's energy sphere was struck, causing it to crack and destabilize. General Lee, recovering in midair, prepared to unleash his 10,000 swords attack. The sentient tree entity cried out in pain as the attack connected. The force of the 10,000 swords attack ripped through the air, a blinding display of power. The swords tore into the sentient tree entity's massive form. leaving deep gashes in its bark. The entity cried out in pain as the attack landed, its purple core flickering violently. The force of the attack continued to pummel the entity, tearing away chunks of its wooden flesh. Meanwhile, Yuziu unleashed their own counterattack, a barrage of willow leaf fly knives. The knives struck the entity, adding to the devastation. Elsewhere, General Li leaped from a rocky outcropping, moving to a safer distance. He heard someone shout his title, Master. In the president's office, a new battle report arrived, detailing an attack on headquarters by a giant crocodile. The fate of the commander remained unknown. An official questioned who was now in command of the battlefield, learning that the director of the supernatural unit was temporarily taking over. Another man, visibly impatient, demanded to know if that thing was ready yet. He was informed that they could launch it directly when General Li retreated. At headquarters, those monitoring the battle realized they had lost contact with Uncle Yu Beast after he entered the mountain. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity seemed to be regenerating as it fought Uncle Yu Beast. The sentient tree entity knew that continuing to fight like this would only waste time, and that it was necessary to act fast and destroy Uncle Yu Beast's core before it was too late, increasing its power. With its speed increasing, the sentient tree entity's lifespan was now limited to 5 hours. The sentient tree entity had reached the transcendent third level. The sentient tree entity unleashed a powerful attack. The attack continued to strike with immense force. The force of the attack caused the surrounding landscape to crumble. Uncle Yu Beast was struck by the attack. The force of the blow sent Uncle Yu Beast staggering. The sentient tree entity wondered if this was the power of the third level. The sentient tree entity's core glowed intensely as it realized the extent of its newfound power. The blue mantis, unleashing a powerful attack, thinks to itself that its strength is almost at the third level. Despite the force of the blow, the mantis realizes it was only able to leave a crack on the barrier. The blue mantis, looking up at the barrier, knows that there are many people relying on it to protect them, and it can't lose. It has to keep fighting. From behind the barrier, Uncle Yu questions what nonsense the mantis is talking about. With a burst of speed, Uncle Yu launches a counterattack. Uncle Yu declares that the mantis's people deserve to die. Coughing, the blue mantis asks if their lives are the only valuable ones. Uncle Yu retorts that they have been sending hunters to harass them and have gathered an army to annihilate them. The blue mantis asks if Uncle Yu is kidding, questioning if they have ever invaded any village or destroyed any cities, asserting that it's to protect humanity. Uncle Yu responds that just because humans are afraid of them, they're trying to erase their existence. The ground crumbles beneath the beast's feet as he stands firm. Meanwhile, the tree-like entity demands to know who authorized the attack. The beast stands tall, bloodied but unbowed. The beast hisses, attempting to contact General Li to confirm if he received the signal. Elsewhere, a voice attempts to reach the beast. Back at headquarters, an official warns that the time for battle has been exceeded and orders everyone to evacuate immediately, as spiritual missiles are about to launch. The beast is told to move at least 10 kilometers away. The beast pleads to be allowed to continue. The official refuses. The tree-like entity remains silent. The beast refuses to admit that he, at the transcendent third stage, would be inferior to a second-level beast, resolving that he must defeat it. Lao Zhao attempts to contact Brother Li. Voice is called out to Big Brother Zhao, reminding him that there were still many things he needed to do. Pleadingly, they urged him to come back, insisting that they couldn't afford to lose him. The beast, however, declared that he no longer needed to fight. A missile carrying the crystallized wisdom of humanity was about to arrive, promising to destroy everything. Regardless, the figure was determined to continue. He recalled that from the beginning, his mission had been to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes and destroy them, taking back control of the mountains. But the prerequisite was to defeat Yuziu within 1 hour. It was explained that if there existed a beast that could not be killed by a third-level transcendent within 1 hour, they would be defeated due to exhaustion if they continued to fight. After all, they didn't want to resort to using that spiritual energy missile either. The spiritual power of that missile was said to be close to 1 million, a prototype developed with the full efforts of the government. Although the radiation was not as extreme as nuclear weapons, the area would eventually become a radiation zone, originally intended to expand the area for human activities, but now it seemed they had ended up hurting themselves as well, suffering losses in the process. That was their last card, and the launch sequence had begun. As the beast stood firm, a voice echoed, declaring that movement was the ultimate mistake and demanding a plan for survival. The spiritual missile, a sphere of concentrated energy, pulsed with contained fury, its eyes burning with resentment. The missile hurtled forward, a streak of light against the backdrop of the ravaged landscape. It pierced through the air, leaving a trail of vapor and displaced energy in its wake. Meanwhile, the sphere cried out, desperately calling for everyone to return. The tree roots began to retract, pulling back from whatever they had been grasping. The roots continued their rapid withdrawal, the earth trembling slightly with their movement. A voice commanded the tree roots to retract, the urgency clear in its tone. The missile continued its descent, drawing ever closer to its target. The beast remained silent, its glowing eyes fixed on the approaching threat. The tree entity, surrounded by its roots, declared that it would not die here. The missile streaked across the sky, a final, desperate measure against an implacable foe. Uncle You Beast watched as the spiritual missile hurtled toward the tree entity. The tree entity braced itself, its glowing core pulsing with energy as the missile approached. The missile continued its descent, picking up speed. The moment of impact arrived, and the missile struck the tree entity with tremendous force. The tree entity screamed as the missile penetrated its defenses. The spiritual energy of the missile began to tear through the tree entity's form. The tree entity's body was ripped apart by the force of the blast. Chunks of the tree entity were sent flying in all directions. The ground beneath the tree entity was scorched and cratered by the explosion. The tree entity's core was exposed, glowing weakly amidst the destruction. The core began to sink into the ground. The tree entity's core muttered in pain as it disappeared into the earth. The force of the explosion ripped through the area. Amidst the chaos, the core of the tree entity was visible. The core pulsed with a malevolent energy, its eye-like center glowing intensely. The surrounding area was bathed in a blinding light. A voice echoed, a silent thought made manifest. Another voice cried out, declaring that they would protect the others. A desperate plea echoed as a figure declared they wouldn't let anyone die, calling out to everyone. Another voice responded, urging everyone to survive together. A sense of relief washed over them, knowing they were at least in this place. The light intensified, obscuring everything. The ground trembled as something massive began to stir. The explosion ripped through the area, the force of it sending debris flying in all directions. The air crackled with residual energy, the very atmosphere charged with an unknown power. From the heart of the devastation, a blinding light erupted, consuming everything in its path. The ground trembled as a shockwave ripped through the area. The force of the blast intensified, consuming everything in its path. The shockwave continued to spread, devastating the surrounding landscape. The destructive energy surged, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As the dust settled, a voice confirmed that the missile had reached its target. Inside a secure facility, a man in a suit received the confirmation with grim satisfaction, while his colleagues looked on. The man in the suit declared the mission a success. Elsewhere, General Lee coughed violently, blood splattering from his mouth. The general struggled to stand amidst the devastation, questioning what had just happened. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared, informing him that they were there to extract him, as the majority of the troops had already begun to retreat. Wounded and weary, General Lee demanded to know the current situation outside. The soldiers reported that the army had been fighting the wild beasts in the mountains, killing those they could and fleeing from those they couldn't. The cleanup was almost complete, though the most troublesome beast had been the giant crocodile. They explained that nearly all the tanks, missile launchers, and attack helicopters were down. The giant crocodile alone had killed 10,000 soldiers, including the commanding officer, and it had taken thousands of missiles to finally kill it. It was declared that the last boss in the mountains had been killed by General Lee and Headquarters missile. The soldiers continued, stating that there were no powerful beasts left in the mountains. The spiritual energy value in the Bayou Canyon had dropped from 300,000 to 1,000, and Headquarters had already issued the retreat order. Xiaoling's name was spoken. Xiaoling realized that she could no longer sense her master's presence, the connection with him severed. The connection had been completely severed. General Lee, confused, asked Xiaoling what she was talking about. Xiaoling, distraught, cried out that because of him, she had done all this with her own hands. The warrior swung his blade, a furious assault against his enemies. The group surrounded the warrior, their eyes glowing with malicious intent. The warrior, consumed by rage, declared that the tree he killed was his master. The warrior's hands glowed with power. The warrior's face contorted in anguish as he realized the truth. The ground cracked as a monstrous centipede emerged. The warrior realized that the traitor in the military had been the centipede all along. Xiaoling's name was called out. The centipede lunged forward. Xiaoling stood defiant, facing the monstrous centipede. The warrior realized that the centipede had suddenly died. The warrior realized that the centipede was absorbed, and the group decided to take Xiaoling down together. Determined, General Lee declared that he would do it, believing that the others would only be a hindrance. Golden energy surged around him. The energy intensified, crackling with power. The golden aura exploded outward. Meanwhile, Xiaoling struggled to her feet. General Lee revealed that he had taken her as a disciple only to keep her close and monitor her, admitting that he had hoped she wasn't the person he had been looking for. He felt heartbroken that she was the one. The spiritual empress was his target. General Lee questioned how it was possible for her to defeat him, given that she was only at the first level. Xiaoling screamed. The golden energy surged around her. General Li watched as his Shaoling was engulfed in golden energy. General Li's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he called out his Shaoling's name. The force of the golden energy exploded outwards. Meanwhile, the mutant golden eagle continued its descent. Coughing, the mutant red fox struggled to rise, covered in blood and dust. General Li, his face contorted with rage, demanded that Shaoling stop fighting, insisting that she couldn't win and would only die if she continued. The mutant red fox coughed up blood, its vision blurring. Through the haze, the mutant red fox noticed the mutant golden eagle's gaze and realized that she was gone. The mutant red fox, wounded and enraged, could only utter a single word, butterfly. The blue mantis, with a cry of enough, unleashed a powerful strike. General Li, desperate, pleaded with Shaoling to come with him, promising to forget the past. Shaoling, consumed by fury, told him to shut up, declaring that she would raise him like her own daughter. General Li, his teeth bared, snarled that she shouldn't talk to him like that. General Li declares that his opponent will die there, unleashing a torrent of energy. The attack lands, and General Li is bitten by the blue mantis. The title card appears, showcasing the name of the series, Evolution from a Tree. It was so dark that nothing could be seen. The sentient tree entity wondered if it was going back to being alone again. A blue orb floated in the darkness. The surrounding area was covered in red plants. Flash had also died, and now everyone was dead. The sentient tree entity was surrounded by darkness, its glowing core barely illuminating its immediate surroundings. It wondered if it was going back to being alone again. Someone was calling out to their master, wondering who it was. Xiaoqing looked on as the blue orb floated in the air. Xiaoqing's name was called out. Two blue wolves fought a shirtless man. General Li looks on in disbelief, wondering if the beasts are trying to help Xiaoqing. The man fighting the blue wolves shouts for them to go away. One of the blue wolves is sent flying backwards. The blue wolf lies defeated. Xiaoqing cries out the name of the wind wolf. Xiaoqing thinks back to a time when she couldn't protect someone, and now she pleads for them to live on. The blue wolf closes his eyes. Xiaoqing cries out to everyone. The remaining beasts roar in anger. General Li stands firm. The man fighting the wolves realizes that his body's functions are deteriorating. Xiaoqing declares that the problems that cannot be solved must be erased. The man with blonde hair seemed to be thinking, as Xiaoqing looked up at him, tears streaming down her face, pleading for another way. The general remained silent as the woman questioned why war was always seen as the only solution. Xiaoqing wondered if it was a mistake for them to simply exist. General Li, his face contorted in anger, shouted for her to be quiet. He continued, declaring that they were just a bunch of animals and that she shouldn't dare treat them like humans, because they were not human. The general asked who could guarantee that they wouldn't attack human cities, stating that no one could, even if there was just a slight possibility. Xiaoqing declared that she wouldn't let this fire burn. The soldiers behind General Li shouted that they were not wrong. The soldiers continued to shout Xiaoqing's name. Xiaoqing, her hands glowing with power, told them that they could just stay with these strange beasts then. General Li shouted for her to die there. The sky darkened. The earth trembled as a monstrous force made its presence known. From the depths, a dark tendril lashed out with incredible speed. The soldiers watched in horror as the monstrous entity emerged. General Li and Xiaoqing both reacted with shock and disbelief. A surge of energy erupted, bathing the area in a blinding light. The monstrous entity struck with overwhelming power. One of the soldiers questioned what was happening. A soldier was sent flying by the force of the attack. The entity unleashed a devastating blast of energy. Another soldier screamed in terror. Xiaoqing cried out, calling the entity master. The entity declared that it would destroy them all. The soldiers were engulfed in a blinding light as the entity unleashed its power. Amidst the chaos, General Li, battered and bruised, roared in disbelief, questioning how the entity was still alive and why it hadn't fallen. The entity's attack took its toll, damaging a branch and 9 major tree roots, halting its regeneration ability. The system was on the verge of collapse, with only 10 minutes remaining, as the soldiers were urged to press on and eliminate the threat. Despite the dire situation, General Li shouted a warning, telling his men not to go there, insisting that they couldn't defeat it. The entity unleashed another blast of energy, warning that none should even think about running away. The force of the blast ripped through the area. The entity loomed over the battlefield, a towering figure of immense power. One of the soldiers was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. Another soldier was struck, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A soldier, caught in the blast, could only utter a gasp. The entity's massive fist crashed down, obliterating everything in its path. The entity declared its intent to eliminate all present. Immediately following the declaration, the entity unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow was immense, sending shockwaves through the area. The attack continued, relentless and unforgiving. General Li, his face bloodied and bruised, declared that this was the final battle, his lifespan now reduced to 57 minutes. The entity's assault showed no signs of slowing. The remaining lifespan of the system was now critically low. Only 9 minutes and 10 seconds remained. The force of the blow sent the mutant golden ant flying backwards. The golden ant was engulfed in a burst of golden energy. The energy concentrated around the ant, forming a blinding light. The light intensified as the ant was struck again. General Lee, bloodied but unbowed, declared that the ant had no chance of victory against him, ordering it to go to hell. Another strike landed, the force of it visible in the air. General Lee roared in pain as he was struck. Despite the pain, Lee remained standing, his cape billowing behind him as he prepared for another attack. The golden ant unleashed another blast of energy. The golden ant's power surged, fueled by a singular vision, to transform the world into a sanctuary where all could thrive. The force of the blast sent General Lee hurtling backwards, the ground cracking beneath him. Despite the pain, Lee let out a cry of defiance. The ant's attack continued, a relentless barrage of energy. The landscape warped and buckled under the strain of the immense power. The golden ant pressed its advantage, its form radiating intense heat and light. The air crackled with energy as the ant unleashed another devastating attack. The force of the impact sent shock waves rippling outwards. Though battered and bruised, Lee remained defiant, realizing the direction the ant was moving now to is. The battlefield was now a desolate wasteland, scarred by the immense battle. From a distance, a report confirmed the target was dead. The battle was finally over, leaving Uncle Yu's beast defeated. With the mutant golden ant defeated, the soldiers believed the trouble was finally over. The soldiers stood ready, awaiting their next orders. The order came to count the personnel and check the quantity of bullets. The soldiers moved out, their rifles raised, ready for anything. One of the soldiers realized that the commander had fallen in battle, and it was now his turn to take command. He vowed to take all the credit. The soldiers were ordered to prepare to enter deeper into the mountains. The soldiers were told to clear out the remaining beasts. The soldier shouted out the orders. The soldiers advanced, ready to engage the remaining beasts. The soldiers braced themselves for the coming battle. An explosion rocked the area. A dark, fiery beast emerged from the blast. The soldiers could only watch as the fiery beast emerged from the explosion. The beast roared, its power evident. The soldiers braced themselves as the beast landed. One of the soldiers realized who it was. It was General Lee. Despite his transformation, General Lee warned them that this monster was the final boss and urged them to be careful. The beast towered over the soldiers. The soldiers were dwarfed by its massive size. The beast's shadow fell over the battlefield. The soldiers aimed their weapons, preparing for a difficult fight. The beast slammed its fist into the ground. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, destroying tanks and scattering soldiers. The transformed General Lee scoffed, declaring that the soldiers were no match for the true beast that was to come. His face contorted in rage. The general's warning echoed across the battlefield. He bellowed at the soldiers to get out of the area. From within a shattered sphere, a new power began to emerge. The transformed general warned them not to even try to run. A willow slash attack was initiated. The attack sliced through the air. A surge of green energy erupted. The energy coalesced into a sharp, pointed form. Panic spread as the soldiers were told to run and get out of there. An order was given to withdraw. The soldiers began to retreat. The beast's power surged, a palpable wave of energy radiating outwards. The force of the energy was enough to crack the very earth beneath it. The beast roared, demanding that they get out of its territory. General Lee, bloodied and battered, urged his troops to retreat, warning them never to return. The beast's power continued to grow, making it clear that they were not allowed to remain. The soldiers, sensing the immense danger, began their retreat, knowing what would happen if they stepped foot there again. The beast's power continued to surge, tearing through the landscape. The ground shattered and split under the immense pressure. Xiaoqing watched from a distance as the landscape was torn apart. The sky above reflected the turmoil below, a fiery sunset mirroring the chaos. Even the ancient stones seemed to tremble before the beast's might. The landscape lay in ruins, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Amidst the devastation, the beast stood tall, radiating an ominous aura. From the depths of his being, the beast vowed to kill as many humans as possible from that moment forward. The beast, fueled by rage, declared that no matter how many people were sent or missiles fired, it would not be stopped. The creature seethed, promising to continue his slaughter as long as humans continued to appear before him. In a fit of rage, the beast roared that he would kill them all. General Lee, bloodied and enraged, vowed that the beast would regret its actions. The general knew that the time to strike back would come. Far away, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the ravaged landscape. The beast continued to radiate power. Xiaoqing watched the events unfold on a screen, realizing that the whole army had been destroyed. The title card appears, showcasing the evolved tree. Elsewhere, a camera is filming. The camera is suddenly struck with great force. Nearby, someone cries out to their master. The figure stands silhouetted against a fiery background. Xiaoqing's image appears within a sphere of energy, as a voice tells her that her identity has been completely erased and that no one knows who she is anymore, urging her to leave. The system is on the verge of collapse, and there is only 1 minute left. The figure, revealed to be He Xiaoqing, refuses to leave, declaring that she will stay by his side. The figure recalls that originally they were a human being. The monstrous entity loomed over He Xiaoqing, its presence a suffocating weight. And then, a voice echoed, revealing that the soul belonged to Xiaoqing, but the body belonged to Xiaoling, explaining that they were originally sisters. The voice continued, recalling that Xiaoling had died in a disaster, but Xiaoqing had managed to survive in the end, using Xiaoling's body, but ultimately, it wasn't truly her. The voice reminisced about when they were both still alive. A wave of sorrow washed over her as she felt her heart ache. Tears streamed down her face as she admitted that she had really wanted to save her. A voice urged her to return to the humans, declaring that they had won this battle. The monstrous entity began to dissipate. A voice echoed, stating that from now on, no matter what happens, she must hold her head high and live with confidence. Xiaoqing couldn't keep the promise she made with everyone. She resolved to go and apologize to them. She apologized for leaving them alone. Xiaoqing knelt on the ground, bathed in light. Meanwhile, General Li sat in his office, a look of concern etched on his face. The hunt operation concluded, leaving behind a scene of strategic assessment. The aftermath of the 18-hour combat was devastating. 50,000 soldiers, including the superhuman and genetic units, had perished. Only Xiaoqing, Ling, survived in the north of the gorge, while the rest of the beasts were eliminated. Somewhere, the landscape stretched out, a vibrant mix of turquoise waters and lush greenery. Beneath the waves, whales swam peacefully. But lurking nearby was the killer whale king, a transcendent fifth-order beast. Deeper underwater, a reminder flashed. The system was damaged, and a backup was initiated. Another reminder appeared as the system activated. UZU. The system rebooted. A voice echoed, questioning why they were still alive, wondering if they hadn't died. It was pitch black, and UZU found themselves in an unfamiliar place. They wondered where they were. The system informed them that they were indeed dead, and that it had entered the settlement interface. As expected, UZU realized they were still dead, but questioned why their consciousness still existed, and if they were going to be reincarnated again. The system declared that even though UZU was dead, it was still not over. The system stated that everything in this world would continue to operate as usual, and that UZU was dead. However, the system clarified that as the willow tree, UZU was not dead yet. UZU asked what the system meant, as it began to reboot and start back up. The system responded that it meant the world would soon come to an end. The system stated that UZU must be alive when darkness falls, in order to become a god. UZU wondered who would bring the darkness, questioning if it would be the humans. The system stated that there were much scarier creatures than humans. The system offered to give UZU greater strength and let them live, but someday in the future, when disaster strikes, UZU would help them. The system stated that they were willing to accept this deal unconditionally. UZU realized that it was not like they had a choice. The system's interface looms large, its digital presence undeniable. A mysterious, glowing orb floats into view, demanding to know who the system is, stating it wants to ask one last question. The system responds cryptically, stating that the orb will find out when the time is right. The scene shifts back to UZU, the system's presence still looming. A figure with long, flowing white hair appears, declaring that it is time to start. The perspective shifts to UZU, who is kneeling on the ground, looking up. UZU continues to gaze upwards. UZU remains kneeling, surrounded by a faint glow. Suddenly, beams of light envelop UZU, who seems surprised by the sudden change. The light intensifies, revealing the roots of UZU, glowing with power. UZU is now surrounded by dark, vine-like tendrils, holding a glowing orb of energy. The dark vines extend further, revealing a golden ant struggling against them. The dark vines tightened around the golden ant, their grip unyielding. Elsewhere, a figure with long, dark hair and glowing eyes stood amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the encroaching vines. Other creatures, including a large tiger, were not so fortunate, finding themselves ensnared and helpless within the tendrils' grasp. The vines spread relentlessly across the landscape, their reach extending far and wide. The figure from before was now surrounded by the vines, a faint blue glow emanating from their body. The vines continued to spread, reaching into the distance. At the center of the chaos, one vine pulsed with a vibrant, pinkish-red energy. High above, He Xiaoqing was being held captive by the tree's tendrils. Below, the sentient tree entity was slowly opening a passage. The entity held a glowing orb in its hands. The entity, looking at the orb, declared that they would all live together. Elsewhere, General Lee and the Blue Mantis were engaged in combat with the mutant golden eagle and the mutant golden ant. Back at the tree, the passage was now fully open. A surge of energy emanated from the opening. The sentient tree entity was now surrounded by tendrils. The sentient tree entity stood firm, its roots digging deeper into the earth. The orb pulsed with an intense light, illuminating the surrounding area. Its branches reached towards the sky, as if drawing power from the heavens themselves. A surge of energy coursed through its form. The tree entity's core glowed brighter, bathing the surrounding area in an ethereal light. The ground trembled as the entity prepared to unleash its power. With a surge of energy, the tree entity unleashed a beam of pure light. The beam, a willow leaf knife, cut through the atmosphere. The leaf knife hurtled towards the earth. The beam pierced through the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The leaf knife struck its target, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The impact point on Earth blazed with blinding light. He Xiaoqing watched from afar, her expression unreadable as the beam descended. He Xiaoqing, bruised and battered, could only watch, her expression a mix of shock and despair. As her wounds began to heal, the scene below revealed a battlefield littered with the fallen. Amidst the chaos, the mutant willow protagonist stood tall, its glowing core a beacon of resilience. Nearby, a creature with orange hair and a pale complexion lay injured, its eyes closed in exhaustion. A massive paw slammed into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the very earth. A black and white tiger, surrounded by a flock of birds, surveyed the devastation with glowing blue eyes. The battlefield was a convergence of monstrous forms, each struggling to survive. A hulking gorilla, seemingly resurrected, questioned its own survival. Nearby, a woman with green attire expressed disbelief at her continued existence, wondering how she wasn't reduced to ashes. A golden ant demanded to know how it had survived being eaten. The tiger, surrounded by allies, prepared to strike. A man cried out for his children, who appeared to be small, winged creatures. From the shadows, a voice called out in surprise, followed by another's triumphant exclamation. Nearby, Uncle Yu Beast embraced another figure, grunting contentedly. One of the onlookers questioned who the woman was, while the other exclaimed in realization. Far above, He Xiaoqing stood on a precipice, gazing into the distance. Below her, a figure stood before the glowing core of the sentient tree entity. He Xiaoqing called out to her master. The glowing core pulsed with light. The sentient tree entity considered that this time, the battle was against humans. The assembled creatures celebrated their victory. The creatures roared in unison. The sentient tree entity realized it was a mistake to think that remaining neutral could avoid war. Uncle Yu Beast stated that was why things had gone so far, lamenting the humiliation they had endured and declaring that they must repay it to them. The sentient tree entity declared that they needed to reassert their position to humans. The entity continued, stating that they should make an example so severe that humans would never dare to set foot there again. A nearby beast asked the god tree what they should do now. The sentient tree entity responded that the humans thought they were dead, but if they knew they had survived, they would definitely invade again. The entity added that they needed more allies, but Biu Gorge was not enough. The order was given to search all the mountain ranges within 5 days. The sentient tree entity commanded that all the exotic beasts be brought over, regardless of whether they had good innate abilities or not, and that those who refused to submit would be killed. The command was given to subdue as many as possible. Suddenly, a beast roared, calling out to Ping Tu, while another asked what was wrong. The beast howled, as He Xiaoqing looked on in shock. The sentient tree entity stated that in their eyes, Xiaoqing and Xiaoling were already dead. He Xiaoqing was told to go back to the human side, as it must be nice for them to see her again now. Surrounded by blue beasts, He Xiaoqing is asked for help, as they claim they cannot live without it. He Xiaoqing agrees. Elsewhere, a voice declares that the spiritual recovery will begin in 5 days. Meanwhile, Uncle Yu wonders who the woman is, while another voice calls her beautiful. The scene shifts to a desert landscape, with a lone, barren tree standing against the horizon. The mutant red fox curses the desert king cobra. The mutant golden eagle laments wasting so much time. Another voice tells them that they have been cursing too much. The mutant red fox asks what is wrong with cursing, stating that if it wasn't for that snake, they would have already gone to master. The mutant red fox is seen walking alongside the Uncle Yu Beast. The pair continues onward. The title card displays the name of the series, Evolution from Tree. Deep within the cavern, the mutant willow protagonist remained in a meditative pose. Nearby, Uncle Yu Beast stood guard, reflecting on the half-year of hard work that had passed. Lung Feng, still recovering, asked if there was no way to fix things, relieved that everyone was still alive. Uncle Yu Beast confirmed that they were. He Xiaoqing affirmed that coming back to life after death felt miraculous. Lung Feng declared that he had to cheer up and start anew, calling for help. Uncle Yu Beast apologized, stating that he had the little kids to take care of. The scene shifts to a misty mountain landscape. The mutant Willow protagonist realized that at the second level, the roots only spread a few hundred meters deep underground around this area. But now, half of the misty mountains were covered by his tree roots. The mutant Willow protagonist's roots spread far and wide. The mutant Willow protagonist decided to open the properties panel, anticipating new abilities after evolving into the third order. Within the panel, a list of abilities appeared, detailing the Seed of Vitality, which uses spiritual energy to nurture seeds and rapidly sprout trees. Mutated branches with a hardness comparable to steel could move freely and secrete toxins. The panel also described mutated tree roots, now 9 kilometers in length, capable of converting enemies into nutrients and extracting spiritual energy. The spiritual field could distort the magnetic field, and enveloping mists could shroud the area. Hallucinations could be bestowed, and the control of Earth element was also listed. The mutant Willow protagonist was puzzled. Then, the system highlighted the magical power of crystallization, explaining that it allowed the entity or specific parts to undergo crystallization, greatly enhancing their defensive power and rendering them truly invulnerable. The mutant Willow protagonist realized that his defense was now even stronger. He could clearly feel an increase in his defensive power. The mutant Willow protagonist decided to examine the next ability, wondering if the tree root had evolved to extract spiritual power. He decided to give it a try. Nearby, Uncle You Beast suddenly felt a strange sensation and cried out. The mutant Willow protagonist was amazed, having absorbed 3,000 points in one go. He realized this meant he could continuously absorb spiritual energy from opponents or other creatures to replenish himself during battles. The mutant Willow protagonist considered that next time, his battle against the humans wouldn't end so meaninglessly. He then told the system he wanted to evolve his innate abilities, hoping to learn how to confront humans. The system presented the evolutionary direction of innate abilities, listing options to enhance regeneration speed, strengthen regeneration cost, and enhance regeneration ability. The mutant Willow protagonist chose to enhance regeneration ability. The mutant Willow protagonist realized that next time, even if his body was destroyed, he would be able to slowly regenerate using the remaining parts, perhaps taking several months or even decades, but as long as the remnants of the willow tree remained, he would recover. The mutant Willow protagonist stands tall, bathed in a soft, ethereal light, its form radiating a sense of ancient power and resilience. Suddenly, a brilliant, pulsating light erupts from within the tree's core, revealing the tree heart, a crystallization formed through extraordinary regeneration, possessing the ability to revive lifeless beings and turn flesh into bone. The mutant Willow protagonist, surprised by this revelation, wonders what it is. He realizes that he has a heart and laughs maniacally. The mutant Willow protagonist realizes that even if they are killed again in the future, he can rely on the tree heart to revive them. As long as the simultaneous destruction of the main body and the tree heart does not occur, he will indeed be immortal and indestructible. However, if that is the case, he still needs to entrust the tree heart to someone else for proper safekeeping. The mutant Willow protagonist wonders who revived him. The mutant Willow protagonist contemplates what is the darkness that the system was talking about. The scene shifts to the second military region. The second military region stands tall, a testament to human resilience and organization. 2 soldiers stand guard, one of them questioning what is happening. He Xiaoqing is seen, and someone calls out to her. The person approaches He Xiaoqing, exclaiming that she is alive. The camera pans up to the ceiling. A figure is seen in a bathtub, obscured by steam. As He Xiaoqing recovered in the bathtub, she received instructions to investigate General Li and uncover the meaning behind "awaken ones" in his statement. Back in the tub, she continued to soak. Meanwhile, the investigation was underway at General Li's office. The office appeared ordinary. However, Xiaoqing was unable to find anything of interest. She continued her search, her expression troubled. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual about a bookshelf, a spiritual perspective. Xiaoqing realized there was a secret door. She stepped through the doorway, recognizing the location. It was a spiritual field. The spiritual field was unlike anything she had seen before. The field pulsed with an otherworldly energy. The dark figures stood ominously against the landscape, their strength capable of reducing opponents from a lower level. With future upgrades, its range would be even greater. Suddenly, the orb spoke, calling out to its master. It announced that it had found what they were looking for. The woman with flowing blonde hair revealed that she had discovered alchemy items and other artifacts that did not belong to this era within the building. Among them was a book containing a historical story. The orb questioned what the book contained. In the previous era, there were 3,000 Tao lineages, and the gods manifested themselves in the mortal realm. There were numerous clans, and all living beings had reached the realm of great magical powers. At the end of the era, all things and beings turned into chaos. The orb suddenly felt like cultivating immortals. According to General Li's words, people like him who followed a modest life managed to survive by a stroke of luck. She considered how difficult it must have been for a person with truly amazing talent to reincarnate. During the ancient era of cultivation, it was perhaps also the time of spiritual recovery. In the end, as the spiritual energy diminished, they fell one by one, eventually becoming legends in history. Now, they are reincarnating one by one and standing on this earth once again. It seemed that she was not the only one who reincarnated. Perhaps that's what the system is afraid of. Perhaps they are currently hiding their true strength, waiting for the right moment to make their move. According to General Lee's words, there have been changes in the heavens and earth between the ancient era and the present. Those who were reincarnated had to adapt to the rules of this world in order to evolve and survive, as General Lee mentioned. In terms of starting point, they are the same, but their methods are not as advanced as theirs. The glowing core of the tree-like entity pulsed as it inquired about the current state of the Federation. The figure with long blonde hair explained that the Federation had suffered a crushing defeat, exacerbated by the revival of spiritual energy, suggesting they wouldn't recover soon. Although General Lee had fallen in battle, his 8 disciples remain alive, and it was expected that the Federation's forces would be divided. Meanwhile, the tree-like entity acknowledged that humans were ultimately a race that should not be underestimated. It expressed its desire to seize the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of power within the Federation. Even if it didn't work, the figure declared that it would never allow mankind to be a stumbling block to its master and that it wouldn't allow history to repeat itself. From above, the landscape stretched out, revealing a network of canyons and rocky terrain. The canyons twisted and turned, their rocky faces bearing strange formations. Deeper into the canyon, the path became more treacherous, with steep inclines and narrow passages. Emerging from the depths, a golden ant stood guard. The golden ant stomped its foot, the ground trembling beneath its might. The golden ant stood before a legion of red ants. The golden ant declared that if all of them came with it, they would gain tremendous power. The red ants roared in response to the golden ant's declaration. The golden ant struck with incredible force, the blow echoing through the cavern. The force of the blow sent a red ant flying backwards, crashing into its brethren. The golden ant declared that only death awaited those who refused to submit to the command it had received. The golden ant demanded to know if they wanted to live or die. Deep within the forest, a massive spider lurked, surrounded by red ants. Nearby, Uncle You Beast emitted a menacing creak. Elsewhere, a group of smaller creatures chirped in unison. A small, orange-furred creature stood its ground, gripping a wooden staff. A hulking, ape-like figure growled, its eyes glowing ominously. A canine-like beast howled, standing atop a dark, bulbous creature. Finally, a massive, horned beast roared, its fiery breath illuminating the darkness as a wolf-like creature stood before it. A massive white tiger with piercing blue eyes rested atop a coiled, dark serpent. Elsewhere, a mantis-like creature perched on a large, green plant, announcing its return to its mother. The mantis was one of many, as a swarm of similar creatures gathered around a dark, elevated platform. A close-up revealed the mantis's menacing features, including its sharp mandibles and glowing red eyes. In the distance, a winding path stretched across a desolate landscape. The narrator declared that after the decisive battle with humans, expanding their influence was of utmost importance. With a sphere of life essence in hand, the narrator expressed confidence in controlling the new arrivals. The narrator, a large, tree-like entity, wondered who should receive the life essence, since the bull demon was not present. The sphere of life essence pulsed with energy. Below, the god tree called out to Qingchuan. Uncle You Beast, holding a flower, commanded someone to eat it. Uncle You Beast prepared to consume the flower. Uncle You Beast underwent a transformation. The beast's transformation was fueled by the elemental flower, promising to elevate him beyond his current limitations. It was said that Qingchuan was average in terms of talent, but he possessed the ability to elevate himself. The value of the elemental flower became apparent as the transformation reached its peak. The transformation continued, reshaping his very essence. The transformation was complete. He had become an earth elemental life form, a transcendent being with innate talent for earth manipulation. This granted him abilities such as earth protrusion, earth rupture, and elementalization, as well as the ability to convert elemental energy into physical stamina and raise protective walls of earth. Uncle You reveled in his newfound power, realizing that if he had possessed it before, he would have been able to defeat the vampire. The god tree's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that he would grow accustomed to and rely on this power from now on. You Beast vowed to follow the god tree with unwavering loyalty for the rest of his life. The god tree responded, stating that it had some things to take care of and would be leaving now. You Beast considered that the next step was to upgrade his abilities, noting that he had 12,000 evolutionary points and his earth element was at level 2. The system prompted him, asking if he would spend 10,000 evolutionary points to upgrade the earth element to level 3. You Beast confirmed that he would. With a surge of power, the earth element was upgraded. Uncle You Beast, now an earth elemental life form, declared for the humans to watch closely. And with that, the transformation continued. The earth rumbled as the transformation neared completion. The ground shook with the force of change. Meanwhile, the mutant Willow protagonist noted that it had been almost a year. The mutant Willow protagonist realized that they could finally walk. The massive tree shifted, its roots beginning to move. He Xiaoqing congratulated the master. He Xiaoqing wondered what would happen if the humans attacked the mountain again. The mutant Willow protagonist stated that the tide of spiritual power would erupt in 3 days, so they wouldn't dare to come again. The mutant Willow protagonist declared that in 3 days, they would announce their position to all of humanity, letting them know they were alive. And this time, the ranks of beasts continued to swell. A white tiger snarled, its fangs bared. A 3-headed serpent hissed, its multiple eyes gleaming with malice. A monstrous spider, its legs like stilts, towered over the landscape. A massive, pale ape sat perched, surveying its growing army. An enormous beetle, its carapace gleaming, stood ready for battle. More beetles massed, their numbers seemingly endless. A bizarre chimera of snake, wolf, and spider stood ready to fight. The mutant Willow protagonist considered the forces amassing. They realized they would have a significantly larger military force. The army stood ready. The mutant Willow protagonist remained still as a monkey-like creature scurried nearby. Suddenly, a large white-furred beast and a red snake lunged at something out of view. The mutant Willow protagonist remained unmoving, surrounded by the chaos. Meanwhile, he Xiaoqing vowed to forever fight for her master. Xiaoqing declared that she would assist him in breaking through. She thought to herself that as a transcendent of the 3rd level, the concentration of life essence in her was about 10 times higher than that of the 2nd stage. Xiaoqing realized that because she shared the same plant attribute and origin as the mutant Willow protagonist, she could absorb life essence more effectively. The system indicated that Thorn was at grade 9 and prompted to upgrade the Seed of Vitality to level 3. The skill obtained from the Crimson Flora had fused with Xiaoqing, making them one entity. The Seed of Vitality, now at level 3, could quickly grow multiple trees when infused with spiritual energy, creating a forest within 5 seconds. It appeared that it would upgrade as Xiaoqing's power improved, and at this level, she could create a forest within seconds and was strong enough to destroy a city. The entity urged Xiaoqing to proceed. The entity then considered what Xiaoqing should be called, suggesting that she should get more companions. Xiaoqing decided on the name, Thorn, and affirmed her choice. Under the light of the full moon, the forest seemed to pulse with newfound energy. Deep within the forest, the mutant Willow protagonist stood tall, its glowing vines reaching out into the night. The forest floor trembled as something massive approached. A monstrous beast roared in the distance. The beast was a transcendent being. Another transcendent being appeared, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A transcendent golden eagle descended from the sky. A beam of light pierces through the forest, striking the ground with immense force. The mutant golden eagle's beak opens wide, ready to strike. The forest floor is illuminated by bright, ethereal light. The light intensifies, casting long shadows across the cavern. The landscape is transformed, revealing a hidden valley bathed in sunlight. General Li, observing the changes, realizes that the being is not just a transcendent, but a 2nd-level transcendent. He knows he must inform God, Tree immediately, even if it means risking everything. General Li, undergoing elementalization, thinks that only God Tree can defeat this monster. General Li's body begins to transform into an element. Uncle You Beast realizes that General Li is about to hit the ground. A voice echoed in the darkness, questioning the entity's identity. Meanwhile, the God Tree's tendrils writhed. Elsewhere, beasts remained bound. Nearby, Xiaoqing stood among the captured beasts. Xiaoqing commanded someone to take them to the God Tree. A swarm of ants moved through a forest clearing. The mutant golden ant stood before Uncle You Beast. It was explained that all the captured beasts had already undergone the purification process in the spirit pool, becoming more powerful and able to discern friend from foe within these mountains. The mutant golden ant stated that among them, something else interested it the most. Information about the mutant hedgehog, a transcendent first-order being, was displayed, highlighting its sharp armor, piercing thrust, spike defense, storm of spikes, spike regeneration, and lifeblood spike abilities. It was noted that the lifeblood spike technique, with its one-hit kill capability, could indeed pose a threat to lives, but its strength was questioned. Someone asked why it wasn't used when they were caught. The orb declared that they had too many teammates, and that this trick could only be used once. It then paused, as if considering something. The orb then asked if the beast would like to join them, or... The beast, terrified, begged for its life, agreeing to anything to avoid being killed. The orb wondered how such a powerful creature could be so timid. Suddenly, the orb sensed a tremendous power approaching. Indeed, a tremendous power was approaching. The orb sensed almost 200,000 spiritual power. The man carrying the gems declared that it was 300,000. The panda beast sang a nonsensical tune. The panda wondered if the divine tree was really as powerful as they said it was, and if they really gathered tens of thousands of mutant beasts. The panda wondered if it was Flash like Thorn or Manus's more, and if that white tiger was really stupid. General Lee was annoyed, saying that he couldn't beat it again. He wondered why all the opponents he met were stronger than him. The man carrying the gems told the panda to stop. The panda asked what was wrong. The panda cub questioned why the god tree was hiding. The cub demanded that the tree come out. Emerging from the shadows, the mutant willow protagonist towered over the panda and the muscular man. The mutant willow protagonist wondered how the panda cub could speak so clearly. The panda responded, asking if the tree thought he was perhaps the panda that escaped from the zoo earlier. He then thought to himself that thousands of people were chasing after him, but they let him run away, calling them stupid. The panda exclaimed his excitement at seeing the god tree, then asked if it could give him something. The mutant willow protagonist told the panda that they could discuss it later, and instructed him to climb onto his back so he could transport him over there. The panda declined, stating he would roll over instead, and assured them that they would be there soon. The panda rolled at high speed. The muscular man exclaimed at the sight of the rolling panda, then remarked on how comfortable it looked. The panda rolled onto the mutant willow protagonist's head, settling in. The title card proclaims this to be evolution from a tree. The scene shifts to a view of the forest floor. The perspective then changes to a close-up of a panda-like creature. The panda-like creature marveled at the beauty of the place. The perspective shifts to the sentient tree entity, who wondered if this was the Bayou Canyon. Nearby, a smaller creature exclaimed that the sentient tree entity was the first second-order transcendent beast to arrive. The smaller creature then commented on how big the tree's face was. The panda-like creature announced that it had brought a lot of fire spirit stones as a gift. The smaller creature asked where the panda-like creature had gotten the fire spirit stones. The panda-like creature responded that it had an entire cave full of them and would give them all to the sentient tree entity as long as it let the panda-like creature stay there, as it really liked the place and wanted to have many companions. The sentient tree entity remarked that it was impressive that the panda-like creature knew how to give gifts and that it was no wonder it was raised by humans. Before the sentient tree entity stood a large, sealed jar. The panda-like creature explained that it was monkey wine, discovered while taming a group of monkeys and brewed by the golden monkey. The creature had tasted many barrels before, but this one had a unique fragrance. With a flourish, Uncle You Beast removed the lid, revealing the contents. The panda-like creature poured the wine directly into its mouth, exclaiming how much it loved the taste. The panda-like creature presented the jar as a gift in return. The text described the iron-eating beast's attributes, noting its terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities. Its innate talent, Spirit Devourer, allowed it to devour 5 different elemental spirit stones and gain various types of elemental resistance. This kind of strength, it was said, must stay with them. Since the sentient tree entity enjoyed drinking there and wanted to stay, the panda-like creature declared that from then on, it would be called the Alcohol Immortal, the 9th ranked among the 9 ferocious beasts. The panda-like creature wondered if the 9th rank was the most powerful. It was confirmed that the 9th rank was indeed the highest. A voice declared that the panda-like creature understood the expectations placed upon it since it had been assigned this rank. Asked if there was anything else, the panda-like creature responded with a cheerful "Who?" It was revealed that in 2 days, a tide of spiritual energy would sweep across the globe. Within a strategic command center, a grim assessment was being delivered. It was estimated that many lives would be lost. This time, the continent would witness profound changes, and they had to be ready for the dark ages to come. Not only the deep mountains and ancient forests, but even the cities would experience the rise of spiritual energy. Their goal was to ensure that when the second tide arrived, the cities remained unscathed and returned to their original state. The order was given to spread the news of the spiritual energy surge and to widely distribute the spiritual evolution methods they had compiled. Someone questioned if they were referring to the ancient martial faction, but the response was firm. They were not yet ready to make a move. Meanwhile, others observed that the old immortals were now enjoying the evolution brought about by the spiritual energy to the fullest, and they wouldn't have time to bother with the common people. The conversation shifted to the beasts of Bayou Canyon and the spiritual tide. From above, a sweeping view of the city raised a dire question. What would ultimately become of this world? Deep within the earth, the roots of the sentient tree entity pulsed with energy. The spiritual energy had already begun to emerge from the tree. It was noted that the missile had accelerated the arrival of the spiritual energy tide, and it might surge out tonight instead of taking 2 days. The second wave of spiritual energy was about to arrive, threatening to overwhelm the land. Determined, the sentient tree entity resolved to redirect the energy towards the canyon. The surrounding entities expressed concern, questioning whether they could withstand the onslaught of spiritual energy. They were warned that failure meant self-destruction. Those who lacked confidence were told to step back, away from the impending surge. The monstrous creatures roared, bracing themselves for the impact. With a surge of power, the sentient tree entity prepared to unleash its energy. Golden tendrils of energy erupted from the entity, illuminating the surroundings. The energy intensified, bathing the area in a blinding light. Nearby, General Lee looked on, surprised by the unfolding events. The redirected energy surged forth, a torrent of raw power. The mutant golden ant realized what was happening, recognizing the immense power being unleashed. Uncle U Beast felt the power continuously increasing, bracing himself against the surge. Uncle U Beast roars, his body surging with power. The surge of energy is too much for some to withstand. The sentient tree entity commands them to leave. Finally, someone is breaking through. The white tiger is bathed in golden light. The white tiger roars, its power increasing. The white tiger and Ping 2 are both transcendent first order. In the next 48 hours, there will be a constant increase of their powers. A new power emerges. A flock of birds takes flight. A relentless surge of beasts is rushing forth. It's finally here, relying on the spiritual energy tide. The sentient tree entity suddenly recalled a time when it was just a tree. Back then, it had only been able to receive a meager 149 evolution points. Now, the entity wondered how many evolution points it would be able to obtain this time. The spiritual energy surged around it. Uncle U Beast speculated whether it would be 1,000 or perhaps 10,000. The beast tide seemed to think it would be 1,000,000. Elsewhere, authorities detected a significant increase in spiritual power around the Bayou Canyon. The spiritual power was already registering as high as 800,000 and still rising, threatening to break through 1,000,000. Someone wondered what was going on, questioning how there could be any beasts left in Bayou Canyon. Another person wondered if it could be the demon tree, surprised that it hadn't been destroyed yet. An order was given to turn on the Bayou Canyon surveillance satellite. Someone else questioned how it had recovered so quickly, as it was already on the verge of death. The woman in charge looked on with concern. The woman was informed that they had lost the connection with the surveillance satellite and that it couldn't be controlled. Someone slammed their fist down in frustration. The woman wondered how they could fight back this time, exclaiming that 800,000 spiritual power was a joke. The spiritual missile had not only failed to kill it, but it also made it. The sentient tree entity pulsed with newfound energy, its core glowing brighter as it absorbed the failed missile's power. Tendrils of energy snaked around the tree, solidifying its form. The tree had accumulated 720,000 evolutionary points. The tree's consciousness expanded, realizing that this wave of energy had created a large number of transcendent first-order beasts. It realized that if it hadn't reached the transcendent third order, this would have been really difficult to handle. The tree focused on two specific entities. One of them was an ancient behemoth woolly mammoth. The other was an ancient behemoth dinosaur. The tree entity couldn't believe that not only the woolly mammoth but even the ancient dominator dinosaur had awakened. It knew that if the dinosaurs were to return, even the wildest beasts atop the pyramid of hunters would have to make way. From now on, ancient ferocious beasts would only continue to return. In addition, there were a large number of other transcendental creatures that could stay there and evolve. At the request of some readers, the God Tree had been changed to Divine Tree. The Divine Tree stood tall amidst the awakening of ancient beasts. The Divine Tree stood amidst a field of strange, bulbous growths, the air thick with an otherworldly energy. Nearby, the nine-tailed fox and the ram-horned beast stood side by side, their expressions unreadable. The Divine Tree heard a voice, a familiar presence, welcoming them back home. The nine-tailed fox stood proudly, its fiery tails radiating warmth and power. The Divine Tree noticed that the nine-tailed fox had grown an extra tail. It was explained that with each evolution, another tail would grow, bringing with it a terrifying innate power. The nine-tailed fox was becoming more and more like the legendary creature of old, possibly an inheritor of an ancient lineage. The Divine Tree was asked what had happened, noting that the terrain had changed, but the ram-horned beast simply stated that it was a long story. From the perspective of the Divine Tree, the world stretched out before them, a landscape dotted with strange formations and signs of change. The nine-tailed fox remarked that the humans were more scared of them than they had imagined, believing that there was no place for them in this world. The ram-horned beast declared that they had to build their own country. Now that they were back, the ram-horned beast announced that there were two more generals, with only one day left to announce their existence to the whole world. From the sentient tree, a surge of energy erupted, bathing the surrounding area in a blinding light. Time seemed to slow, and after a deafening bang, the entire world was enveloped in a vibrant, colorful glow. This surge of energy shook every part of the world. The spiritual tide affected land creatures. It also affected plants. Marine creatures felt the shift as well. Everything came to a standstill. The spiritual tide had officially erupted. People cried out as the spiritual energy surged around them. The energy permeated every corner of the world. It was said that those who survived would disintegrate into particles and dissipate into the air, but those who survived would possess even greater power. The spiritual tide washed over the land. Moreover, the colorful spiritual energy rising from the deep mountains and old forests was even more abundant and exuberant. He found himself surrounded by a surge of spiritual energy, an experience unlike any other. Furthermore, the presence of Yuzu in the Bayou Canyon only amplified the concentration of spiritual power in the area. Absorbing this surge of spiritual power, some beings grew stronger. And for the other beasts in the world who couldn't bear the concentration of this tide, their desire for survival made them run away to places where the spiritual power was lesser. Their desire for survival made them run away to places where the spiritual power is lesser. In Bark City, the order was given to hold the high ground, with the defenders determined not to let the enemy pass. The command to hurry up and charge was given. The wall was breached. The right wall was broken. In Gotsi City, a howl echoed through the night. Over Bangor City, a swarm of creatures filled the sky. Yasuo City stood as a beacon of civilization, a testament to humanity's resilience against the encroaching darkness. Yet, even as the city thrived, monstrous figures loomed, their shadows stretching across the skyline, a constant reminder of the lurking dangers. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, piercing through the darkness, signaling a desperate measure. Streaking through the sky, nuclear warheads descended upon the city, a rain of destruction aimed at eradicating the mutant beasts. The city became a maelstrom of fire and devastation as the nuclear weapons detonated, vaporizing everything in their path. The shock waves rippled outwards, carrying with them the promise of annihilation. The resulting explosion engulfed the landscape, a cataclysmic event reshaping the world. Inside a command center, a woman reported that Yasuo City had successfully eradicated 80% of the mutant beasts. She then relayed that, in addition to Yasuo City, 5 other cities were currently under attack, prompting the question of what they should do and whether they should continue to drop nuclear weapons. Elsewhere, a man considered the use of nuclear weapons, his expression grim as he stood in Bayou Canyon of the China Federation. He paused, realizing something significant. Below, the mutant Willow protagonist stirred, its energy resonating with the unfolding events. The mutant Willow protagonist sensed a presence, a looming shadow cast by a colossal tree. A note from the artist wished students good luck on their college entrance examinations, expressing admiration for those still striving in their studies and hoping everyone could achieve good results. Below, a character inquired about current game preferences, seeking recommendations and suggesting a collaborative gaming session. Far off in the distance, the sentient tree entity continued to glow. As it pulsed with light, a butterfly flew past. The entity observed distant lights, surmising that they must be human cities, likely 200 to 300 kilometers away. Elsewhere, the situation was dire. It was believed that the demon tree must have evolved from the tide of spiritual power. A large number of troops and weapons had been deployed, but it only made the beasts in the Bayou Gorge even stronger. Even more concerning, the spiritual power satellite used for monitoring them had been destroyed. He Xiaoqing declared that they had done this before. The assembled group estimated that its spiritual power had reached around 1.8 million. One of the men present argued that the demon tree had killed too many of their people, adding that General Li was also killed in battle. However, the ancient martial side didn't seem to care about all this. It was now no longer keeping a low profile, probably feeling confident in its power and no longer fearing them. Initially, they had been reluctant to use nuclear bombs because they didn't want to turn that place into a desolate wasteland. Inside a strategic command center, a man argued that the situation had changed and they needed to seize the opportunity to invade the beasts. Another man countered, demanding that they launch another nuclear missile, not just some insignificant spiritual energy missile. He insisted that such a weapon would completely obliterate all 4 mountains in the northern canyon. Meanwhile, the sentient tree entity stood tall, its form imposing against the landscape. Power surged through the tree, energy crackling around its form. The tree entity commanded the system panel to open. The system panel displayed various abilities, including thick mist diffusion, illusion, mutated branches, mutated tree roots, earth element, and willow leaf knives. The tree entity considered the power of Earth's upheaval, the great river of earth element, and mused over its options. The system prompted the tree entity to upgrade the illusion ability to level 2. It agreed, noting that it was only at level 2. The system indicated that upgrading to level 3 would consume 30,000 points for evolution. The tree entity considered which ability to upgrade next, noting that it had a lot of evolution points. It knew that upgrading the illusion ability would make the enemy perceive mist beasts as even more realistic and terrifying. The tree entity focused its attention. Below, missiles streaked toward the ground. The missiles continued their descent, heading directly for the sentient tree entity. The world recognized the incoming threat, nuclear missiles. Meanwhile, the smaller creatures urged the sentient tree entity to continue. The smaller creatures encouraged the tree to proceed. The tree entity focused its energy, gathering its full power. With a surge of energy, the sentient tree entity unleashed its willow flying knives. The knives struck their targets. The willow flying knives continued their assault. The knives flew through the air. The knives continued to strike. The assault continued. Nearby, Uncle You Beast howled, as did the others. The tree entity's power surged. The tree entity sensed the immense danger approaching. It was a futile attempt to deny the inevitable. But the tree entity refused to give up, declaring that it wasn't over yet. An intercontinental missile hurtled towards the Earth. The tree entity realized that this was the one that would destroy it. The missile struck, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast rippled outwards. A mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. In a control room, observers watched the unfolding disaster with horror. One of them questioned if their efforts had been successful. The explosion continued to expand, its destructive power undeniable. The nuclear blast expanded outward, a cataclysmic display of raw power. In the control room, the observers believed they had finally succeeded in destroying the tree entity. They were instructed to inform the Prime Minister of their success. The message was relayed. The Prime Minister was to be informed. Suddenly, He Shaoqing interrupted, urging them to wait. Through the dissipating smoke and energy, a faint, swirling form began to materialize. The observers were shocked by this development. One of them muttered that it couldn't be. The swirling form solidified into a massive, pinkish-red sphere. One of the observers exclaimed in disbelief, calling it impossible. Another observer declared that it must be an illusion. The observer looked on with a mix of disbelief and horror. Energy crackled around the sphere as a voice declared that they were looking for death. The tree entity, now a shadowy figure wreathed in smoke, pulsed with contained power. As the smoke cleared, the entity's form became more defined, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. The air crackled with energy as the entity solidified its presence. Far away, in a populated city, people felt the aftershocks of the entity's survival. One man wondered if an earthquake had just occurred. Back at the epicenter, the tree entity stood amidst the ruins, its glowing core burning brighter. The air shimmered with displaced energy. The entity focused its power, the energy coalescing into a sphere of intense light. The sphere pulsed with raw, untamed power. The entity's crystallization ability had resisted the impact of a nuclear missile and withstood the intense heat comparable to the surface of the sun, but the burning sensation was still unbearable. Nearby, He Shaoqing asked if her master was all right. The entity responded that they were fine. He Shaoqing declared that they should go. The entity vowed that the humans would pay. The title card appears, showcasing the story's name, Evolution from a Tree. The soldiers continued to fire upon the advancing mutant beasts, determined to hold the line. Despite their efforts, the mutant golden eagle and other creatures pressed forward, ignoring the hail of bullets. The soldiers realized that a swarm of mutant bees had broken through the wall, knocking down all the soldiers stationed there. The beasts had broken through the wall. One of the mutant beasts roared, its massive jaws snapping shut. General Li stood firm, ready to face the oncoming horde. General Li told the soldiers to leave the beasts to him, ordering them to concentrate on dealing with the threats outside the city. General Li cursed the sudden earthquake, realizing it had caused cracks to appear in the wall. The order rang out. The guns were to be readied, and then they were to fire. The artillery opened up on the approaching horde. The barrage exploded amongst the mutant beasts, but there were simply too many. The soldiers knew that the artillery would keep the beasts at bay, but they were still concerned by the sheer number of enemies. They were not to let them get any closer to the city walls. General Li knew that they had to kill them all, or the city would be lost. He realized that these beasts were up to level 8, but there were still too many of them. If they didn't kill them as soon as possible, the city would collapse. Another earthquake shook the city. The tremors were becoming more frequent. The beasts continued their advance. But then, something unexpected happened. The beasts were running away. The soldiers on the wall were confused. They wondered if the beasts ran away because of the earthquake. General Li was relieved that they had managed to survive, at least for now. A strange mist rolled in, blanketing the landscape. Amidst the fog, soldiers wondered at the sudden change in atmosphere. The soldiers realized that the fog was something more than just a weather phenomenon. Elsewhere, the sentient_tree_entity continued to grow. The mutant_golden_eagle and other mutant beasts were on high alert. Other mutant beasts were also on guard. The mutant_golden_eagle watched carefully. The sentient_tree_entity's influence spread further. Its roots and branches extended, reaching into the surroundings. The sentient_tree_entity's presence continued to expand. General Li sensed that this surge was different from the previous spiritual wave. He realized that this surge of spiritual energy was like a vast ocean. A sense of impending doom filled the air as the ominous words echoed. They didn't stand a chance. The glowing purple core of the sentient infinity pulsed ominously, its power growing. Panic erupted among the soldiers. An officer, his face contorted in fear, screamed for them to run and get out of there. The soldiers, their faces a mixture of terror and grim determination, braced themselves for the inevitable, knowing they would all die. The soldiers realized the sentient_tree, the demon tree, was upon them. The sentient_tree massive tendrils began to spread, reaching towards the city. The tendrils snaked through the urban landscape, an unstoppable force. The sentient_tree's presence continued to grow, its tendrils now dominating the skyline. The tendrils towered over the city, dwarfing the buildings below. The sentient_tree's reach extended further, its tendrils forming a vast network across the cityscape. The city was now completely enveloped by the sentient_tree's tendrils, a dark and ominous presence. Civilians looked up in horror as they realized they were surrounded by the sentient_entity. The sentient_entity issued a command, its intent clear, to capture all the people in the city. As the entity's tendrils spread, they ensnared the city's inhabitants. Chaos erupted as people realized the danger. One man, witnessing the unfolding horror, could only shout in disbelief. Trapped, a civilian felt their body grow heavy, wondering what was happening. Many were caught in what felt like a giant spiderweb, desperately crying out for help. Amidst the chaos, some wondered where the sudden fire had come from, even as the heat began to burn their backs. A mutant red fox, engulfed in flames, howled in pain and terror. Elsewhere, a person trapped in their home desperately tried to escape, hoping the rescue team would arrive soon. They reassured themselves that they were on the 90th floor and would be fine. Another person, also trapped, stared out the window, a look of fear in their eyes as they saw the encroaching tendrils. From a high vantage point, the tendrils of the sentient entity could be seen enveloping a skyscraper as its inhabitants cried out to be released. People were lifted into the air, helpless against the entity's power. One individual, armed and defiant, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, screaming for the demon tree to go to hell. The sentient_entity's dark orb pulsed, deflecting the incoming attacks with ease. Below, a figure stood defiantly amidst the chaos, declaring that humanity would not allow the entity to get away with its actions. From within the entity's grasp, a man with white hair and a determined expression vowed that the sentient entity was going to die. Those who were captured echoed the sentiment, promising to kill the entity, but the sentient entity responded that they had already tried. The man with white hair remained trapped within the orb. The sentient_tree_entity declared itself the demon tree. The white-haired man confirmed that they had tried, stating that they had come to confirm their position. The sentient_tree_entity declared that it would take the life and destiny of the planet, all of it. Below, the figure continued to stand defiantly against the sentient_entity. The story of the tree's evolution continues. Meanwhile, the tree's influence continues to spread. Elsewhere, the shelves of a supermarket are stocked with fresh produce. Opportunity doesn't come often, the leader of the apes thought, commanding his subordinates to move all the goods from the city. Elsewhere, He Shaoqing declared that all the clothes were hers now. The master was asked what they should do next. They were instructed to wait for them to come for negotiation. He Shaoqing explained that the Misty Mountains were situated to the northwest of the Federation, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. He Shaoqing warned that if the Federation ultimately launched a strong attack, they would also face difficulties themselves. The apes planned to establish their territory, claiming the northern regions up to the Great River Basin and the desert. They believed that by managing the rear areas properly, their master would be able to reign over a prosperous domain. However, the ape with the golden hair warned that as long as the master did not continue the attack, they should not disturb him any further. He reminded the others that when the thick fog rose again, the humans would not dare to think about attacking their fearless master, who was not afraid of even nuclear weapons, even though the Federation had lost 1/8 of its territory. The glowing orb agreed, but reminded the ape that they still had to be evil. The orb declared that the next step was up to that human. Meanwhile, General Li drove through the city. The orb told the ape to go back and tell the Federation that they had better hand over the person who planned to launch nuclear weapons at Bayou Gorge. The orb warned that otherwise, the lives of the entire Maple City, 200,000 people, would be forfeit. The orb threatened that the city would vanish. General Li looked grim. The golden-haired ape asked if the master would really hand over that person. The orb responded that what it wanted was not just the person behind the scenes, but a statement from the Federation. The orb continued, saying that if they exchanged people for the sake of the city, it would be their first time bowing down to the beasts, and it would be enough to bring down the prestige of the Federation. However, if they didn't save the people of the city, it would be the greatest crime to abandon their people, and they would live a miserable life. Regardless of what the Federation did, everyone would curse them if that happened. The unseen speaker declared that if the Federation made a certain choice, they would all ultimately lose face. Elsewhere, a figure with long, flowing blonde hair stood silently. In Sakura's country, the scene shifted to a landscape of grasslands and plateaus. Two giant monsters were about to meet, an encounter of gigantic creatures from the ground and the Leviathan from the deep sea. A large, dark-maned lion stood atop a rocky precipice, surveying the grasslands. In a forbidden zone, a massive white rhinoceros, identified as number one of its kind, stood its ground. The king of the underground, a giant rat, lurked in shadows. In the days to come, these supernatural powerhouses would collectively engage in a fierce battle with Yuzu. The narrator noted that apart from the evolution points harvested by clearing the mist and the beast tide in the Great Mountain, Maple City would also be good for harvesting points, with a total of 1.6 million evolution points. The divine tree was asked if they were looking for the speaker, who remarked that they were here. An enormous creature with a retrograde genetic structure was described. That creature possessed dinosaur-like features. The mammoth, now named Glacier, was told to confirm its status, as it was now the seventh under the tree's command. The tree explained that this was primarily because it planned to give Glacier its essence of life. Meanwhile, another beast was being named. This one, a savage creature, would be called King Zhou, the eighth of the savage beasts. Back with Glacier, the mammoth was told to consolidate its essence as it took the tree's life essence. The mutated mammoth, Glacier, stood tall. A description of Glacier appeared, noting its rank as Transcendent First Order. Its innate abilities included an ivory-tearing companion that accompanied the mammoth's growth, with no defense at the same rank able to withstand its ivory's defensive power. Its special ability was Giant Force, a terrifying body that brought great strength. The mammoth's hooves were powerful enough to crush its enemies, and its savage impact possessed enough force to destroy a small mountain. Thick fur bestowed the colossal creature with formidable defensive capabilities. Next, a description of the mutant tyrant dragon, King Zhou, appeared, noting its rank as entry 9th level. Its innate abilities included an atavistic type, far more ferocious than the Cretaceous period creatures. Its special ability was Dragon Roar, which sent shivers down the spine, instilling fear in its enemies. Scaled armor covered the body, providing protection. Razor claws were sharp, capable of tearing through the defenses of most creatures. Rampage increased battle prowess exponentially with each kill. Its steel tail, forged with steel sinews, was capable of shattering rocks with a single strike. The 9 fierce beasts were all present. Elsewhere, at a federal office, a meeting was underway. One of the men at the meeting stated that the peculiar tree could actually move and was leading a group of even more formidable beasts to attack the human cities. Another man asked where the person who brought this news was. He was told that the man was in the infirmary, unconscious for 3 days, with injuries all over his body. The man was told that it was threatening to hand over that person, but it was more accurate to say that it was the demon tree. Another man thought that the tree was more like a human being. He was asked if they should hand over the hostages. One of the men said that it was bad for them either way. Another man told him not to think about it too much, as he was the one who came up with this plan, so he would go. He declared that they could not abandon tens of thousands of people. The man declared that the demon tree was here for revenge, and that his target was going to die. Unmoved, the target of the threat stated that he was not afraid of death. However, the man admitted to himself that he had many doubts. The man resolved to ask the mutant Willow himself. A convoy of vehicles approached the mutant Willow's location. The vehicles continued their advance. General Lee, riding in one of the vehicles, thought to himself that it would be unimaginable if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. A voice declared that it was finally happening. It was announced that the commander of the Federation had arrived, and a request was made for everyone to make way so negotiations could begin. The door was opening. The man with glowing eyes realized that the demon tree had actually come this far. He thought that he had at least evolved to the peak of the transcendental first stage due to the spiritual wave this time, and that if he had the opportunity, he would risk his life to defeat the mutant Willow. The beast army pressed forward, intent on reaching the demonic tree. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing's expression hardened, a spark of determination in her eyes. The beasts roared, their bloodlust palpable. Suddenly, Uncle Yu Beast stumbled backward, surprised by an unseen force. The massive ram-like beast stood its ground. The man with the white hair stood his ground as the large, horned beast approached. The man raised his hands, telling the beast to wait a minute, explaining that they had come to negotiate. The beast paused, inviting the man to come with him. The man seemed surprised but agreed. The beast, towering over the man, questioned if the man could even speak a human language. The man, now standing on the beast's back, was carried away. Elsewhere, a red fox howled. Just then, a blue mantis chirped. Chaos erupted as various creatures roared and quacked in the streets. Chaos reigned as mutated creatures hissed and snarled, their forms twisted by some unknown force. Nearby, other beasts roared and quacked, adding to the cacophony of the unfolding disaster. The roars echoed through the streets as the mutated creatures continued their rampage. The source of the chaos seemed to emanate from a monstrous, tree-like entity. Even more creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Meanwhile, a man in a suit observed the unfolding events with a grim expression. The monstrous tree pulsed with an ominous energy. It was said that this demon tree commanded a formidable army of 50,000, and that General Li had battled against such creatures before. The man in the suit felt an immense pressure. Nearby, people trapped by the monstrous tree's tendrils cried out for help, begging General Zhao for assistance. They pleaded for their families, their voices filled with desperation. The man in the suit revealed that he was the mastermind behind the launch of the nuclear weapons. A voice declared that, as the general of the Federation, he was now present. Since he had arrived, the general demanded the immediate release of Maple City's civilians. The general's words hung in the air, a challenge directed at an unseen entity. Meanwhile, the mutated beasts howled, their forms a grotesque blend of animal and monster. Among them, the mutant red fox hissed, its fiery fur bristling as the mutant golden ant roared. Amidst the chaos, one of the men wondered if they would resort to violence. Another man observed that there were terrifying beasts, one after another, and even the weakest were at rank 6. Seemingly careless, a dinosaur loomed above. One of the men admitted that he always felt like something was constantly watching them, especially if that tree wasn't present. Another man reckoned that the beast would pounce at them directly, not to mention the commanding tree. One of the men exclaimed that they would all die if they provoked it, but General Li told him to calm down. The general begged someone to spare them and not involve innocent civilians. A dark orb reflects an unknown figure. The reflection asks why things have escalated to this point. The entity declares that it does not care if the other party is the mastermind behind everything, nor does it care if they have to continue the war afterward, but they should remember something. A close-up of a menacing eye reveals the entity's threat. If they dare to show themselves again, it will make sure everyone knows who it is. The screen displays the entity, with a message stating that it is the only thing awaiting them. The screen displays a message that there will be rivers of blood and a scene of unimaginable carnage. Since they have shown sincerity, the entity will also uphold its promise. The entity demands that the civilians go, but someone needs to be sent to take them all away. The entity declares that from now on, Maple City belongs to the territory of the Mist Nation, and any human that sets foot in it will die. The entity will let the rustling. General Li slammed his fist into his palm, declaring the Mist Nation a laughable notion and its arrogance despicable. Meanwhile, in another location, it was observed that the entity knew they were watching, and its words were clearly directed at them. The speaker continued, explaining that not only ancient mammoths, but even dinosaurs were under the entity's control. They stated that they could no longer afford to wage war against it, given the countless colossal beasts at its command. General Zhao was told to temporarily refrain from taking action. Another individual exclaimed in disbelief. They reported that there was a wolf tide in the plateau, and sea creatures surrounding the coast. It was also noted that the Mist Nation was inland. For now, they could still negotiate with the entity, someone suggested. Someone declared that they could not afford to lose, and another was told to step back. General Zhao looked on with a stern expression. A convoy of military vehicles drove down a highway, passing under a massive structure of dark, intertwined roots. The entity declared that in the future, humans would not trouble them anymore, now that things were cleaned up. The entity announced that the city would be handed over to the monkey group leader to guard, ordering someone to step back. Uncle Yu, with a confident smirk, affirms his success. Meanwhile, a subordinate reports to their master that they have only taken these supplies, adding that there are many more that have not been moved yet. Elsewhere, a voice notes that there's still time to gradually move forward before deciding to leave it at that for today and ordering everyone to go. Amidst the chaos, the order is given to return to the mountains. The glowing orb continues its silent journey.